Tonight, DC Comics manages to dodge the question of who would win between Batman and Superman by making their rogues galleries ask it instead. Justice League of America answers the age-old question of, can a book be so delayed that it actually ruins the reading experience? The answer is yes, very clearly. And Dan Abnett somehow manages to dodge a book being canceled and just writes it in the corner for a full straight year. Gotta admire the dedication. All that and more tonight on the final episode of the Not-So-New 52. Hello everyone and welcome to episode 250 of the Not So New 52. I am your host, and not only is it episode 250, it is the final episode. This is the finale of all of it. Almost 5 straight years worth of work here, finally wrapping up. I would love to say that this episode ends with a climactic bang, but technically, that was 3 episodes ago. 247 was the big one leading into the Rebirth one-shot. This episode, much like the previous 2, is just taking books that had issues that were published after the Rebirth one-shot and finishing those up. And let me tell you, you better like Earth 2. I tried to save some other ones. I tried to save some ones that are also big deals. You're going to have your Justice Leagues this episode, but boy howdy is there a lot of Earth 2. So let me just go through it real quick just so you can be aware what's happening, because it is a weird one. So right off the bat, we have Superman, Wonder Woman, 2 issues of that, and Batman, Superman, 3 issues of that. Now, here's the weird thing about those. Those are trade paperback exclusives, or collected edition exclusives, I should say, which means they were never published in individual issue form. You could only get them as part of a collected edition. So there's a good chance you've never even heard these stories before. I will recap them to you, as I normally do, but that's going on there. We have Teen Titans. There's 5 issues of that. One of those is an annual written by Scott Lobdell, because I couldn't end the show without talking about goddamn Scott Lobdell. And then we have Justice League of America by Brian Hitch, and Justice League issues 51 and 52 by, I believe, Dan Abnett and Dan Jurgens, respectively. So that's just going to be doing their own things there. And then the big one that's going to be eating up most of the episode is, I believe, 12 issues of Earth 2 Society. I've actually got them right here. There were 2 full trades worth of books that were published post-Rebirth. Full arcs were completed post-Rebirth for like a year afterwards. That's ridiculous. That is insane to me. But I'm doing them all. So yeah, that's the episode. I'm probably going to split up the Earth 2 stuff. I'll do like the first arc, cover some other stuff, and then go back to Earth 2. But I'm definitely going to be ending on Justice League. It's the very first comic I did on episode 0 was Justice League number 1. I'm going to make the very last one I do Justice League number 52, just to make it all even. So yeah, I got more to say at the end, but I'll save it for them. For now, enjoy the comics, and I'll see you at the end. Superman, Wonder Woman number 30, written by Brian Buccellato, art by Giuseppe Cafaro. So this was, and of course still is, not a book that was published individually. It was published as part of a trade along with the next issue. The trade specifically says that this is to take place directly between the ending of Savage War, whatever the hell that event was called, Savage Dawn, and the final days of Superman, literally leading right up to what I believe was issue 29, 28, whatever the first of the final days stuff was. So we open up with Wonder Woman, and she's flying around. She's like, look, I've got these magnificent powers, I have these gifts, and therefore doing these things, making these sacrifices or whatever, is not me being brave. It's just what I feel like I have to do. But the real sacrifices come to the people who do actually have to sacrifice something, that don't have the powers I have. And we see that John Corbin, aka Metallo, who of course sacrificed his life during Savage Dawn, he's getting a statue, he's getting a whole memorial thing going on. So John is being remembered as a hero. And as Wonder Woman is watching this, she's like, oh, I was hoping Clark would be here. Things have been a little bit weird between us. And she starts flashing back to the point where Clark said how he didn't think that he loved her anymore. And the fact that Lois was also showing up here, like she's also looking a little upset. And at this point, Steve Trevor walks up and he's like, hey, how's it going? What's going on? Glad you're here. I kind of wanted to talk to you about this stuff. And like, she's apologizing. Yeah, sorry, the Clark couldn't make it. And he's like, no, that's fine. It's like, look, I've been thinking about you and me, and I really should have done a lot more during our relationship. Like, I should have tried to fight harder for it. So I want to give us another go. What do you say? And she's like, I'm like, even if I wanted that, I'm still with Clark. And he's like, oh, are you? And she's like, yes. Why would you not think so? He's like, oh, he was giving off a different vibe when I talked to him. He showed up like earlier before everyone else and gave some respects like privately. And she's like, well, you're clearly misinformed, but I have to go. So Steve's all embarrassed now, but she flies off. And by the way, all of this, the name of the issue is grief. We see that the first page is labeled with denial, and then we go into bargaining. So as Wonder Woman's flying around, just like, well, Clark isn't one to gossip. He isn't one to lie. He just says what is true, and that's always what he is. So it's hard not to jump to conclusions about what that means if he said that to Steve, but I'm not one to mince words. I want some answers. And she flies out to the coast of, I don't know, I guess Metropolis, and there's Titano, a giant mechanical ape thing that's attacking. And Diana comes down like, Clark, we need to talk. And Clark's like, I'm a little busy here, what with the whole giant ape thing. And she's like, yeah, all right, I can see that. And she just punches him down to the ground. They start tag teaming it. Meanwhile, Diana's like, look, I'm not trying to like twist your priorities. I know this is a big thing, but like, I need to know why you're trying to avoid me. What are you not telling me? And he's like, look, things are really complicated right now. I'm not trying to avoid you. There's just a lot happening. There's so much to do. And she's like, look, you told Steve we aren't together. And he's like, yeah, that's the truth. And she's like, is it? And he's like, is it not? And it's like, look, we've gone through some problems, yeah, but like, we shouldn't let that just tear us apart. Like at the very first thing, we should try to work on it and talk about it. And he's like, it's not that simple. You got to understand. She's like, is there someone else? And he basically is just like, I can't do this right now. And then he flies off after Titano's been defeated. So Wonder Woman goes to visit Lois. She's working on some sort of story, something like that. And by the way, if you were reading Final Days of Superman, this all kind of matches together pretty well here. She lands, and Lois is like, oh, this is a surprise. What's going on there? It's just like, is there something about Clark that I should know? And Lois is like, have you talked to him? And she's like, no. I mean, yes, but he's not letting on. Seems like you know something. And she's like, I don't know what to tell you. And she's like, okay, well, your silence speaks volumes. So she flies off. We cut to Depression, where we see a kid is getting beat up by a couple of middle school bullies or whatever. And it turns out that this is the kid who during Savage Dawn became Salvax. And he has since lost his powers. And I guess he didn't go to jail because A, he was a minor, and B, he was under control of Vandal Savage. But like he has been like trying to pick fights, as we find out, and he's losing them badly. And these bullies are like, oh, whoa, what was your name? Saliva Jack? Like, you got stupid names here. And then Wonder Woman lowers down, just like, all right, I'm giving you the count of one to get out of here. And the kids are like, Jesus, and they just bail. Salvax gets up, whatever his actual name is. Sal. God, that makes sense now. So we see he gets up and he's like, yeah, no, I've been the one who's been like trying to fight. Like, you just don't understand. And one of them's like, well, I do understand you haven't been going to your mandatory counseling. Like, that's important because you are essentially going through grief. You had powers and you lost them. You need to be dealing with that. And she picks up Sal and starts like flying him back home, back to his parents. And it's like, look, you should take care of this. Like, it's more important for your mental health and all that. And he's like, no, I need you to leave me alone. And he lets go of her hand and starts like falling down to the earth. He even like closes his eyes as if he's just like, you don't understand. I had all this power. Like, I was living as a god essentially. And now I just get my face smashed in by sixth graders. Like, I can't go back to that. That's no way to live. And she's like, I know it's hard, but like, you will feel differently soon enough. Like, the one moment doesn't define you. It's your entire life. You need to be able to get up and fight another day. And that's what's important here. And she sets him down in front of the parents' house and just like, all right, well, if you need anything, here's my personal number. You will get me and I will help you out with whatever. So we then cut over to Mount St. Helens, Anger, and we see Batman's there. Turns out they got a lock on the Puzzler robot that crashed down to Earth. They figured out that it landed inside of Mount St. Helens. So Wonder Woman and Batman are coming in here, and they're taking a look at it. And Batman's like, all right, he's somewhere in here. It'd be nice if we had Superman's X-ray vision and all that, as Wonder Woman's like tearing through the rock. And then he's like, ooh, sorry, I probably shouldn't be talking about him. And she's like, no, it's fine. You can talk about him. It's whatever. And Batman's like, really? I mean, Clark was the rock that we all leaned on. Like, it's okay. Like, you know, it's a troubling thing. And she looks back at Batman like, why do you say Clark was? Why are you talking about him in the past tense? What's going on? And Batman's like, oh. And she's like, well, what do you mean, man? Bruce, tell me what's up. And he's like, I thought he told you he's dying. And Wonder Woman just punches the rest of the rocks. We find the Puzzler drone, and it fires off some laser beams at Wonder Woman. She just walks up, crushes its head, and Batman's like, so you're going to see him? And she's like, yeah, I'm going to go see him. So, I mean, that's the issue. That's literally all there is there. It's good. It's solid. I do think, and this goes into the next issue as well, I do think that because the Final Days of Superman storyline ate up 2 issues of this book, it ate up 28 and 29, I think. It is a thing, maybe it's 29 and 30. Regardless, it is a thing where I think this is supposed to be what was originally going to be the last 2 issues of the series. And they were just going to like kind of morph around. Like, I don't think Superman Wonder Woman was supposed to be one of the tie-in books to that until after these issues were written and drawn. And then it's like, well, I guess we'll just put him in the trade, whatever. It feels very obviously that, at least to me. So, I mean, it's good. It's fine. It does the grief stuff well. Art style's a little bit dicey sometimes for me. It's not bad by any means, but it does feel very light on details, so it's okay. Beyond that, I'd say it's a good 7.5. I don't think it's doing anything amazingly great, but it's a solid enough issue on its own, and we lead right into the next one. Superman Wonder Woman number 31, written by Brian Buccellato, art by Giuseppe Cafaro and Pop Mhan. So, last issue, Wonder Woman found out, oh no, Superman's dying. What do we do? We see that immediately she's just busting ass, flying hard against the world, and she's basically saying, this sucks. This isn't, it's not that I don't have enough time, and it's not that, like, all this that I'm hurt and angry, not because he didn't tell me, but because I can't do anything about it. And this issue essentially is just, let's go over their relationship. Top to bottom, what happened, where are we at? So we go back to the invasion of Darkseid, all that stuff. We see the parademons flying in, and Wonder Woman thought they were harpies, so she joins in on the fight, and she looks around, she sees Batman and Flash and Green Lantern, and of course, Superman. And she says that from the very first moment I saw him, I knew he would be the greatest man I've ever known. He looks over and says, you're strong, and she goes, I know. And it's just like, I think back then we knew that, like, something was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. Something was going to happen. So years passed. Obviously, we get the events following the next Justice League arc where they're sitting up and he reveals his secret identity. He says, yeah, you know, I kind of just grew up with it, and then I became Superman, and I got that other stuff going on there, and it's to protect the people I'm closest to. And she's like, did that work? And it's like, I don't know. I still have a lot of secrets. Action Comics by Grant Morrison's still coming out, and it's debatable how much of that's actually canon. But basically, they confide in each other, and they feel so different and so apart from the rest of humanity. They feel so separate because of their strength, because of their differences in power. And they say, like, oh yeah, you know, we're very alone comparatively. Do you ever feel alone? And he's like, yeah, of course I do. And they share a moment, they share a kiss, and so begins the relationship. They wanted the kiss to remain secret, but obviously it ended up getting out because of Cat Grant, I believe. Batman confronts them and just like, hey, look, I'm happy for you guys. I'm not going to tell you you shouldn't be doing this, but I do want you to understand that the world is going to see this and they're going to flip their shit. We need to be prepared for that. They're going to be gunning for you. And Superman's like, who's the they in this situation? It's like, whoever is afraid of you two being together like this. And we get another thing of Wonder Woman flying, saying like, yeah, he didn't mean us any sort of ill will, but I do wonder if Batman kind of poisoned our relationship right there, of making us feel responsible for the other one. Like, it led to some other things. And we do see the continuation of that, where I guess it was after Forever Evil, Batman had all the contingencies. He had all the boxes full of things that could take out the Justice League. And he hands Superman Wonder Woman's box. And Superman opens it up to look inside, and it's empty. And Batman's like, yeah, I got nothing on her except for you. You are the only one that I can trust would be able to take her down if she goes too far. And like, that's why the relationship thing is a little bit dicey. You're the box here. And she's like, yeah, I think that might have been like a little bit of a poison, because it was the choice between the world's safety and her at that point. And that's not really a choice at all. So as Wonder Woman's flying, all of a sudden she sees an oil tanker has been set ablaze in the middle of the ocean. And it's apparently some eco-terrorists that had a bomb, and they were threatening to set it off, and then something happened. And the people who were in charge of the ships, like there's a bunch of other ships nearby, they're like, yeah, they said they weren't going to do it, and then all of a sudden exploded, and like, we don't have much time. The hull will be breached soon, and we're going to have a massive ecological crisis on our hands. So we cut inside. We see the terrorists are like, what did you do with the bomb? It's just like, oh, it wasn't me. I don't know. We're trying to fight for the Earth and all that. And then Wonder Woman just crashes in, starts kicking all their asses, throwing them into the ocean on the side. She finally, after she takes care of them all, gets up to like the captain or the engineers or whatever, being like, can we prevent the tanker from spilling? Like, is there any way that we can do that we can still protect the ship? And it's like, look, the explosion breached the hull. Frankly, we've got like minutes. Like, it could happen at any point going on here. We have protocols, but it's not going to help. We have so much oil in this tanker, it's going to completely destroy the ecosystem. And there's $150 million at risk here. To which Wonder Woman's like, save the shipment and poison the ocean, or do anything else. And immediately we cut to the raft as the other captain and all that are driving away, and she's like, what do you think she's going to do? And we see Wonder Woman gets underneath the boat, picks it up into the air, and it just is like, this wasn't even a choice. Of course I wasn't going to poison the ocean. And she apparently gets it up into space, where Hal and Cyborg are waiting, and Hal's just like, how did you do this? And she's like, I threw it. What do you mean, how did I do this? And he's like, oh, well, I mean, good on you. I didn't know you had it in you. And as Wonder Woman goes back down, it's just been like, yeah, everyone always assumes I don't have the strength of Superman, but like, I do. I can do that. I can take that on. And then we get more flashbacks to like post-convergence sort of stuff, where he gets the solar flare. He starts losing his powers a little bit. As he gets drained, she tries to like be on his side, help him out, allow him to like fly with her and all that stuff, until eventually we got the storyline where she went to go investigate by using the lasso of truth on members of Clark's circle, Lana, Lois, people like that. And Superman didn't like that. He viewed it as a breach of trust. And in doing so, he basically says, I don't know if I love you anymore. And Wonder Woman's like, he was so upset about that, and then we got so busy immediately afterwards with all the Savage Dawn stuff, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it. And I just wanted to give him space. I wanted to give him the ability to process whatever he needed to, so we could deal with it later. But now I'm out of time, and I'm done giving space. And we see she lands in the Arctic as we get a glimpse of all the things that killed Superman: the Darkseid War, the kryptonite chemotherapy, and the battle against Rao. And she's like, yeah, all right, screw this. And she walks into the Fortress of Solitude, says, Clark, and cue up what would have been that next chapter of Final Days of Superman. But of course, that's not the way it played out. So, no, I think it's a good little like filler thing. Both of these previous two issues, they feel solidly like we're wrapping up the book while simultaneously bridging the gap between Savage Dawn and the Final Days of Superman. Because that is a problem. Final Days of Superman always felt like the end of the New 52, but not the next logical chapter continuing on from any of the previous storylines. Now, obviously, Savage Dawn is the most reasonable because it's the one that's spread across the most stuff, but Brian Hitch's JLA and Jeff Johns' Justice League were still used in the reasoning as to why he's dying. This feels like it bridges the gap a little bit more and says like, no, this event of Savage Dawn directly leads into Death of Superman. All the other stuff is just window dressing. This is the direct link. So Beyond that, I mean, it's a well-written issue. It goes through the whole history. I like how much they managed to wrap up, just basically all of it. Spends whatever time they needed to, but yeah, I'd say it's a very well-written one. I'm gonna say, honestly, I'll give it the 8. I think it's up at that level there where if you wanted to point to someone and say, like, what was the Superman Wonder Woman relationship, you point them to this issue because it's just top to bottom. Here's all of it. Here's everything you need to know. So yeah, 8 for this, and that is Superman Wonder Woman. Batman Superman number 33, written by Frank Tieri, art by Alex Konat. So this issue and the next issue of the annual and 34 are all trade exclusives. They only exist in this trade paperback and the hardcover, I believe, which means that they're effectively completely removed from continuity. However, this story is kind of a loose floating story that happens somewhere in the middle years of their existence. It's just not connected to anything. We open up the issue with a bunch of villains, as we find out, just their legs at this point, and we see Superman, or rather a body that is bound in kryptonite chains, no wins there, is dropped, and they say, pay up, we won the bet, this is clearly it. And someone else says, well, that's weird because we got this, and they drop another body, which we see on the next page is Batman. So they say, well, both of these chumps are going to end up dead. So who wins the bet in this situation? We then cut back to some time earlier. We're in New York, and we see Livewire is at a bank, and she's like, hey, I'm here to rob you. Like, give me all your money, or I'm going to toast all of you. Do I still get a free toaster? And we see a security guard immediately comes up, and it's just like, all right, hold on now, you little Miss Lightning Powers. This may work in your metropolis or your Gotham, but this is New York. We got Star Labs. We take care of y'all. And she's about to pull out some lightning powers when Killer Croc shows up and holds the guy over his head, throws him into a wall. Livewire zaps a few other guards. And she's like, I had this under control. And Croc's like, yeah, okay, you're welcome. So they make out with $28,000. They hijack a taxi, and Croc starts driving around just like, all right, hey, this is a pretty good partnership that we got going here. We've hit up 8 banks today, so yeah, doing pretty good. And Livewire comes up with the duo name of Bonnie and Hyde, to which he's like, it's good, but I like my name better. And it's like, what, Crackle and Croc? Sounds like a breakfast cereal. So he's like, hey, all right, look, we're working together pretty well here. I want to show you something. I want to take you somewhere. And so they drive off, way off the beaten path, somewhere into a warehouse. And Livewire's like, Croc, are you trying to make a move on me? Because, I swear to God, I will fry you so quickly. And he's like, nope, you're not my type. That's not what we're doing. Although, you know what they say, once you go reptile, you'll never lose your smile. And she's like, that's disgusting. But either way, we come into this warehouse, and inside is a building. It's a bar. And all the windows are boarded up. It looks completely just run down, abandoned. And then all of a sudden, Prankster gets kicked out through the front door by Amygdala and just like, you get out of here, you're not allowed. And he's like, fine, whatever, this place sucks. So Croc walks up and he's like, hey, Amygdala, how's it going? It's just like, Croc, it's been one of those nights. You got the password? And it's like, yeah, screw the Justice League. It's like, all right, get on in there. And it turns out, as they come in, this place is called Bar None. And it is a bar for criminals, and just all the rogues are here. No matter where you're from, they're able to show up here, chill out. It's just their own little place. It's invite only, very hush-hush, because, of course, with a bar full of supervillains, superheroes can't find out about it. We see the Flash rogues are there. Captain Cold's like, excuse me, I asked for extra ice. Solomon Grundy's hitting it out on the dance floor. And Cheetah's hitting on King Shark, because why not? There's no boundaries around here. Crazy Quilt is acting as the bartender. Croc comes up and orders 2 drinks, and Livewire's like, I don't do well with liquids. And he's like, fine, more for me. And Livewire is like, this place is pretty great, but you'd never be able to pull this off in Metropolis, not with Superman hanging around. And Croc's like, yeah, okay, sure. You should say that about Gotham with Batman. That's the big one. And he's like, I'm sorry. Are you really trying to compare Superman and Batman? And Croc's like, yeah, I seriously am. It's like, okay, let's run that down real quick. And Livewire's like, Superman has God knows how many powers. He can fly. He's invulnerable. He can literally do anything. Like, sometimes I just lose track of all the things he can do. Like, Batman is just a flying rodent in his underwear. To which Croc is like, you Superman rogues, like, you don't get it. Like, Batman is the guy. You try fighting him, he's tough, he's smart, and he's got 1,000 billion gadgets. Like, you Superman, kryptonite, boom, you win. Who cares? But Batman, he ain't got nothing like that. And as Livewire is like, yeah, all right, you get kryptonite, what? You just walk into the 7-Eleven and grab that? Coming up behind them is this big guy. He puts his arm around both of them and says, like, hey, I don't know, I'm kind of siding with Livewire here. And he's like, I'm sorry, who are you? He's like, oh, I'm Major Disaster. I'm also a Superman villain. And it's just like, well, I'm going to electrocute you if you don't get your hands off me. He's like, all right, look, yeah, I'm on your side. And he basically says, like, yeah, Superman's far more dangerous than Batman. No way. Like, Superman, I don't know if you've ever fought either of them, but, like, absolutely, there's no way that Batman would win. And Croc is like, have you ever fought Batman? He's like, no, I don't have to. He's a goofy guy in underwear. He's got no powers. And Livewire's like, exactly. Superman wins this one. And as he says that Batman is a joke, from across the bar sits Bane, who says, you're an idiot. And he's just like, oh, hey, Bane, you broke the bat. Yeah, I understand why you would want Batman to be all hyped up as the baddest dude, because if he's not, you're not exactly so important now, are you, Bane? And Bane's like, I can break some other people too if you want. So, yeah, Major Disaster's just like, yeah, all right, how about this? As they start getting up on each other, Livewire jumps in the middle and says, hey, guys, I don't want to be thrown out of this bar and blamed for, like, the starting of this fight. So, yeah, for real, don't want to do that. And Major Disaster's like, yeah. And he keeps on getting Livewire's name wrong. It's like, yeah, Barbed Wire's right. And he's like, it's Livewire. Come on, man. And just like, besides, why don't we put this to a better use? Let's make a real bet out of this. And Livewire's like, what kind of bet? And it's like, well, a couple of the Batman rogues team up and go to Metropolis to take on Superman. A couple of the Superman rogues team up, go to Gotham to take on Batman. Whoever manages to take down their target gets bragging rights and a hall pass. And Croc, like, leans over for the sake of the audience and is like, see, there's an unwritten agreement that supervillains don't move in on each other's turf and, like, they stick to their own towns. A hall pass would just be allowing you to do that. And Livewire's like, why are you telling me this? I know this. So Bane's like, look, I am Bane. I don't give a damn about bragging rights or a stupid hall pass. I'm not going to do your stupid bet. To which Major Disaster's like, well, yeah, I mean, that's fair. If you want to be the man who broke the bat, it makes sense that you can't be the man who stops Superman unless you don't think you can beat him. To which Bane is like, you have angered me. I will do this. So he steps up and he's like, you have got me here. We've got a bet. And when all this is over and I am victorious, having broken Superman, you and I are going to have a conversation. Major Disaster's like, looking forward to it, man. So Croc looks at Livewire and is just like, what have you gotten us into? And she's like, well, could be worse. We could be Batman or Superman. That's the issue. I like it. It's a fun time. It's a fun concept of being able to just, like, wrap up this series with a who would win Batman v Superman, but not doing it through the lens of Batman fighting Superman. Instead, doing it through who's got the better rogues gallery, basically. And it's Batman. But, you know, like, in terms of strength, who knows? We'll see what happens. Yeah, no, it's a fun little issue. I forgot to mention that they did specifically say that it's not just going to be 2 and 2. It's going to be, I think, 4 and 4 is the total count once everything is said and done. So, yeah, we'll see what the teams are next issue, which is the annual. It does act as part 2 of this. So this issue, great. Love the art style. There's the panel of Bane saying this guy's an idiot. I want to just, like, crop out and use as a reaction image. It's just beautiful on its own. I'll see if I can get that. But beyond that, great writing, great art. It's a fun time. I'm going to say an 8.5. I really enjoyed this setup, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest. Batman Superman Annual number 3, written by Frank Tieri, art by Alex Konat and Elia Bonetti. So this is a weird one to talk about. I will tell you why in just a second, but last issue we had Superman rogues making a bet with Batman rogues and vice versa that they could take out the other person's hero and try to win a bet. So we open up in Metropolis where Bane is standing on a rooftop. He gets a call from Major Disaster. She's like, what do you want? And he's like, okay, well, that's no need to be rude. Just want to make sure you don't want to bail out now. Like, once we get started, we're going to be started, but just want to give you the chance because, have you seen the odds? Like, the odds are all over online. They're calling this event Crisscross, which is the name of the story. And the odds that Superman is the one who is caught, I believe, is super low, like practically nil. But Batman, it's like much higher. So at that point, Bane crushes his phone, and we see three of the members of the team here is Bane, Croc, and Clayface, which are heavy hitters. That makes sense. They should be the ones that are going after Superman. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see that the Superman rogues going after Batman are Major Disaster, Atomic Skull, and Livewire. Now, the way this story is told is that all the pages on the left are Batman. It's all the Batman versus Superman rogues. All the pages on the right are Superman against the Batman rogues. And so you have two stories that are basically playing back to back with each other. There's obviously parallels happening there, but I can't keep jumping in back and forth between each one as I'm recapping. So I'm just going to focus on one at a time. Focusing first on Superman's, we see that he hears across the city of Metropolis, the crisscross, the bet, all that sort of stuff. Until eventually he finds two people who are currently trying to bet on it. And he's like, hey guys, you want to tell me what this crisscross thing is involving Batman and me? What's that all about? And before he can do anything with these guys, Clayface comes in, swamps all over Superman's face, tags him to the ground, and he's like, all right, today's the day us Batman rogues proves ourselves. So he starts wrapping up Superman, throwing him around. He's like, this is easier than I thought. I might even just move into Metropolis. And Superman breaks out of Clayface's grip, just being like, I wouldn't sell your house quite yet. And he slams Clayface into a wall, tries to heat vision him, but Clayface moves around it, starts getting around, and he's like, well, you got more powers than I can keep track of, fair enough, but even you need to breathe. And he starts suffocating. He covers up Superman's face with clay, and he's like, you turning blue yet, you big blue? However, all of a sudden Clayface's hand starts freezing up, and it starts moving up his body, and he's like, what? Freeze breath? How can you even? But before he can finish the sentence, Clayface is completely frozen. And then Superman's like, well, I don't really know what this is all about, but I don't care. And Superman punches Clayface, shattering him into a bunch of pieces. However, as he's looking over Clayface's remains, he gets hit with a lamppost in the back. And we see it's Killer Croc. And he's like, oh, what, you thought we were done? Nah, we're just getting started. So Croc bashes Superman into a nearby building. And he's like, I don't know why we even thought we needed kryptonite to beat you. This pole seems to be doing all the work I needed. And as he swings again, Superman dodges out of the way. And he's like, look, I'm not complaining you didn't bring kryptonite, but this is not the way you think it's going to go. However, Clayface is now thawed out, but at this point, he comes after, grabs Superman's leg. He tries to freeze Clayface again. Croc comes in being like, hey, don't worry, I got your pal, or you're back now. And he jumps on Superman's back, bites into his shoulder, and he's like, who's that girl from Metropolis that you always keep hanging out with? Lois Lane? How about we go pay her a visit once we're all done? And Superman's like, okay, you've officially crossed the line. And his eyes get all red, and he's like, I've now had enough. So he blasts energy, gets both of them off, grabs Croc by the throat, and just slams him into the ground, saying, I've played around with you enough. And Clayface, I've hit my patience. So he grabs Clayface, finds a telephone booth, shoves Clayface inside, and then, vacuum seals it, with lasers. He just closes off every single thing, and he's like, there, you're done. And then he looks over at Croc, and he's like, all right, Croc, now it's your turn. Croc grabs a hostage, woman by the side, and just oh, no, it ain't done yet. But Superman just heat visions him in the face, ends up not blinding him, but, he's forced to release the woman, and that gives Superman the opportunity to come in, punch Croc down into the pavement. He looks over at the hostage and says, are you okay, miss? And the woman runs up and kisses Superman on the lips. It's Poison Ivy. And her lips were coated in kryptonite-laced lipstick. So Superman goes down, he's on the ground, and just all the toxins are grown from a plant grown in kryptonite-infused soil. So that's how I did all my stuff there. And she's like, I don't even really care about the bet. I'm just doing this because, like, Superman, you are not good for the environment. Your powers are not. And then Bane steps on and he's like, okay, Poison Ivy, that's enough. Like, you step off to the side. I'm going to take it from here. And he picks up Superman, holds him above his head, and does the backbreaker, puts him over his knee. We see that there is a breaking news call going on. And Lex Luthor is listening, saying like, oh, in downtown Metropolis, some Batman rogues have shown up, and it seems that the city has taken quite the beating because of it. And Lex calls down to Mercy and says, Mercy, cancel my afternoon. So going back to the beginning, we go to the Batman side of things, and we see Batman is in a bar. He's beating up a whole bunch of the patrons, and there's a sign on the wall that says crisscross, Superman, even odds, underdog, Batman. And he's like, I'm only going to ask this once. What the hell is this? What is crisscross? Tell me what I need to know. And then all of a sudden, he's blasted from the side with some energy. It's Atomic Skull. And he's like, I'll tell you what it means. It means you're going to get your ass kicked. So Batman starts out running Atomic Skull's blast, throws some batarangs. He's like, what, batarangs? You throw 3 little batarangs? You think that's going to do anything to me? And Batman's like, actually, there were 4. And we see that the 4th batarang severed a chandelier above Atomic Skull, causing it to crash down, knocking him down. Batman steps up to investigate, and Skull's just like, you think that's enough to take me out, bro? Yeah, you thought you had me, but my skull's harder than that to crack. So he gets up, grabs Batman by the throat, and Batman... in a panel I want to cut out, just looks at Atomic Skull and says, come. And Atomic Skull's like, I'm sorry, what? And then all of a sudden the Batmobile busts in through the wall and hits Atomic Skull. So when Skull gets up, he's like, oh, geez, what just happened? And then all of a sudden his legs give out from behind him. We see that Batman is entwined Atomic Skull's leg and is dragging him behind the Batmobile. And he's like, let's see how tough that Atomic Skull really is. However, as he's driving, he sees in front of him on the road is Livewire, who's like, well, hello there. He slams on the brakes, which causes Atomic Skull to be able to catch up to the back. He holds on to it, and he's like, oh, no, you're not going anywhere. You're not able to move. And Livewire fires off an electric blast and causes the Batmobile to flip over. So as he looks around, he's like, all the systems are fried. I'm going to have to hope my new modifications are able to do something, or else I'm a dead man walking. And we see, like, his gauntlets get extra metal protection. They start clanking on. So Atomic Skull reaches over to the Batmobile. He's like, oh, hello, let me in, Batman. And Batman's fist comes out and just hooks around the bottom of Atomic Skull's jaw. And we see he's basically wearing the BVS armor. He's wearing the armor suit. And he's like, oh, don't worry about it. I'll meet you outside. So Livewire's like, oh, that's a cool suit. However, I'm still going to be able to toast it. It looks like it requires electronics. So she fires off a shot, hits Batman. Batman's like, oh, one of the abilities of the suit is that I can absorb and redirect energy. So he takes all of Livewire's electricity, blasts it into Atomic Skull. And Livewire's like, okay, well, if that's the way you want to play it, try this on for size. And Batman's like, I don't have to. I remember your weakness. I've already studied up on you. It's water. It's liquids, right? So he opens up a fire hydrant, blasts her with it. She's down on the ground, totally out. All of a sudden, he looks up in the sky and is like, oh, hey, it's Superman. Better late than never, Clark. Wait a minute. Oh, no. In comes Bizarro, who just kicks Batman in the chest, and he is embedded in the pavement. And Bizarro says, like, me Bizarro do bad? And in walks Major Disaster, who's like, I don't really understand what it is you're saying. I don't know how your backward speak works. But if you're asking whether or not you did a good job, yeah. No, hell yeah, you did fine. This is great. You took him out. So he looks down at the ground, looks at Batman saying like, well, we quashed the rodent, but I'm not taking any chances here. And he uses his powers to cause the ground to rise up and forms just like a giant rock encasing around Batman. And he's like, well, we're going to go out with a bang. We see a news report go out that Nightwing and Damian are both listening to and saying like, oh, Gotham, apparently a bunch of metahumans have shown up, and typically they're Superman rogues, but they're here, and it looks like Batman has been taken out. And we see Damian and Nightwing are like, so we're on? And he's like, oh yeah, we're definitely on. And the last pages of the book are both the rogues galleries standing over top of their respective kills, saying like, we did it, we won the bet. The Superman / Batman have been defeated. That's the issue. Very well stylized, very well told, back and forth. I like it. It is a little bit hard to keep track of. I will say, I think it's probably better to read it the way I just said it, because trying to read it page by page, while there are some good parallels happening in terms of like visually and story beats, it is also like jarring in a way. It's a little bit difficult to do, but like I really liked each of the independent art styles. I like the different ways that they represented the things. Batman in Gotham looks absolutely fantastic. I'm trying to figure out if I could figure which of the artists that was. I think that one would be Elia, whatever it is, Elia Bonetti, because that would be. Oh, my bad. No, it is Elia Bonetti. Yeah, I don't know. It's whoever it is. It's fantastic. So I'm gonna say this one honestly, like I gave the last one an 8.5. I think this is still up at the 8.5, if not even a 9. It's a well done issue. It's fantastically well paced. So really no problems with it at all. It's something I can point to and say, like, this is just a great read, top to bottom. Batman Superman number 34, written by Frank Tieri, art by Giuseppe Cafaro. So last issue, Superman got beat by Batman's rogues, and Batman got beat by Superman's rogues. And they were brought in as part of the bet. So we open up this issue, Superman wakes up, he's in kryptonite chains, and Batman's like, hey, good, you're up. I've been trying to get out of this thing for like ever, like for hours now. I need you to snap to it and like do you remember what happened? He's like, yeah, kinda. There was a lot going on there, and I've got kryptonite restraints on me, so I don't think I can really do much. And Batman's like, look, we're gonna have to make our move sooner rather than later, because like this seems like it's about to get messy. And we look over at all the rogues: Croc, Ivy, Clayface, Bane, Bizarro, Major Disaster, Livewire, and Atomic Skull. And they start arguing about who won the bet, because they both brought in the people. And it's amazing to me that there was no condition here of like what happens if you both fail or both win. But regardless, they're just like, yeah, look, we should call it a draw. Croc is like, yeah, there's no way that we could say better or worse or whatever like that. And Major Disaster's like, no. This is, I don't do draws. This is stupid. Like, one of us has to walk out of here a winner. Ivy's like, I just was here to prove I could beat Superman, so I'm out. Like, I don't actually care about your stupid hall pass or whatever. I'm out. And I think it's Atomic Skull is just like, yeah, let the green bean go. One less loser to worry about. So Batman's like, hey, Clark, I need you to heat vision my restraints a little bit, just while they're distracted, while they're not paying attention. And he's like, I got kryptonite on me. It's really hard to do that. And he's like, well, do something. So it's a super weak beam. It's barely hitting like the ropes or whatever like that. He's like, all right, just keep it up. We'll see how long it takes, whatever. So as everyone's arguing up against each other, Major Disaster, being the snotty little bitch he is just like, well, the odds will be in our favor after all. Like, you saw the odds of us winning before, like it was against us. And then Bane's just like, well, look, we all know where this is going. Bam, punches Major Disaster in the face, and now it's an all-out brawl between the Superman rogues and the Batman rogues. Bizarro uses his freeze vision on Killer Croc, and is like, Bizarro not smells something burning. And he walks over to where Batman and Superman are, just as Batman's about to have his restraints breaking. And Bizarro's just like, you not try to escape, Bizarro not hate that. And he's just like, okay, Bizarro, sorry to hear that, but I'm also happy about this. And Batman puts his restraints around Bizarro's face and is like, we already weakened the bonds. I just need to use the toughness of your face to break them. And he snaps the bonds open, and Batman's gotten free. However, in doing so, everyone has stopped their fighting, and it's just like, oh, Batman's escaped. I think we all can come together and take him out. Why not? However, that's where Nightwing busts into the door and is just like, oh yeah, well, let's even the odds a little bit. I'm going to kick all your collective asses. So as he comes in, we see Batman and Nightwing start teaming up. They're ready to do the fight. Robin comes in from the back and is just like, hey, Superman, looks like you're currently bound by kryptonite chains. Here you go. And he uses like a blowtorch or something to be able to break through. And he's like, thank you, Robin. You have my gratitude. So Superman rushes into the fight, immediately punches Major Disaster in the face. He's like, I've been wanting to do this for a while. So they jump in, they're ready to go. We see Major Disaster and Bane basically claim the main two. They want to go up against their own guys and leaving the other 6 to Nightwing and Damian. It's basically not even a fight. Major Disaster immediately gets his ass handed to him with a few well-placed Superman punches to the face. Bane starts doing the whole thing of like, I broke you and I'll do it again. And then Batman just headbutts him, and then again, few punches to the face. They're both down for the count. However, turns out that Damian and Nightwing could not hold their own against the other 6 rogues. So it's like, yep, now you got to face all 6 of us, and we were able to take you down before, so seems like you don't have very good odds. And then all of a sudden a little ball rolls in, and it explodes. And Batman and Superman are like, what the hell just happened? And in steps Lex Luthor saying, I think the word you're looking for are thank you. And we see all the rogues are down. They're just out. And it's just like, wait, what, Lex, what the hell was that? And it's like, oh, it was a EEG egg. I developed it myself. It immediately fires off electrical activity in people's brains and basically just knocks them all out. I'm guessing that Batman's cowl and Superman's alien physiology are the only things that kept you two up. So whatever. And Superman's like, why would you help us? He's like, I didn't. I don't give a damn about you. The news report said that Metropolis was being attacked, and Metropolis is my goddamn city. It belongs to me, and Superman, you better remember that. And Batman, keep better control of your goddamn rogues, because otherwise you're going to hear from Lex goddamn Luthor. I'm out. Don't let me save your sorry asses again. And he just walks out, and Batman and Superman are like, geez, I mean, thanks, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, we see Croc and Livewire trapped up in the back of a van. They're going to prison. And Croc's like, you know what the problem was? We got too cocky. We shouldn't have gotten involved in some stupid argument about who has the better rogue gallery. You know, like, who cares? And Livewire's like, Croc, shut up. I just want to enjoy my freedom before I get into jail. And then we cut over to a bar named Jimmy's. And Clark and Bruce are just sitting there enjoying a beer, and Bruce is like, geez, that Lex is something else, right? And Clark's like, oh yeah, no, just imagine having to deal with him like every single day. Nightmare. And Bruce is like, still, I mean, it's not like he's the Joker. And Clark is like, I'm sorry, are you saying that my egomaniacal man with masterminds and vast resources and all that is not any more difficult than a clown? And Bruce is like, oh, just a clown. Yeah, I mean, you try dealing with just a clown sometimes. And Superman's basically like, okay, you want to compare this? All right, Brainiac, Metallo, Mongol, Zod, Cyborg Superman. Did I mention Doomsday? To which Bruce is like, oh, yeah, Two-Face, Mr. Freeze, Deadshot, Catwoman, Scarecrow, Ra's al Ghul, and the entire League of Assassins. And Clark's like, yeah, it's all impressive, but like my rogues gallery did end up beating you. And Bruce is like, yeah, well, mine end up beating you too. He's like, well, there's only one way to settle this. Bruce is like, you want to do a bet? And then they just laugh, clinking each other's beers together. And this is like, yeah, by the way, I would win, Clark. Just want to be clear. And Clark's like, yeah, you wish, bye. And he flies off. The end. I don't know how I feel about Lex succeeding. Like, that's everything else in this issue is great. I do not have a negative thing to say about it, especially the ending there where it's like, yeah, but like, come on, I'd kick your ass. Like, absolutely great. The idea that Nightwing and Damian come in and they fail, but then Lex comes in and easily succeeds, strikes me like they're specifically are saying Superman's rogues gallery is better, you know? Like, that's, I don't know. I feel like there was a way to better balance that, because that's clearly what the book is going for. It's going for this idea of like, yeah, we all know the story, who would win in a fight or whatever like that. And the answer is you're never going to get an answer. But it feels like that one tiny element is the thing where they're saying, yeah, no, Superman clearly wins. Like, there's no way, like, absolutely. Because Lex Luthor took care of them, and Superman can take care of Lex Luthor. The only thing I think would have possibly worked is if they instead did like a Justice League villain or something. But I don't know how you square that as to why he would bother to help Superman. So have Diana come in. That would work. Have Diana be the one to come in. You don't have Nightwing and Damian come in at all, and then Diana comes in and just like, boom, you both are stupid, and just walk away. Or Flash or whoever. So yeah, no, it's great. This entire storyline, all of it, fantastic. I feel like the ending could have been nailed a little bit better, but still fantastic. So Yeah. This issue, I think I'll just say an 8 instead of an 8.5 like the last two, but it's did I say fantastic? It's fantastic. Earth 2 Society number 13, written by Dan Abnett, art by Federico Dallocchio. So last issue was the end of the whole, oh no, we're going to launch a war thing, and then Green Lantern gave up his ring in order to power all of the planet. And then we found out Ultrahumanite is a thing. So this issue picks up with a young girl named Anya, who is being indoctrinated by a mysterious figure. It's Ultrahumanite. They just don't tell you that till the end of the issue, but she apparently goes by the name of Scalpel, and she says, oh, I'm 9 years old, but due to gene manipulation and some other stuff, I'm now 17 functionally. And it asks where her parents are, and she says, oh, I don't remember my birth parents. I was placed on an ARC ship here to Earth 2, and now you are my parents. Voice from off panel, and it's like, oh, and what is the purpose of your life? And Scalpel says, to conquer Earth 2 in your name so that we may rule over it. So we get Hawkgirl. She's flying back from Amazonia, from Fury, in order to talk to the people, and we see her coming across the city of like, oh, wow, things have changed significantly. This guy, everything's green. That's crazy. Flash and Power Girl come in and say, oh, Kendra, it's been so long. What's going on? How's it going? She's like, okay, cards on the table. I'm not alone, you guys, and I want you guys to understand everything going on. Drop the cloak, and then all of a sudden, appearing behind them is this massive-ass invisible jet, and Fury steps out, and Kendra's like, I would like you to meet the leader of the Amazons, and they would like a moment of your time. Let's call together the panel. So I guess, you know, all the superheroes or whatever are being called the Wonders, and Sandman is talking with Commander Sato, and they basically just have a philosophical debate where Sato's like, I don't like this. I don't like everything that's going on here. Did I say Sato? I meant Sandman. And Sato's just like, what? You don't like a bunch of stuff. What's specifically about this? He's like, I don't know who Batman is. I don't like the fact that he's got his own little secret things going on. He's also not like particularly good at this sort of thing. He's got his own stuff going on. Also, Fury just showed up. Like, she was a heir to Apocalypse in this whole thing. Like, that's a problem. What if she's a supervillain? And Sato's like, I don't think supervillains are really a thing anymore. To which he's like, excuse me, Nimbus, Dr. Impossible, Johnny Star, all the stuff we just dealt with like an arc ago. And it's like, no. Those are bad people, yes. But like, we're, you know, Sinestro, Brainiac, Vandal Savage, those people don't exist anymore. We don't really have that caliber of villain. And he's like, fine, whatever, I just don't like it. So we then get another kid whose name is Eli. He goes by the name Grief, same sort of thing. He was an orphan, doesn't remember his parents. He is functionally 15 years old, but he's actually younger. And just like, oh yes, my purpose is to serve you and overthrow the Wonders that will allow you to rule Earth 2. And then we get the panel. We get all the Wonders have gathered up, and Fury's basically there saying like, hello, my friend Hawkgirl has told me that I should be direct and transparent with you all. So here's the deal. Amazonia has a great deal of technology, and we've also got a pretty cool culture and whatnot, and we think that it would benefit the people of Earth 2 if we could offer up our proven ability for leadership and governance. And immediately Flash is like, are you saying you want to be in charge, Fury? Because, like, we just got done with democracy and all that stuff. And she's like, look, I saw your society. It was on collapse and all that stuff. I felt it was my moral duty to step in. And they're like, and invade? And it's just like, no, just institute my will and security by any means necessary. And it's like, that seems pretty bad, man. To which Fury's like, look, that was the plan. Old plan. Then I saw what Alan Scott did. He gave up his power selflessly in order to make sure the planet's cool. That inspired me. I now want to come to you and just offer up whatever we have. Amazonians and Atlanteans. They're on board too. And they're like, okay, where's the Atlantean queen? It's like, we thought it was better that only one of us showed up, because if we both showed up, you might take that the wrong way. And it's like, all right, yeah, fair enough. That's reasonable. So as they're talking, basically Khalid, the Dr. Fate, raises a hand and he's like, question, you're saying Amazonia and all that stuff. Where did the Amazons come from? Like, they weren't on a ship. How did we get the Amazons here? And he's like, okay, I told this entire story in a previous issue, but, and then she just explains the idea of the Pandora's casket, the idea that it had the souls of the Amazons, and it overwrote the genetic biology of all the people who were dying of like radiation sickness or whatever. So we cut to a conversation outside afterwards where Power Girl's talking to Huntress, and Power Girl's like, did you buy any of that? Like, any of that? And Huntress like, I don't know. It's a lot. She's talking a lot about stuff here, but if she does have that ability, the Pandora casket or vessel or whatever it's called, it's saying that like it can bring back the past. I mean, that's kind of a thing, right? And that's where Khalid comes out being like, look, I've been having visions, Dr. Fate kind of visions, and I see Hawkgirl leading us to salvation. And I think it all makes sense now, because if the casket of Pandora thing can bring back the Amazons, what's stopping it from bringing back our entire world? Like all of the original Earth before we lost it. And Power Girl and Hunter's like, are you serious, man? And he's like, I think that's actually a possibility. So Batman, Dick Grayson's listening from off panel, and he's just like, how serious are you though? Like, is that like should we really look into this sort of thing? Because like, that's a major thing right now. And Huntress steps up being like, hey, it seems like you've got a personal stake in this. He's like, we lost everything, Helena. Okay, I lost my wife and my son and our entire world, and I kept on looking for them on this planet, but like, I can't find them. And if we could get them back, if I could get my wife and my son back, Jesus, do you know what that means? And Khalid's like, okay, so that, it's a bit personal, but I do genuinely believe we can stop fighting over this shell of a world and like get our old world back. I think that's a thing. And then we get one more thing, which the name of Dick Grayson's son was John. We open up with a kid named John who says, hello, my name is John, or it used to be. Now I answer to fire pattern. My actual age is 6, but I look 16. And the voice says, like, do you remember your birth family? And it's like, no, my father saw that I was put onto one of the escape ships, but then I hadn't seen him again, and it's been over a year, so surely he must be dead, because otherwise wouldn't he have been looking for me? And that's where we finally get the reveal of Ultra Humanite being like, yes, you are alone, except for me. I am your parents now. I am the one who tells you what is right and wrong and all that stuff. I have trained you up to be able to reshape our world to my vision and whatnot, and everything was going super freaking cool. However, I've gotten word that this Pandora's casket, this vessel, and Fury, all that is going to be a problem. And so therefore, we need to stop that. We're going to go in and we're going to take that vessel away, and we're going to use it to reshape the world in my image. So that's what's happening. There's no genius on Earth that can match Ultra Humanite. And we see all these kids put on masks and fly off in various directions. So I guess, they all have patterns or powers as well. Cool. Yeah, fine. Obviously, getting back to John's lost son, that's a thing. I will say, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong about this. I remember that Dick Grayson's son was put on a ship along with Barda and I think Fury. I might be wrong. It may have been some other female Fury, but like I think Fury was the other one. So the fact that she's back here and then we're also going to have him pop in, I wonder if that's all going to like turn together into one big thing of like, oh no, you had my son and you lost him or whatever else like that. And like the explanation as to how he ended up in Ultra Humanite's hands. I'm down for that. I'm interested in seeing how that goes. So all in all, it's fine. It's good. Again, I like the idea that they're playing with larger concepts here and not just villain doing bad thing. The resource war was a good idea. The fact that now the planet has power and it has whatever, but now they're offered up this idea of we could have a chance to completely restore our old world, like no downsides. That's interesting, and I want to see how they play with that. So I'm going to say this one 7.5. I'm interested in the ideas. I like the concepts that they're playing with, and I want to see how it plays out. Earth 2 Society number 14, written by Dan Abnett, art by Federico Dallocchio and Angel Hernandez. So last issue, Fury showed up, had a thing called the Pandora vessel, and everyone started speculating that it could restore the old Earth too, including Ultra Humanite, who took a bunch of orphan kids and turned them into super weapons. This issue picks up with Fury basically saying, no, we're not going to try that. That's a stupid idea. You have no idea how dangerous the vessel is. We definitely shouldn't do that. And Batman steps up like, well, maybe it's not up to you to decide, huh? How about that? And Fury immediately pulls out a whip like, you want to go, man? You want to see who is right to decide? And immediately Huntress and Hawkgirl step in like, okay, hold on, everyone calm down. We don't want to cause any like major things here, whatever. And Khalid, Dr. Fate's just like, look, if the Pandora casket are the things that you described, if it's a whole thing there, then we could save this world and recreate the people that we lost from our previous Earth and all that. And Fury's like, do you think I haven't considered this? Like, yeah, no, I thought about it, but like it has never been used on such a large scale, and it's volatile, it's dangerous. And Fate's just like, well, I've gotten visions. And those visions say that it's a world of resurrected and lives redeemed. So we got hope. Maybe we should go ahead and give it a shot because like my visions are pretty good. And Fury's like, I get that, but like maybe you're not seeing the whole picture. Maybe this is something else. It was risky for me to do it the first time. I dare not do it a second time. And Power Girl tries to say like, well, maybe. It's like, no. It's too risky. We could lose everything. And it's like, okay, well, we barely have anything to begin with here. And it's like, yeah, but at least you have something. There's a chance that we leave this equation with nothing. We could come out on flat zero here. So they're saying like, look, maybe we just have to consider it as an option. And so it's like, look, Batman, you seem really intent on this. You got maybe some other like baggage here as to the reason why you want this to happen. He's like, I just care about our world a whole lot. And it's like, yeah, wife, family, what about, you got something there, man? He's like, I don't know, I just common good, that's all that sort of thing. And Fury's like, look, regardless, I'm the one with the casket thing, so who's the one who should have final say? I don't want to be treated as this horrible like outcast or whatever like that. I'm coming to you wanting to be accepted into the major world here, and if I do something like this and it fails, you think that's going to look good on me? And it's just like, fair enough, like we see that, but it's still something we should like maybe put to a vote. So at this point we've got all of the kids from Ultra Humanite are flying in, and it's like, all right, our attack run commences in 2 minutes, ready to go. So we cut over to Power Girl, who's talking to Alan, and Alan's like, she has every right to like tell us no, and by all means we shouldn't. Like, it's good to see that Fury's actually showing restraint. That's not something we've gotten from her before. And Power Girl's like, I get that, but we're barely hanging on here. Your ring is great and all, but like there's still so much that's missing. If we could get the old world back, like, come on, what if we can make that happen? And Alan's just like, look, if she thinks it's too great of a risk and she's the one who knows the most about it, we should trust her on that. If we want to put it to a vote, put it to the council, whatever, I think they're going to say the same thing, that a guaranteed shell of a world is better than no world at all. So we then cut up to Fury, who's talking with Batman, and Fury's just like, okay, look, we're out of earshot of everybody else. What's up, man? Why do you want me to do this so badly? And he takes off his helmet. He's like, my name's Dick Grayson. I lost my wife during all the war stuff, and then my son, I lost him somewhere on the way here. I don't know where he might be, anywhere. I don't know. I've been looking for him ever since. But like, I do not think that I should be Batman. Like, I was trained by Helena and Wildcat. Like, by all means, they're good teachers. But the only reason I'm doing this is I'm so desperate to get my son back, and I've been running into that sort of wall constantly. And it's just, this is all I got right now. And now that I have this chance here, I want to take it. And she's like, look, Thomas Wayne must have seen great potential in you to hand down the thing of Batman. And it's like, we were in the middle of Convergence, okay? Like, there wasn't a lot of other options he had. Also, I can't even walk without this suit. So yeah, I'm just a widower and a father who lost a child. Like, that's all that I am. And that's me in the bat suit. And Fury basically gives him a pep talk saying like, look, being a hero is hard. I know, trust me, you can call me that. By the way, you can call me Donna. That's my name. Don't have to call me Fury. But we are allowed to grow. We are allowed to change. So, maybe basically she's just saying like, look, I know you're a father, you lost some things. Thomas Wayne also lost some things, and he still managed to find you as like a surrogate son, and like that didn't stop him from being Batman. So all this stuff. And then as soon as they're in the middle of their talk, the window they're talking next to just explodes with energy. We see they're called the Humanites show up, and it's just like, all right, secure the casket. And Fury's like, over my dead body. However, in the explosion, Grayson's exosuit got broken, so he's now unable to walk. He's just on the ground. He's like, oh no. Immediately the Humanites are attacking this tower. Sandman and Sato are like, scramble everything, code black, code 12, whatever you want to call it. It's going nuts. Ultra Humanites just watching via camera. He's like, funny. So everyone's running off to do whatever they can. We have one of them named Turncoat who calls in to Ultra Humanite and says, hey, I got Power Girl in front of me. Do you want me to eliminate? And he's just like, oh, of course. Yes, do it. So Turncoat gets a hold of Power Girl and basically pulls a rogue, drains her of her powers, uses them for herself, and then Power Girl's just like left unconscious on the floor. She then goes up to Alan Scott, who of course has no powers at this point, and just like, my father says to murder you, your death will be quick. My father, by the way, is Ultra Humanite. And Alan Scott's like, oh, Ultra Humanite. At that point, Val-Zod comes in. He's not wearing the S at this point, but he flies in, still being a superhero. And they start getting into a punch-out brawl because they both have Kryptonian powers. We see Steel, Huntress, Flash, and Red Tornado run in. And it's like, all right, we got hostiles. Treat all of them as hostile. And then the kid named Scalpel comes up and says, my name's Scalpel, and just does a thing with her hand, just a whoosh. And Steel is cut in half, just like straight down the middle of his torso. He is losing blood fast. And Flash is like, oh my God, oh God. Oh, gee, I didn't think anything could cut through Commander Steel, but here he is. He's dying. He's bleeding out. And there's like, Flash, you need to focus. Get him to the infirmary. We'll take care of these people here. So Flash runs off to go do that. Just like, hold on, Steel, Jesus. Tornado tries doing a tornado to take care of things. Hawkgirl's firing off gunshots. Like, everyone's just going nuts. And they figure like, okay, why would they attack? What are they after? Let's see what they're focused on. And they quickly come to the determination of it's probably Fury. Whatever is going on has to do with Fury or, of course, the Pandora casket that she brought. So she ends up getting blasted in the back by Fire Pattern, who, if you remember last issue, is actually Dick Grayson's son. And he calls back and he's like, Father, I am within spitting distance of the casket. I'm going to go ahead and get it. And it's like, perfect. Good job, Fire Pattern. However, he looks over and he sees Dick Grayson, who is unhelmeted at this point. And Batman's just like, oh, you're going to have to get past me. And John's like, I know your face. Daddy? And immediately he's like, wait, what? John? My boy. And then that's where the issue ends. Yeah. I don't know. It's I like it. I did a horrible job of like trying to get over all the philosophy and stuff that Fury and Grayson were talking about, but it's a good sequence. I really don't think it's that bad. I will say the Humanites feel, I don't know, Fire Pattern himself, like the fact that it's John and all that, and clearly we were doing a thing of like, oh, I've been trained by Ultra Humanite, and then I see my real dad and like I recognize him. Like, I'm sure we're gonna have some crisis of like brainwashing or anything like that. That's fine for him, but I feel like the other ones are so OP. Like the fact that we get like, oh yeah, Power Girl, the number one hitter, depowered. Steel, basically invulnerable, boom, cut in half. Like, it's kind of setting me up for however this ends. I'm hoping that they have a reasonable way to take out the Humanites. Because if it's just going to be a thing of like, oh, we just punched him really hard. I'm like, no, they should have wiped the floor with you based off that first appearance. Now, maybe you can argue they were caught off guard, that this was a surprise attack, but still, like, they seem like they are way outclassing our wonders here. So, yeah, I mean, I'm down for if we're doing a Dick Grayson and reuniting with his son thing, who's been aged up. That's interesting as well. I'm down for it, and I want to see if we're making some major changes here. I mean, we just killed Steel, theoretically. I mean, I say that. He might be fine, but he didn't look good. He looked like he was cut in half. So I'm going to say this is I'll say a flat 7. it's not that this issue is bad. It's just kind of like in my head, I'm looking at directions it can go, and I'm already feeling a little let down. But there's nothing to say it's going to do that, and that's just my own little metatextual reading on there. So 7, we'll see what happens. Earth 2 Society number 15, written by Dan Abnett, art by Tony Harris and Angel Hernandez. And, I mean, last issue, Ultrahumanites kid army called the Humanites started attacking the tower. They were after Fury's casket, and Dick Grayson's son was one of them, and they recognized each other. So I just need to say up front, Tony Harris, fine enough artist. I think his artwork is perfectly suited for some books, but boy howdy, reading it in trade like almost back to back here, did it stand out. It is very cartoony, a little bit more thicker lined, and it's got some growing changes, especially when we switch back over to Angel Hernandez. Anyway, John is not immediately attacking Dick Grayson, his father, and Ultraman's like, what are you doing? Get the casket, kill Batman. And he's like, but I can't. He's my daddy. And it's like, wait a minute, John, son, listen to me. It's okay. Everything's okay. And he's like, excuse me, that's not your dad. Your name is Fire Pattern, and you are my son, and you are going to kill him. Take the casket now. And Fire Pattern takes off his mask. He's like, no, that's my daddy. I'm going to see my daddy. And then Fury gets up and like grabs him around the throat, and he's like, don't worry, Batman. I've got him. I'll take care of business for you. And immediately he's like, Fury, I swear, that's my son. That's my son. Don't kill him. Don't kill my son. He's like, wait, what? So Fire Pattern, John, I'll call him John, gets down. He manages to get one up on Fury and like escapes her grip and just jumps out the window. Batman fires off a tracking device that just barely lands on his arm as he flies out. And he's like, oh, John. Remember, at this point, Batman cannot walk either. His suit's been damaged. So in comes Huntress and Red Arrow, and it's like, okay, looks like everyone's basically bailing. We've still got a hold on Pandora's casket. Like, it was a heart attack, but we're all pretty much through this, and we've won. And Batman calls over to Huntress. He's like, Huntress, come here. And she's like, hey, oh, God, your suit's damaged. Don't worry, I'll get you down. And he's like, screw that. Don't care. I just put a tracker on a kid. You need to go after him. And she's like, hey, Batman, we need to rest up first. We'll go after this kid army. He's like, that's my son. And Huntress, without even like asking another question, jumps out the window. Is immediately on the trail. Red Arrow's like, wait, what? So we cut over to John, and he's getting mental messages from Ultrahumanite. And he's basically, Ultrahumanite is just like, you messed up, kid. That was our shot. And you were there, and you had it in your hands. Like, it was right there, and you suck. You messed up. You screwed it all up. And he's like, shut up. Yeah, my daddy's alive. I just saw him. And he's like, no, you shut up. Hey, you were one of my top students. You were really great. I considered you a son. And now you just totally messed it up. You were of no use to me. And then all of a sudden it's like brain zaps, and he starts falling to the ground. So we cut back over to the tower. Everyone's figuring out where we're at, what's going on. Apparently there's 18 staff dead, and Steel is still on the operating table, and Flash like banging on the glass like, you gotta save him. And the doctor's like, I can't pierce his skin. Like, how am I supposed to patch this up if I can't put in sutures? So Sandman points out, like, okay, they left the Neotropolis area, so they either got what they wanted or we drove them off. And Val-Zod's like, they didn't get what they wanted. They wanted the casket, and they didn't do it. Fury and Batman protected it the whole time. Power Girl is being carried by Val-Zod, and she's like, oh, it's all right. My powers are coming back. I'm not dead. I'm not completely depowered forever. So it's like, all right, well, how in the hell, like, who were they? Why did they know about the casket? Where do they come from? And that's where Alan Scott comes in being like, it's Ultrahumanite. I heard one of them say Ultrahumanite. They specifically called him Daddy. That was weird. But also, Ultrahumanite's an alpha level threat. So, like, has he just been chilling on Earth 2 this whole time? And it's like, well, yeah, he's a telepath. He probably, like, snuck right past people, and he's just been using mind control to get whatever he needs over time. Like, that's probably is. And that's also probably, he probably knows about Fury's casket thing because, again, he's got spies everywhere. So at that point, Fury comes in just like, hey, we're all good. I put the casket down in the vault, and there's no way anyone's ever going to get to it. Not while I'm alive. And Val-Zod's like, that's good. That's cool. Thank you. But he just wiped the floor with us, Fury. So, you know, that's still kind of an issue. And Power Girl's like, excuse me, we were taken off guard. And it's like, nah, it's not an excuse. He is very strong, and he is able to do whatever going on here. So Val-Zod basically puts forward and says, look, I think the only way we can truly be safe here is by destroying the casket. And she's like, with all due respect, Falzad, shove it up your ass. And he's like, immediately they start getting at each other, just like, look, you're not touching it. That thing is coming from me, all that stuff. And Tornado tries to calm things down. She's like, look, I came here for new peace and an era. Like, yes, whatever that is, it is a relic of Themyscira, and I will not allow it to be destroyed, no matter what the risk may be to everyone else. And he's just like, it may destroy the world. So they're yelling at each other, and then Flash comes in and says, hey, everyone shut up. I don't care what's going on. Steel is dead. Steel died on the operating table. He's not going to make it. Like, he's totally gone. And everyone has their solemn moment. They're like, oh, God, how could this happen? And then Alan Scott's like, hey, all right, Sandman, I need you to open up a comms channel. And it's like, okay, to who? It's like, anyone. Ultrahumanite is so ridiculously super intelligent that, like, he's definitely going to be listening on any channel that we have. He knows everything we're talking about anyway. So I'm going to reach out to him, and I'm going to try to play on his better nature and see whether or not, if he wants to change the world for the better, maybe we could work together on this. So Ultrahumanite, you hear this shit? And then Ultrahumanite just pops up on the screen. He's like, yeah, I hear this shit. What do you want? Like, I call you Green Lantern, but you're not, because you gave up your ring. And, like, fair enough. How noble. How great of you. You solved the planet's energy crisis. But by example, you showed us how we can all come together for the common good. After all, we are all in this together, right? And he's like, yeah, you get it, Ultrahumanite. So, I mean, we could stand side by side, right? Totally. And Ultrahumanite's like, look, fighting for what one believes in has its own merit. You, or Green Lantern, could have stopped me, but I know that even though you give it the power, you still yearn for that ring. You still want to have it back. It calls to you as it's down in that energy processing plant. And one act of will, one thought from you, and it can fly up, and that power is yours again. And he's like, look, yeah, and the world is plunged into darkness. I'm not going to do that. I resist the urge for the benefit of every man, woman, and child on the planet. And Ultrahumanite's like, all right, good for you. And Alan's like, and what about you? Like, are you going to resist that urge? And he's like, you just watched what I could do. And that's not even my full power. Yeah, I got an army of superpower kids and all that who can easily wipe the floor with you. But I also have genetically modified super beasts as well that I'm just waiting to let off the leash. So I could do literally any of that. And with one word, your entire world will fall to me. But I'm going to try to make this real easy for you and not result in all the bloodshed. Give me the Pandora casket. And Alan says, no. And he says, you know, I'm very inventive. Like, I don't just need to, like, brainwash and do all that stuff. My mind control abilities have other ways. For instance, I developed a device that can amplify via digital broadcast. And immediately Adam's just like, come to me, my ring. So the ring flies off the energy thing. The whole world is plunged into darkness, and it goes back into Alan's finger. And he's evil. He's working for the villain. He's working for Ultrahumanite. And he tells everyone, oh, submit or perish now. And I swear to God, like, I don't know who these people, I think it's Sandman, is just incinerated. Like, just dead. Then Sato, head first into a wall with the head exploding. And Zod's just like, Jesus, man, stop. And he's like, oh, there's no Jesus here. There's no God anymore. It's just me. So he immediately starts zapping the wonders, starts moving them out, and he's like, I'm going to go down to the central vault, and I'm going to grab the casket, and none of you can stop me. So, yeah, he just dives down, and that's it. That's Power Girl says, somebody stop him! All right. Look, I appreciate what we're doing here. In the last issue, I said that I was a bit worried that the Humanites are a bit too strong, in that when we do finally overcome the odds and be able to, like, do something here, that it's going to feel cheap. It's going to feel like, well, you shouldn't have really been able to do that. I'm expanding it now to Ultrahumanite as well, because, like, he apparently has a whole thing of monsters, and he's able to control minds of, like, the strongest possible willpower just over a TV feed. Yeah, they should all be dead. I'm curious to see how we're not all going to be dead. But beyond that, I mean, it's a good issue. I like that. Again, there's a little bit of diciness when it comes to the Tony Harris art. It's good art. I want to make that clear, but it's very jarring when we switch back over to the Angel Hernandez. And considering that makes up that style, that more house style makes up most of the rest of the books, it's very weird to have. And then on top of that, the only other thing is that I I feel like, and this is not, they can do whatever they want. It's Earth 2. Literally, they could get away with just like blowing up an entire world. So clearly that's on the table. But I am getting the vibe with Steel dying, Sandman dying, and Sato dying. We're not looking at this being permanent. Like, something's going to happen where it's like undone. Maybe that's what the casket will be used for. I don't know. But it's feeling like this is something where we're committing just one too many main character, named character deaths in order to get to that point. But regardless, 7.5. I'm enjoying myself. I think this is a solid arc still, much like I was the last one. Yeah, nothing else really to be said. I'm just looking forward to the next bit. Earth 2 Society, Annual Number 1, written by Dan Abnett, art by Bruno Redondo and Diogenes Neves. Boy, what a tag team there, art-wise. Just beautiful. So, last issue, we had John, the son of Dick Grayson Batman, escaping and being told off by Ultra Humanite for rebelling. Huntress gave chase, and that's kind of played up in this issue. And also Dick Grayson's exosuit was damaged, so he had to repair that. This issue, we open up with Grief, one of the other Humanites, is attacking John because he's no longer he is now persona non grata, and he's being attacked. Meanwhile, as this is happening, the narration over top is Dick Grayson doing some mechanical work on the Batsuit. He's basically reinventing it, doing some upgrades, and he's basically saying the original Batman died in the line of duty. He was a brave man, a wonder, like no one can deny that. After that, his father took up the mantle, and he was a much more brutal Batman. He did all that stuff. But he also died in the line of duty. During Convergence, he did that stuff. And so you've got the father and son. It's like a story of like one died for the other and then all this stuff. But then the mantle is left vacant. And so now you just have this rando. You have this other guy, Dick Grayson, who comes in. He has no purpose. His son is lost. And that's where he becomes Batman. And it seems like there is a cycle where anytime that Earth 2 is on the brink of disaster, Batman dies. He sacrifices himself for the world, and he does whatever is needed here. He does what he has to. And is it now time for another heroic sacrifice? Is this what happens? Is it an ancient myth that always needs repeating, that Batman must die to save the world? And now that I'm Batman, do I have to do that now? And we see the person he's talking to is John. It is his son. And this son's like, but? And he's like, yes, exactly, there's a but. The but is you. Like, right now, in what might be my last few hours, you're here, my son, the only reason I was doing this to begin with, the only thing that gave me the purpose and the drive, and now I don't even know if I can be Batman anymore. And what happens to Batman when the cycle comes around again? So we get to 3 hours earlier. After John fell out of the sky, we see Ultra Humanite. It's like, all right, you cool? Did you think about how much you screwed up and how much you want me to take you back, son? And he's like, you're not my dad. I saw my daddy. And Ultra Humanite's like, oh, you failed and you did all this stuff. And what now? Now you rebel against your programming? I still have a place for you if you can repent. Come on, bow down to your father. And he's like, no, please, you lied to me. He's like, what? How did I lie to you? He's like, you said my father was dead. He wasn't. I saw him. He's like, that guy's not your father. Hey, you've been here for an entire year, and he never found you. He was never even looking for you. You really want that for a father? I'm the one who looked after you. He is an enemy. And it's like, no, shut up. He's my daddy. I like my daddy. And then at that point, Huntress shows up, and it's like, it looks like she's like flying in for a punch. She's like, John! She instead is just like, look, I need you to come with me. Your dad sent me to find you. He put a tracker on you. Here it is. Here, that's how I found you. That's the whole thing. Right now he can't walk. Don't worry. That's a whole thing that's taken care of. You don't need to worry about that totally. But your dad just wants you safe. And Ultra Humanite sees all this, just like, another one. Okay, Grief, I need you to go in and do some cleanup because like he's got it. Fire Pattern, the name of John, has to be erased before he can release our secrets. So this other kid, Grief, comes in and just immediately starts wrecking shop. Helena says, okay, John, get out of here. I'll take care of this. And John's like, no, you don't understand. This guy, he's like the number one strongest. You're not going to, he's like, shut up, get out of here and run. So Grief starts swinging punches and Helena's dodging all around. And then we cut back to later, after all that stuff. And John's just sitting there talking to his dad. His dad's working on the bat suit, and is like, "Who's Helena?" It's like, "Oh, it's Bruce Wayne's daughter. She's my friend and all that." And it's like, "Oh, so she's part of the Batman legacy then?" And it's like, I mean, yeah, she's the head of the Wayne Foundation, and she asked me to run it, and then she gave me jurisdiction over Gotham and taking over the role of Batman. And he's like, "Okay, so you answer to Helena then?" It's like, "No, I don't answer her. She just gave me her blessing," and that whole thing. It's like, well, then why can't she be Batman? Like, if this whole thing is a family role of the son has it, then the father has it, surely that means it should go down to the daughter next, right? And it's like, no, look, it's complicated. She was already Huntress. We need to have a Huntress. She shouldn't be the one who steps up into that. And it's like, all right, well, why shouldn't she die saving the world? That seems much more thing. And Grayson's like, no, it's not like that. That's not what it is. Look, I don't even know if anyone's going to die, but this fight is going to get ugly. It's going to be real messed up. And when we talk about the fate of the world, you know, that used to be an abstract. And then our world exploded, so it's no longer really an abstract anymore. And they talk about the casket. They talk about the idea of, like, there's a chance that we can remake the world. We can fix it. We can change all this stuff here. But if Ultra Humanite gets his grubby little mitts on it, he's going to change the world in his own image. And that's a really, really, really bad thing. So at that point, it's like, yeah, so that's why we're trying to fight against him. What did Ultra Humanite teach you? Like, what did he do to you? And John's like, I don't remember. He found me young, and I thought I had no mother or father, and he looked after us. He made a bunch of things, and he made us the Humanites, and he made us age up really quickly. And I mean, now I got powers. I can shoot fire from my hands. And we see he, like, does that, and Dick's just like, he turned you into a soldier. And he's like, yeah, I suppose, but, like, we were only fighting for what we believed in. We believed in the survival of the world. And isn't that what you do? And we see the Huntress fight still going on against Grief. And she is kicking ass. She's really, like, sending this guy to the wall. And Dick cuts back and he's like, yeah, I mean, that's the idea. But, I mean, look at the bat suit. It looks pretty hollow to me right now. And John's like, why is that? And he's like, well, it's because you're back. I was empty. I had nothing. I was just running on pure rage and sorrow and all that stuff. Every dark thought I had. And, like, I just kept on going because of that. But now here you are, you're alive. Like, how am I supposed to continue being Batman? Like, the moment I saw you, I just knew, like, this is kind of done. And we cut back over to the fight. And again, she's still kicking ass. But he's basically saying, or John says, Dad, it couldn't have been the moment. You know, you were Batman. There's no way that you just lost that all in an instant. Were you already having doubts before that? And he's like, yeah, I mean, you're right. You're as smart as your mom. Stop doing that. But, like, yeah, I've always had this feeling deep down that I'm not a real Batman. I'm not good at being Batman. You have Bruce, you had Thomas, you have Helena, all of them, top of their game, expert fighters. Bruce literally had no peers at all. He trained Helena. And then, yeah, Helena has been training me. And, like, it's been good. It's been fine. But at the same point, I'm not as good. I'm not, like, on that same level. And I've also been learning from Ted Grant and all that stuff. But, like, look at her. She's at the peak of her game. She's so good that, like, Power Girl and Green Lantern consider her an equal. I'm not on that. And I don't think I ever will be on that. So, yeah, I don't think that I can do that sort of thing here. And John chimes in like, yeah, I saw her fighting against Grief, who's like the #1 top guy in Ultra Humanite's forces. She was incredible. And it's like, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That's that. But that's not me. I'm just an ordinary person. And he basically says, look, I worked hard. I pushed myself. I learned from my mistakes. I did all that. But it was always by the skin of my teeth. I was Batman, like, just barely. I was just squeaking by. But I'm not really, and the only thing I had going for me is the rage I had at not having you. But now you're here, and all that rage is just gone. Like, I have you back. So, yeah, at this point, I'm thinking I just call it quits, and, like, I quit out and I resign before I screw anything up too badly. Like, now that you're here, I can be a father again. And John says, Ultra Humanite was my father. And Dick is just like, what? And he's like, no, that's what he offered. That's what he wanted to. And, like, that's why we all went along with him, because that's all what we wanted. We wanted mothers and fathers and that sort of stuff. He offered us a home and everything else. And he said he wanted to make the world better. And as children, that's what we wanted. We wanted the world to be better. I wanted a dad to protect me and keep me safe and keep the world safe. And he's a monster, right? Isn't he a monster? And Dick's like, yeah. And it's just like, and the world isn't safe, right? Yeah. And here you are, my dad, my actual dad, who can protect me and try to make the world safe, right? And Dick's like, oh, of course. And at that point, they share a big hug, and he's like, yeah, no, I know everything's going to be okay because my dad is Batman. So we cut over the Helena fight. She's finally knocked out grief, and John comes out from around the corner, and she's like, you know I want to come with me now. Everything's going to be okay. And John's like, I know, my dad said so. So he gets into the suit. It's changed over from the previous one. It still has like a little fang, like it covers his upper lip with like fang looking things. Still looks a little dumb to me, but he has switched over from yellow to red, and that looks significantly better. So as he's there, John's just like, that's badass. And Helena enters the room and she's like, that suit's badass. And he's like, right. So Helena asks, all right, are you two good? And it's like, yeah, we're good. We talked. Everything's fine. It's like, cool. We got an emergency meeting upstairs. You ready to join in? And she walks up and he's like, all right, we're going to go save the world, kid. And he's like, okay, cool. Don't die, Dad. And he's like, I'll try not to. Also be Batman. I'll also try to. And so they run off and he says, can I come with you, Dad? And he's like, of course, always. Solid. Just solid. I think it's good to get that character stuff. It's also like, without even focusing the story on her, it's giving so much to the idea of Helena being like so good at what she does, where everyone got their faces bashed in by the humanites beforehand. She took on the top one, and in a fair one-on-one fight, she ended up coming out on top. Good. Makes the character work. What I appreciate about the father-son dynamic of what's going on here is, despite the fact that it is something that is all the way back from like World's End, like all of this stuff of being separated or whatnot, they managed to tie it together in terms of like why Dick is doing this as being Batman, and then what Ultra Humanite was promising, and tie it all together into one plot-centric bow of we all just want safety and security, and like we're willing to do what we have to for that. I think it's great. I think there's barely anything wrong in the art. Also, Diogenes, Neves, and Bruno Redondo, top tier artists. So yeah, really don't have anything bad to say about this issue. I think I'm going to say an 8. It's almost at the 8.5, but the only thing that's holding it back for me is that I do kind of wish visually we could have mixed it up a bit. We either have the Batcave or we have Helena fighting. I wish there could have been just like maybe some other thing, maybe like flashbacks or some other setting that we could cut to. But beyond that, solid issue. Really enjoyed it. On to the next. Earth 2 Society number 16, written by Dan Abnett, art by Angel Hernandez. So last issue, not counting the annual, Alan Scott was mind-controlled by Ultra Humanite to get the Green Lantern ring back and just buried down to try to get to the vault where the Pandora's casket was being held. So we open up this issue, calling in Code Black. Commander Sato, I thought she had her head bashed in last issue, but I guess she's fine. Khalid comes in and is just like, oh my god, you can barely stand, you good? And she's like, not now, call the Code Black, get everybody. Alan Scott's gonna bash our heads in. So he's zooming down to where the vault is. Flash is like, hey, I got here first, I'm cutting you off. And he's like, of course you got here first, you're the Flash, but like, now you're in my way. What exactly did you hope to do? And he blasts off a whole bunch of energy beams in all directions, which the Flash can't dodge them all. To which point he's like, I just wanted to buy some time. So Flash is out of the fight as Power Girl, Red Tornado, and Val-Zod show up. And Val-Zod's immediately just like, Alan, you're the strongest willed man I know. You have to be able to break Ultra Humanite's conditioning of you. He's got your grip on your mind. And Alan's like, you're right. I what the hell was I thinking? Oh, God. And he's just like, Alan, that's you. You can fight it. And he's just like, I'm just messing with you. And he just hits them all with some energy beams. And he's like, you friggin' idiots. Of course I was just faking out. Whatever. So at that point, Fury comes in, tackles Alan, just being like, all right, no more talking. We're just going to punch now. And so she starts landing solid hits. And she's just like, look, you let's forget about trust and naivete and all that stuff. Right now, I'm just going to kill you. And we see Alan make some conjuring of some chains out of constructs and just like, oh, you have no idea what you're dealing with, Fury. I've got technology from OA and all that makes the Amazons blush. There's no way you can beat me. And he uses Fury's body to break into the vault and just being like, all right, thank you. I'll have that. However, inside the vault, waiting with arrow and bow drawn, is Red Arrow. And he's just like, oh, hey, look at that. Fury was smart enough to have somebody guard the casket in the vault. And immediately, Alan's just like, are you kidding me, man? look at what I just did with all the powerhouses. Look at what I just did to literally every other wonder. And you are going to stand here? The man with a bow and arrow is going to stand here and say that I am going to stop here? And Red Arrow is like, yeah, you're right. I wonder why I'm the one who was put here. Why would Fury think about putting me, not a Kryptonian or an Amazonian or a speedster, just a man with a bow and arrow here in order to block this thing? Makes you kind of wonder, what has he got up his sleeve? Well, why is he so confident that with a guy who just wiped the floor with Val Zod? Like, maybe this guy has something that Alan Scott has not managed to consider. But what could that possibly be? Because I must have something that you can't figure out, and that must be scary to you. And Alan's like, excuse me, but the ring is like, yeah, the ring. If I'm just a man with a bow and arrow, you're just a man with a ring. And Alan's just like, the power ring is just a big fancy ring, all right? It's the man that counts, the man wearing the ring. I'm the man with the bow and arrow, you're the man with the ring. All that matters is the man underneath it. It doesn't matter if the right thing is way beyond that man's abilities or skill set. If he's the man, he'll do it anyway. And all of a sudden, Alan's just like, wait, what? And he manages to like get under Alan's skin enough that Alan is able to fight against Ultrahumanite for real. And he's like, oh God, get out of my head. And he forces himself into a bubble. And he's like, yeah, he made a sphere around himself. It's blocking Ultrahumanite's influence. He's out of the fight. And Red Arrow calls that up to Sato and is like, oh my God, Oliver, I'm pretty sure you just like saved the entire world. And he's just like, yeah, I know, right? I'm happy I finally get some recognition for something. And then Ultrahumanite shows up and shoots him in the back and kills him. So he's dead. As Ultrahumanite walks in, Sato's on the comm just like, wait, what's happening? And Ultrahumanite's like, oh, I just killed him. And I'm going to take the casket because, like, I don't need to puppet around Alan Scott anymore. I want to do this personally. Why not? So at that point, he's like, wait a minute, Dodds, we need to... Oh, right. Green Lantern incinerated Dodds. I forgot about that. My bad. So, yeah, now, like, Sato is made aware that like all of Ultrahumanite's forces are here. The Humanite army, the engineered monsters, like they're just destroying the cities outside. It is absolute chaos and hell. And Ultrahumanite is like, yep, I'm going to remake the world in my image, so we may as well let the old world go out screaming. Why not? And there's literally nothing they could do about it. Like, it's just, yeah, no, they're screwed. However, in the last moments, right before Ultrahumanite opens up the casket and does his thing, in comes Batman, Huntress, Hawkgirl, and Fire Pattern, aka John. And Batman lands some hits. They shoot Ultrahumanite a little bit. Hawkgirl jumps up, starts clawing at his eyes and whatnot. And they're doing whatever they can to fight against him. But ultimately, hold on. Sorry, there was one bit that I wanted to mention here. Yeah, when they jump into the fight, Fire Pattern jumps in and he starts like blasting at him, and he's just like, oh, you treacherous child, you should never like come up against me. And Batman's like, you stay away from my son. So they do the whole thing there. However, they're still not a match. Like, Ultrahumanite's still managing to flip him around, knock them out. He's getting him out of the fight. However, they provide just enough time for Fury to crawl her way over to the casket and says, there's only one way to stop you from ever using this, and that's for us to use it first. And she gets up to the box and everyone's like, wait, Fury, don't. And she opens it up, and it's a 9-page grid of all the characters just bathed in light. Some of them have speech bubbles, but they're all completely whited out. It gets more and more overexposed. And then on the final page, another 9-page grid that even the like panels themselves just start fading into nothingness. And then the end. Like, that's it. That's the end of the trade. Dude, if I saw that as the end of the trade, I would not assume there's a whole other trade to read. I'd say, oh, damn, they just erased from reality. Ballsy ending. No, I really do like that ending, though. It's especially when you know there's more coming. It's coming down the line, and you're just like, oh, okay. Like, this is reality bending wise. This is like something massive here. I appreciate that Fury, like, is the character that had to make that decision because she was the one that was so against it to begin with. Having Alan, Having Alan be the powerhouse is definitely interesting, and I like the fact that, like, after all that talk last arc of him being a god and, like, overpowering and instilling his will on people, the fact that he did it against his will and then managed to snap out of it means something. Beyond that, yeah, honestly, that ending sticks with me more than anything else in the issue. It's just really super strong, and even more to my theory that all of this is just going to be undone. Like, whatever happens after the end of the reality bending, it's just going to be a thing of, like, and now we're back to where we were. Except maybe, you know, Sandman is not so much of a dick. Like, maybe that's all we're going to change. I don't know. Beyond that, I'd say this one, at least an 8. I'm trying to figure out the ending's worth an 8.5. I'm going to say no, not quite, but it's strong. It's a very strong ending, but I'll say an 8 for this one. It's very well done, and yeah, that's continuing on with Earth 2 Society. Teen Titans number 21, written by Tony Bedard, art by Miguel Mendonça. So last issue we had the Brain and Monsieur Mala showed up to take out an internet troll that made a meme about the Brain, and then the Teen Titans showed up, and then the Brain did some mind control stuff to take over Cassie. So this issue we pick up with a page full of top text, bottom text memes. They're the worst. I hate them all. So the fight continues. Cassie's now attacking Tim. We see that she tackles him clear over the street into the Central Park Zoo, landing in the sea lion exhibit. And he's like, well, sorry, Cassie. I got to be able to fight against the Brain if I need to help you. So I got to take you down. He gets tackled down to the ground and just like, okay, Bunker, Beast Boy, get on my position. Raven, Power Girl, get the troll out of the building safely, whatever. We're going to be taking on Brain and Monsieur Mala. And Monsieur Mala's looking down, just like, why do you have to go to the zoo? I hate the zoo. The zoo sucks. Don't make it go with the zoo, Brain. And Brain's just like, calm down. Stop being a little bitch. We're going to go to this experiment. And he's like, but the zoo, it cages. You know how much I hate it. And he's like, weakness is not attractive, Mala. And so I guess they go off. We see Raven and Power Girl they don't go off yet. Raven and Power Girl just teleport in. They go over to where the troll is, and Monsieur Mala's like, all right, I'll get down there. And he's like, I'll be right behind you, my pet. And he's like, I hate when you call me that. So Raven tries to mind control the troll to see, like, or not mind control, mind read the troll to see if that is who he is, because he's also being controlled. The Brain's just like, oh, you're a telepath. I've always wanted a telepath. So he uses the troll to attack Raven, and Raven just knocks the mind control thing off the back of his neck. Which Power Girl's like, how do you know that wouldn't kill him? And the Brain's like, oh, I can feel you reading my mind. Anyway, I'm out. And he activates rockets on the bottom of his can and just blasts out the top of the building. So Power Girl tries to grab him. No use. Mala sees this happening. He's just like, Brain, you good? And he's just like, yeah, get over to the zoo. We got work to do. So Cassie's still being controlled, waiting for Bunker and Beast Boy to show up. She tries to attack Red Robin again. Bunker slams her down with bricks. Beast Boy turns into a hawk and grabs the mind control device off the back of her neck. And she's like, oh, geez, what happened up there? It's like, bad guys, an internet troll, don't worry about it, we're all good. However, there's a giant super smart gorilla who's after us. And Beast Boy is like, oh, we can handle a gorilla, no problem. So the Brain flies overhead and drops just dozens, hundreds more of these mind control things. And he basically is like, look, that troll said that we were villains and all that. Villains is nonsense. It's an empty label, but if you're so concerned that you are not villains, that this troll has called you that you were, let's see how you balance your self-defense with compassion. And all these mind control things latch onto the animals of the zoo, specifically starting with the sea lions, which are now controlled by the Brain to attack the Teen Titans. And the Titans are like, oh no, we're not going to come out of this looking like good guys. So we go up to the troll's apartment, and Raven and Power Girl just give him a dressing down, where they're just like, you made these sick memes, these dank memes, and you thought there wouldn't be any consequences? He's like, they're jokes. Like, you guys, you're you guys broke into a federal prison. You're evil. Like, that's this is parody, free use to all this stuff. I shouldn't be section whatever of the DMCA. And Power Girl and Raven are like, whatever, shut up. We don't care about these guys. He's a waste of time. And as they walk away poutily, he's just like, wait, hold on. Can you come here? Can you let me come along? Because maybe I was wrong about you guys. So we go to the zoo, and the sea lions are attacking. Beast Boy tries turning into a bear, because I guess that's their natural enemy, a polar bear. And it's like, you're not fighting against the actual sea lions, you idiot. You're fighting against the brain who's controlling them. And he's like, oh, but funny you should bring up bears. And then 2 actual polar bears come out, go to attack Robin and Wonder Girl. They manage to jump out of the way. And it's like, all right, well, we got to take out the brain. And Brain's just like, what the hell is taking Mala so long? And we see Mala stuck at the front desk. He's like, oh, God, I don't want to do this. Okay, here we go. And he just runs in. But as he's about to start running in, we see that the brain controls all of the escaping patrons of the zoo. And they all turn to Mala just like, what are you doing, man? I need your assistance. Get on in there. And he's like, I don't like this experiment, Brain. I hate it. So, yeah, they're facing down. They're like, okay, we're surrounded by people. We can't punch the people. We can't punch the sea lions. We can't punch the polar bears. What are we supposed to do here? And that's where Power Girl and Raven show up. And Power Girl grows, and she just picks up the polar bears and just like, all right, we can just take these off of them, and just starts like getting ready to pluck the things off. So Robin calls the team together, says, all right, Titans, let's go. We see Wonder Girl gets chased after the brain, starts flying after. He laser beams Robin. It doesn't seem to do anything. It just hurts him. And Cassie's like, I'll kill you for that. And so she grabs hold of the canister and like is throwing him down onto the ground. And Brain's trying to be like, if you do this, then you'll definitely be a villain. You definitely shouldn't do this. And she's like, I don't care. But then Mala shows up, takes some shots, manages to knock Wonder Girl off guard. However, Brain's thrusters are offline, and he's about to crash down to the ground. Mala jumps in, grabs him at the last second, and he's like, Brain, this was bad. This was a bad idea. I just wanted to go and take care of this internet troll that made fun of you, and you turned it into this whole thing. Why did you do that? And he's like, oh, I wanted to run an experiment. I told you. I wanted to show the world that good and bad, hero and villain, they're all just stupid, empty words. And Mala's like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, look at them. They bring out the best in each other. They're a wonderful team. Can we say the same about us? And Brain's like, how could you even ask me that? And Beast Boy and Bunker are both watching this like a soap opera. They're like, are they? Oh my God, I can't believe they're actually doing this. So Robin just turns to Raven and be like, hey, can you teleport them to your home dimension just for a little bit, get them off the board while we like deal with stuff? And Raven's like, yeah, no problem. So they start getting teleported to Azarath, and Mala's like, Brain, and Brain's like, just hold me, Mala. So they make their way, they get teleported out, and Robin's like, okay, anybody who's wearing a thing, we spread out, we start taking them off. We see that the troll guy is recording the Teen Titans doing this genuine act of good doery and is clearing their name, making it so they are good to go. However, during all this, they lost track of Red Robin, and Raven's using her telepathic ability is like, I don't sense him anywhere. He's nowhere nearby. Where could he be? Cut to Louisiana, 3 hours later, Belle Reeve Prison, and we see that Amanda Waller is dressing down Robin, saying like, oh, that was some crazy stuff going on there at the zoo, but, Wonder Girl almost lost her cool and almost murdered a guy, so that's a thing. And Red Robin's like, you don't know anything about what's going on while we're here. And she's like, well, let me just introduce something right quick. And he's like, no, Task Force S, the Suicide Squad, yeah, no, now, fine, whatever. Why have you kidnapped me? And she's like, oh, don't think of it as a kidnapping. This is a job interview. I have long been on record that I think that it is one of DC's laziest writing tools of, let's take the team and have them fight the Suicide Squad. That's the end. I'm not going to worry that much about it. That's just a cliffhanger for next time. But just know it left a bad taste in my mouth. The rest of the issue is so dumb, but like, it's dumb in a fun way. It's absolutely just like, I love the like idea that Brain's entire thing here is like, when it comes right down to it, you Teen Titans who see yourselves as heroes, you're willing to punch a polar bear? And it's like, no, actually, we're not. And Brain's like, oh, well, that caught me out. I thought for sure you'd punch a polar bear. I don't know. It's crazy. Nah, I love it. It's great. It's stupid fun. If the rest of the book were this level of stupid fun, but not like the self-aware, like trying to crack jokes constantly and just having a fun time instead of like cracking jokes, I think I'd be so much more for it. So, yeah. I don't think it's quite at the 8. It's almost there, but like from a writing perspective, the impact font at the beginning and all that, I'm going to say 7.5. It's a well enough done book, but like, I just like, I wanted this to be all of Teen Titans. Like this level of stupid fun. Please. Teen Titans Annual number 2, written by Scott Lobdell, art by Cory Smith. So this annual is kind of a free-floating annual. Technically, it came out after issue 21, if you're going in terms of chronologically, but it cannot be read after issue 21 and makes sense. It's just a free-floating, it happens somewhere nebulously. So, also being written by Scott Lobdell, not the current writer of the series, Tony Bedard. So we open up in New York, Warehouse District, there's a rave going on, and we see Cassie and Miguel are there, and they're just hitting it up. They're dancing like crazy, and just like, oh yeah, shouldn't we be out like saving the world? And Cassie's like, screw that, we're dancing, we're having fun tonight for one night only. And we see that it's not just them. Apparently, as we get later on, Beast Boy was actually the one who encouraged everyone to come out tonight, to go out and do this whole thing. So they're down on the dance floor. Up on one of the upper balconies, we see Red Robin and Power Girl. Tim is just like, the fire exits aren't properly done. We are over capacity. Like, I don't think any of this stuff's up to code. What's the mandatory drinking age here? And Power Girl's just like, look, just, you're always so serious. Try to have some fun. And it seems like she's trying to lead him out onto the dance floor. And he's like, fine, but like, I'm not dancing. And she's like, oh, okay, we'll see about that. Meanwhile, Miguel sees Tim being led away and just like, oh, hey, check that out happening. And then gets a tap on the shoulder by some dude. His name is Aaron. And he's just like, hey, mind if I cut in? Was hoping you'd want to dance. And he's like, oh, man, you hot. Love it. Will do. But unfortunately, I'm dancing with this lady. And he looks over and Cassie's already like dancing away. Just like, good luck, man. So Miguel and Aaron start dancing, just being like, sweet, let's do it. Meanwhile, we cut outside. Raven's getting some food from a food truck. And she's being hit on by this random guy standing behind in line. And she's just... she's not upset by it. She's just not taking it. She's just like, oh, thank you. Yes, my name is Raven. How's it going? And he's like, wow, that's a lot of food you got there. You planning on eating by yourself? And she's like, no, actually, there's a little green pig in an alleyway nearby. I'm feeding it to. And she's like, okay, well, you can just say not interested. And she's like, okay, well, I'm here because I need to get my interactions socially up. And because of my upbringing. It's like, oh, okay, what, were you homeschooled? It's like, yeah, kind of. So she walks down the alley and there's Beast Boy. He's a little piglet and just being like, oh boy, shove it in my mouth. And she's like, I'm not turning into a human. Come on, we're not doing this. And he's like, all right, fair enough. So as they're sitting out there in the alley, Raven's like, look, I get why I'm out here. Like, I definitely don't fit in there, but like, why are you out here? It was your idea to come here in the first place. And he's like, I don't know. I was so psyched to show up and now I don't know. I'm just not feeling it. So we see inside, Miguel's making out with Aaron. And Aaron's like, hey, how about this? And he pulls out 2 little green pills and says, it's called Wild Green. You into it? And he's like, no way. Drugs are for losers. And he's like, all right. And he downs 2 of them anyway. We see that the dancing continues where Tim's trying to cut loose. He's not doing a great job of it. Cassie comes in, just starts grinding up on him. And he's like, Cassie, Jesus Christ, that's all right, fine. So he finally puts his hands over his head and starts breaking loose. Meanwhile, over with Aaron starts not feeling well. He doubles over. Something's clutching his chest. Miguel's like, hey, man, those drugs seem like bad news. We might need to get your stomach pumped. He's like, nah, it's fine. And then all of a sudden his eyes like bug out. He starts getting quills appearing all over his body. And he transforms into a giant porcupine monster. I can't tell. It's a monster and it looks animalistic. So Bunker conjures up from bricks, and he's like, look, I really shouldn't be attacking you. I don't want to hurt you because I know you're just a dude, but at the same time, you're whacked out of your mind on designer drugs, and there's normal people around. And before he can even question it, Power Girl, who apparently has grown to her massive size, just kicks the porcupine monster in the stomach. It goes flying against the wall. We see Robin, who's wearing a suit underneath the outfit he was wearing, just like busts out the wings, tears the shirt, and Cassie's like, of course you were. And Aaron's transformed back, and as Robin comes over, he scans him with a phone app that does DNA scans, and it's like, well, my scanner says that whatever that was, it was temporary and it's out of his system now. And Cassie's like, well, good news is that you kick him hard enough that he turns back, because this is going to be tough enough without worrying about that one kid. And Tim's like, what do you mean this one kid? And then we look around the dance floor and we see like a dozen other people have been transforming. So it's like, oh God. And they're all different types of animals as well. So Cassie says like, look, I'm going to go take care of this. And Tim's like, fine, just try not to hurt people. He telepathically calls out to Raven and Beast Boy saying, hey, Raven, get your ass in here, bring Beast Boy along. It's a whole thing going on. But there's going to be a stampede at the entrance, so take care of those people. And Raven's like, can do. I'll bring them into my shadows to protect them. It's safe in there. And Beast Boy's like, that place is messed up, Raven. Like, I would not keep them there for very long. Meanwhile, we see Bunker is holding back the animals. They're not attacking out of rage or like actual malicious intent. They just have like animal instincts. So he turns his like bricks into a bridge that covers the other people who haven't turned, and it just allows the animals to walk past. So Power Girl and Wonder Girl are the ones who are like, all right, well, as we punch them, they transform back. So Power Girl's like, I wonder what the exact amount of punch needed is so that we don't, actually hurt them, but also allow them to transform back. And as Red Robin's making his way through the building, he finds a kitchen. He comes across Beast Boy and just being like, look, I was up on the top level. I did take note that before that kid Aaron approached Miguel, he talked to a waitress. And Beast Boy's like, so? Like, he ordered a drink or something. He's like, yeah, but she never came back. And she also talked to numerous other people, some of which I think are the people who were transformed. So if we find who that waitress is, we can find what this was all about. So Red Robin activates something in his visor, which allows him to see if there's a hidden staircase underneath a thing. Beast Boy transforms in order to open it up. And as they make their way down, he's like, oh, hey, they all transformed into green animals. Like, all of them were green. Do you think they're related to me? And Red Robin's like, here's the thing. I think this goes back to the Robin War tie-in issue, where the whole team got kidnapped and had their blood drained by Professor Pig, including you, Beast Boy. I think this has something to do with that. And Beast Boy's like, oh, God, are we going to fight Professor Pig again? And he's like, no. Pig doesn't usually do this sort of stuff. He's more about, like, flesh. This is something else. And as they make their way to the bottom of the staircase, they come across the Cult of Blood, led by Sister Blood. And she introduces herself and says like, oh, I squeeze you until your heads pop and blood splatters all over here, but that would be unregal of me. And Beast Boy is just like, oh, God. My introduction to the New 52 was the book Ravagers. And in Ravagers, your stupid little brother Blood wanted my blood as well. So I don't want to deal with this. This sucks. We see upstairs, they've managed to take care of all the animals, all the people who transformed, and Raven's like, cool, I'll let the people out of my shadows now. And everyone in the shadows is like, oh, God, I've seen death. And they're like, yeah, Raven, you should have done that like 10 minutes ago. But they all run back in and they're going to look for Tim. So Sister Blood just gives the rundown of saying like, yeah, I funded Professor Pig's little thing. In return, he gave me the blood. I was interested in yours, Beast Boy, because we, as the Brotherhood of Blood, they think they're like, oh, we're just a cult that worships blood. No, we've got financial things. We've got like political aspirations and whatnot like that. We're trying to use Beast Boy's blood in order to complete our endeavors for like things that we can sell and whatever else like that. And as such, we sent out a psychic thing to Beast Boy to try to get him here tonight. And that's why Beast Boy was so like psyched to go to the club. But they didn't expect all the Teen Titans to show up. And the whole reason they need it is more of his blood. They ran out. They need more for testing. So We see that all the rest of these clerics or whatever have also taken these pills. They're allowed to transform into these giant beasts as well. And Beast Boy transforms into a T-Rex and is just like, all right, well, we're going to fight. And just to easily put this in a thing, Sister Blood is like, my brother was crazy. Brother Blood, not actually my brother, but you get what I'm saying. He was crazy. I, however, am totally sane and am using capitalism. So Beast Boy jumps in, starts kicking ass, doing what he can, and he's especially pissed. He's like, you're using my powers for bad things and also against me. How dare you? And Red Robin starts getting mobbed by a bunch of them, but the rest of the Teen Titans show up and it's just like, hey, I'm over here, do what you gotta do, punch him. And they're punching him, but they're not transforming back. And Sister Blood says, oh, these are my special ones. Like, it won't be so easy. To which Wonder Girl's like, cool, that just means we can punch them harder. And so she just starts bashing their heads into the ground. All the rest of the Teen Titans do great, whatever they need to do. And as Bunker specifically is like, I was having a good night, he pushes down bricks and he ends up taking out pretty much all of them. And Red Robin's like, oh, you guys, working together as a team, fantastic. However, we notice that Beast Boy and Sister Blood are no longer part of the fight. They are gone, they've disappeared. Red Robin's like, Raven, teleport me to where Beast Boy is now. And she's like, okay, if you have to, I'll try. So he flies into her cloak, comes out some other side, and it's out at the food truck. And we see that she ran inside to try to hide. Beast Boy is attacking the truck as a rhino and an alligator. Finally, he slithers his way in with octopus tentacles and grabs hold of Sister Blood, being like, oh, I've got you. I'm going to tear you apart. And everyone's like, hey, man, what's up? Why are you doing? And he's like, she stole my DNA, my powers, using them against me. You have no idea what that's like, Red Robin. It's demeaning. It's so violating. It's all this stuff. And Red Robin's like, I get it. It's cool, but you cannot kill her. If you kill her, then she's won. And so he throws her down to the ground saying like, yeah, all right, see what it's like having your powers used against you. And Red Robin's like, look, I understand. I don't know what it's like to be a metahuman, but I get it. I understand what's going on here. And he basically just talks Beast Boy down and then manages to use a batarang or a robin ring, whatever you want to call it, on Sister Blood as she pulls a gun and knocks her out. So that's the end of that. We go back down to the cult place and all the bodies have been piled up. They're all unconscious. It's like, well, what do we do with them now? And Robin's like, look, Power Girl Tanya, I know that you have some connections with Star Labs. Do you think maybe you can just have them look after these guys, run their blood, make sure there's no residual thing of Beast Boy's blood, so we can just say it's all totally off the table now? And she's like, yeah, all right, Raven, help me teleport these guys. So everyone's like, cool, yeah, we did it, awesome, team win. And Red Robin's like, I'm sorry, what? Team win? Excuse me? This was sloppy. This sucked. All of this Professor Pig stuff should have been dealt with like months ago. The very fact that this happened at all, like, is a bigger problem that we need to talk about. To which point Wonder Girl's just like, okay, we get it, you're right. We need a life. We need to lighten up some more. And like me just reading it, I'm just like, that's not what he said at all. That's nowhere close what was going on. And he's like, look, you guys, I understand where you're coming from, but that's not me. I'm not looking for that. That's not why I brought us together. And Wonder Girl's like, are you seriously standing there and telling us that we're not working hard enough? And he's like, no. This isn't about you guys. This is about me. I'm thinking about myself. And someday, super soon, I'm going to have to make the tough choice of how much good can I really do with the Teen Titans. And he walks off. Okay, Scott, I'll bite. What the hell was that ending, man? Like, that doesn't... What? Were you... What? Here's my only estimation, my only guess as to what would happen. This was written at a time where it's like, okay, Rebirth's coming up. We're going to be wrapping up the Teen Titans book. I want to write a thing that's like setting up for that. That's setting up for this idea of, oh, the Teen Titans are no longer what they were meant to be. Or like, they want to live a thing, and Red Robin's just like too hardcore for that. He can't do that. But then it changed. But then the end of the book changed. It had to by necessity of what happened to Tim and to the rest of the team. And by that logic, it's like, oh, well, then what's the point of this book anymore? You know? Why did we do this? I'm, I guess, happy they wrapped up the whole Beast Boy blood thing. One of only 700 plot threads that did not get wrapped up got wrapped up. Good on them. But like, yeah, no, it's a fine enough issue on its own. Like, I don't think it falls prey to a lot of the Scott Lobdellisms, but the ending is just weird. It doesn't work for the book. It's doing its own thing entirely. And I don't know. It didn't feel like it should be here. And the fact that it is, I'm not angry at, but the fact that it exists is just kind of a, well, this is an oddity. It's not the current writer. Scott Lobdell came back to just tell this story that doesn't result in much of anything. I don't know why it's here. So I'm going to say 6.5. I think it's fine. The art is good, but for the most part, I like the first half much more than I like the back end. All the Sister Blood stuff, who cares? Not interesting. The team dynamics, that's more interesting to me. So yeah, that's the annual. Teen Titans number 22, written by Tony Bedard, art by Ian Churchill. So last issue we left off with Red Robin, by whatever means, was brought to Belle Reve, where Amanda Waller's saying, hey, you Teen Titans are criminals, and I like enlisting criminals, so we're going to hold an audition. We open up this issue with New York City. The rest of the Titans are going around the zoo, where we last left them, and they are, where's Red Robin? We're looking everywhere. What's going on here? And they can't find him. Beast Boy's like, how are we supposed to find somebody as smart as Tim if he doesn't want to be found? I mean, he's smarter than all of us. And Power Girl's like, hey, excuse me, I was a literal scientist. It's like, okay, well, most all of us, maybe, whatever. So Raven's looking around underground, and she's like, oh, I sensed that there was a struggle here. Red Robin was taken by soldiers or police. I don't know. It's weird, but they're well equipped and they're trained or whatever. And they're like, can you track it? And it's like, no, but we should get out of the city because they might be coming after us. So everyone teleports out to the New Jersey Palisades, and they start breaking it down. They're like, all right, was it the cops? What was going on? Like, we're still wanted fugitives, and the zoo thing wasn't exactly a low-key event. And then they start talking about, like, well, what is even the plan here? Like, are we going to try to break Tim out of where he is? Because that's, if it was a lawful arrest, that's going to make us look bad. Power Girl's saying, no, I think we should just turn ourselves all in. And Wonder Girl's like, maybe we talk to Batman, because, like, he's definitely going to be a thing. So at that point, the whole team, like, just basically stops, and they're just like, look, Tim Drake is our leader. He's the brains of the team. He's always the ones with the answers. And then we cut over to Belle Reve, and Tim's just like, look, Waller, call this off before it's too late. And she's like, ho, it's already too late for you, your Teen Titans. And he's like, no, I meant for you. This isn't going to end the way you want it to. They're going to come for me, and it's going to go bad for you. I want you to understand that. And she's like, yeah? How do you think? And it's like, look, you called this a job interview. Clearly, you want my team to join your Suicide Squad, but, like, that's never going to happen because we are so much better than that flunky-ass team. And Waller pulls up the little iPad and is just like, yeah, you've got some good faith in your friends, but, like, I've got eyes on them. At least I did before they left the zoo. They're panicky. They don't know what's going on. They're lost without their leader. But, you know, maybe that's the way you like it, because it makes you feel all important and like, oh, the little babies need you in order to do it. And he's just like, not at all. They're good people. They're not gonna be what you want. He's like, well, I beg to differ. And besides, I'm gonna give them clues to where you are anyway. And we pull out the, I don't even know what you call, harness with the wings on it, and they press a button, which turns out to be a distress homing beacon. So back over in Jersey, we see that the Titans are still discussing what to do, and Power Girl goes into the ship nearby and is like, look, I was poking around a little bit, and all of a sudden a red blinking dot showed up on a map, and I think it's him, but it's at Belle Reve. And I am aware of Belle Reve because we did, when I was at Star Labs, some work for them, some weapons work, and they asked for some pretty high caliber stuff. And immediately we teleport over, the conversation still continuing, and she's just like, yeah, they wanted counters for everything. If someone used psychic powers, they wanted anti-psionics. If someone was a magic user, they wanted quantum scramblers. Like, they have something to counter all of us. And so that's going to be a problem. And Power Girl just was like, okay, so what are we supposed to do? And Power Girl was like, well, each weapon is only good against like the type of person that it is good against, you know? Like it's not an all-purpose weapon. So maybe like what if it backfires? Give me some time to think. And like we just get a little bit of a time bump here, and then we see a bunch of guards are out in the exercise yard. They got their guns ready, just tons of different types. And Waller's like, all right, I'm watching this. I'm seeing what's up. Let's do what we gotta do. And all of a sudden, Raven teleports in, and they're like, "Magic user, Johnson, go!" And Johnson fires off the anti-magic gun, and Raven just goes down to the ground. And she's like, "Hey, yeah, we did it. Fantastic. Now we just got to trank her before she." And then all of a sudden, the cloak tears apart, and we see it wasn't Raven. It was Power Girl, and she's like, "You messed up Raven's cloak. She ain't gonna like that." And it's like, "Oh God, she's not magical. Hit her with everything." And Power Girl just starts stomping all of them. And Red Robin's sitting there like, "Don't mean to say I told you so, but let's watch how this one plays out." So down on the south wing, we see Bunker's there. He's using his bricks, and it's just like, okay, he is psionic. Those are psionically controlled bricks. Hit him with the anti-psionic gun. And then Wonder Girl jumps in, blocks the shot with her bracelets, and she's like, ah, crap, that's magic armor. Okay, which one? We got the gun for that. But they're unable to do anything else because Raven teleports in and just yanks all their guns away, saying like, well, all right, we're taking them off. So Waller's like, all right, yeah, you know, all you're doing is proving to me that they belong on the squad because, like, they're great. I can't wait to have them. And Robin's like, they're not going to do it. They're not going to, I don't know what you're talking about. They're not going to do it. And Waller says, like, oh, they're going to cross that line. They're going to do something bad once I tell my guards to stop pulling their punches. Guards, stop pulling your punches. And the lead guard's like, they're kids. I'm not going to kill kids. And she's like, you're fired. Second in command, stop pulling your punches. He's like, yeah, will do. Then I cannot describe how disgusting this is. We cut to the bathroom where Beast Boy has transformed into a rat in order to maneuver his way through the sewer system. And he comes up. But instead of just drawing this as an empty toilet, they drew it as a very full toilet. And I don't know why they would do that. But he comes out, he transforms into a snake, and he starts making his way down the corridors, not being tracked. He transforms into a lizard to climb up onto the ceiling, when all of a sudden one of the guards' little wristwatches goes off saying, hey guys, it says there's a Meadow literally here in the room with us. We've got eyes on all the other ones, so this must be the one who can shapeshift. Get ready to swat at anything green. And he just freezes there as a lizard like, guys, I could use some help in here. I've been made. So they all bust into the room, start attacking the guards. One of the guards manages to grab him, and he's just like, I got you, shapeshifter, and I'll squish him if you don't surrender. To which he just transforms into an alligator, being like, you what, bro? In doing so, he sees that Raven gets shot by one of the anti-magic guns, like the one that is actually meant for her. It hits her, and she goes down. She's messed up. Red Robin's like, tell me you didn't just do what I think you just did. She's like, oh, relax. I'm not going to kill her yet. I'll cancel it if you promise that you join our team. Come on, what you going to do here? But Beast Boy is so pissed off by seeing this, attacks the guard and bites the gun, cracks it in half. And he's like, oh, Raven, you say something. What's going on? You good? And he's going after the guard, and the guard's like, wait, before you do anything, that was like a quantum powered gun. That's how we take out magic people. And you just cracked it in half, which means we got to seal the containment breach. Like, this is going to be like destroying the entire prison levels bad if we don't get this contained. So Bunker comes in. He makes a bunch of bricks. It seems like he contains it. And the guards see that, and they're like, you did it, kid. All right. You know what? Maybe you guys aren't so bad. And they watch as Beast Boy goes over to comfort Raven. And the second in command who took charge was like, all right, all units stand down. The kids are all right. And Waller's like, what do you know, you're going to be fired, right? I'm going to charge you guys with insubordination. And Red Robin, he just gets up from his chair. He's already got his hands free. And he's like, well, that was a fun little thing. And Waller's completely caught off guard. Like, how long have you been free? Just like, better question. What did you expect my Teen Titans to do? Come on, they're better than that. They're not going to live down to your expectations. And the rest of the team enters into the room just being like, yeah, we're the good guys. What are you talking about? And so Robin looks at Waller and she's like, get your asses out of here. You're not Suicide Squad material. Just go back to school. Get out of here. And it's just like, all right, fine, bye. And they're just like, Jesus, she's acting like that's our fault. Like, she's the one who made this whole thing happen. And that's just the end of the issue. That's just where it stops. Okay. End of last issue, I was of the mindset of, I think that Suicide Squad is the laziest thing that DC Comics does in terms of let's just have a story where our guys fight against the Suicide Squad. Because it's lazy. It just feels lazy. This is not that. And for that, I give the most mild applause to. However, the one thing that I think needs to remain constant here is how ridiculously impossible it should be to get one over on Waller. In every one of her adaptations, she's the one who is like, yeah, maybe she can be like caught out occasionally, but for the most part, if she's got a plan and she thinks through it, like it is really, really hard to get over on her. She is a butt monkey in this. Like, there is absolutely nothing where she is in control of anything. Even her own guards, the people who like, yeah, she should be able to tell what to do, are like, nah, Waller, we think you're wrong and we're just like not going to do that. Like, I don't know. Maybe they were trying to make a point here of like Waller was like floundering or something, but I didn't get that. It just felt like this was a normal Waller plan that for some reason she only thought about for like 30 seconds before she's like, yeah, that should work. They're kids. Who cares? Screw them. That's my major concern. The rest of the issue's fine. I like the Beast Boy caring about Raven and the idea of switching up the power sets. It could have been a little bit more concrete because obviously Power Girl in Raven's cloak, that makes sense. But everyone else, it was just a matter of covering each other's backs. And I mean, that's good to have in a team book by far, but it didn't feel like it was the focus. Like it shouldn't, like that shouldn't have been the plan. It's just, okay, everyone, work as a team. Oh, duh. So I think I'm at a 6.5 on this one. I don't think I quite liked it. I think it was just kind of a little meandering for me. It's got its moments, but overall, it's just not. It wasn't hitting something that I was feeling like it really should be hitting. So 6.5, and just keep going. Teen Titans number 23, written by Tony Bedard, art by Miguel Mendonça. So last issue, the Teen Titans proved that they aren't Suicide Squad material. And Amanda Waller says, screw you, get out of here. And they're just like, fine, whatever, bye. Turns out they're still chilling in New Orleans, Louisiana. And, you know, it's just a fun night. Everyone's just walking down the street doing whatever. And then all of a sudden, Tim's phone goes off and he's like, ah, crap. It's Batman. Last time he called, he chewed us out because we were being viewed as villains. And now this whole thing with the Suicide Squad, okay. So he walks over and he's like, hey, Batman, I guess you heard about the whole Amanda Waller thing last night. And he's like, yeah, I heard. And you know what she did this morning? She called up everyone in the government and had your guys' names cleared. So you guys are good. You're no longer fugitives. And he's like, what? Really? Why would she do that? And he's like, I guess you made an impression on her. And she has a heart of gold, like every other incarnation of Amanda Waller we've ever seen. So he's just like, okay, well, you should know that she was testing us, trying to get us to join her Suicide Squad. They thought that like my team would fail without me, but like I'm looking at them now and I think that I need them more than they need me. And Batman's like, look, I had some doubts about your whole Teen Titans project. You know that, but I got to say, Tim, and then all of a sudden the call drops out and all the power in the city goes dead. And it's just like, huh, okay, that's weird. Even if it was a blackout to the power grid, it shouldn't be affecting phones. What's going on? And Raven's like, something terrible is coming. And Miguel Bunker says, oh, you know, when there was an earthquake or something, my abuela's dog started barking. And so Beast Boy's like, I'm on it, transforms into a dog. And the dog's like, holy crap, we gotta go. Everything sucks. We're all gonna die. And then all of a sudden there's this massive blast of energy centered like right on where all of them are. Raven throws up a force field, but she's like, this thing is ridiculously powerful. I'm barely able to hold on. This is almost too much. And as they look around at the rest of the city, Raven's a bit dazed. We see everyone is currently under some form of mind control. And they got a little symbol on their head, which Robin immediately notices is like, oh, this is from Hive. I recognize this is Hive. It's led by the Hive Queen. It's a whole, go read Scott Lobdell's Superman. If you want to know, don't do that. But regardless, he's just like, okay, look, they've all gotten their marching orders. If we want to find out where she is, I think it's best if we just follow them. So they all start watching. They start dismantling like cars, machines, stuff like that, and building like human ladders in order to build this huge mega structure of a satellite dish. And it's like, okay, that's weird. And this entire time, Robin's just giving a bit more background on the Hive Queen, Brainiac gave people telepathy because reasons, and she happened to be one of the most powerful ones at all. So Power Girl and Wonder Girl, Power Girl grows, Wonder Girl flies up. They look across and they say, well, we've got one here right next to us, and there's another one being built on the other side of town. They look like transmitters. And Beast Boy walks up to one of them being like, hey, man, what's the transmitters for? Snap out of it. What's going on? However, doing that has managed to alert the entire hive mind that, whoopsie, they're not actually under control. So a voice off to the side says, oh, they are calling, she comes, and then all of a sudden in a flash of light shows up the Hive Queen, and she's like, hey kids, why aren't you under my control? That's weird. And she points out Raven, just be like, oh, you got some special powers, you're the one resisting me. Fair enough. I'm gonna take you apart because you seem interesting to have there, but either way, you're all going to join my new world order, and then I'm going to reign the country coast to coast. So Wonder Girl comes in and is immediately like, I'm gonna punch you, and she just flies right through Hive Queen. Turns out Hive Queen's not actually there. This was a telepathic illusion, and she's actually operating from somewhere else entirely. And she's like, look, you shouldn't be fighting me. I'm not trying to hurt anyone. I'm just trying to save the world by being the overall dictator and controller of everybody and everyone's thoughts and anything else like that. So drones, secure them, and soon I'll take the bird girl to be mine. So the Titans go off, they run away, climb up on top of a building, and just like, okay, this bought us a few minutes because they are just normal people. Like, there's not much they can do. What's the plan? We're going to have to split up, I think. And Raven's like, don't split. Look, I am already like doing my best to cover all of you guys from being attacked by her power. You guys split up. I can't do that. I literally am about to knock it out. And Robin's just like, you're doing good. Do what you can. Give us whatever we can. Some of us might be assimilated in this plan, but if my plan works, everyone will be free and it'll be okay. And they're like, you don't even have to ask, man. We're all in. We're all good. So Bunker and Power Girl go off to the one transmitter. Beast Boy and Power Girl. Did I say Wonder Girl, Power Girl? You know what I mean? Two of them go off to one transmitter. Two of them go off to the other. And it's like, break it as much as you can before the programming takes over. So they go off and do that. And Raven's like, I can't even teleport anymore, man. I'm too messed up. And Robin's like, it's fine. It's cool. It'll all be over soon. So we see they go off and do that stuff. As they're doing it, Hive Queen's like, oh, well, now you're just pissing me off. And so she sends out an extra blast, which allows her to try to take them over. But because it is an emotional thing, because she's lashing out, Red Robin says we should be able to follow the biochemical surge that moves throughout all the people and follow it like a trail, like going back to the source of it. So Red Robin asks how the team's doing, and Raven's like, they're all gone. They're all been taken. I can't keep it. I'm barely able to keep us alive right now. And she's like, it's good. You're doing fine. So Robin flies them over down to an abandoned theme park. We see there's some henchmen, not just normal people, but like actual henchmen that come out. Red Robin just kicks them all in the face, and Raven's like, I can't. Oh, God, I'm going to die. This is too much. So he busts his way inside. And Hive Queen's like, oh, all right, fine, cool, you found me. But you're this much closer to the source, and I can tell that your defenses are crumbling, so I'm just going to go with a super-powered mind whammy, and it's all going to be good. And he goes, foomp, and immediately they crumble. They fall underneath Hive's control, and just like, oh, great, now let's take a look inside your brains to see what's going on. And then as soon as she does, she freaks out. Her eyes go black, everyone in the city's eyes go black, and they all just fall down to the ground, passed out. She freaks out a little bit more before she falls down. And then Red Robin and Raven are like, yeah, Raven, my plan worked. You did it. And she's like, that's great. You know I'd follow you through the gates of hell. And considering where I'm from, you know I mean it. And we cut to 1 hour later. The sun is rising and the Teen Titans have all met back up. And Bunker's like, okay, hold on. What the hell just happened? I literally don't understand. And he's like, well, you see, I figured hive mind, if they follow after typical bee structures, as it seems they do, they're all about order and conformity. So I used a trick that Batman taught me to come up with like paradoxical riddles and stuff like that in my brain and highly focus on that, which would confound her for whatever reason. And then using Raven, because I was holding hands with her at the time, using Raven's chaos magic, it just turned into like a black hole. Like there was no way she could escape it, and she was immediately sucked down the drain on that. So it was a tornado of non-rational thought, which freed everyone else. And Bunker's like, that's dumb, but all right, good on you. And Red Robin on the final page is like, sorry I had to use you guys like pawns. Beast Boy goes, well, that's how you capture the queen, and the Teen Titans always win. And it says the end on the individual issue version. Not in this, because there is still one more issue. Well, depending on how you're reading it, one more issue in an annual. So, I don't know what more to say. It's so weird, because like if you look at how this arc began, this arc literally started with Monsieur Mala and the Brain. We had 2 issues of that. Then we had 1 issue of Amanda Waller, and now 1 more issue of Hive Queen. And if this was Scott Lobdell, I'd fully expect that, because Scott Lobdell like sets stuff up and then he can't let it go. Absolutely no problem with him bringing back Hive Queen, except for the fact that I hate the way he writes. But for it to come back in this one, it feels so weird. It feels so different. Of like, oh, okay, I guess sure, Hive Queen. That's what we're going out as like one of our final threats here. I don't know. It's not a bad issue. It just feels so insignificant, I guess is the thing. Like, their names were cleared. Yes, this is the thing where like, oh no, the whole country will be taken over. But it doesn't feel like that. It feels like, oh no, this one small neighborhood has been taken over. And to be this big final thing that they're doing, it just feels too small. I don't know. Overall, I'll give it the 7. It's fine enough. It's not anything awful. This book occasionally has highs. It's more lows than that, but whenever it does hit a high, I feel like, why can't we do that all the time? And that's where, like, the Monsieur Mala stuff in the Brain, I really appreciated. So to then go Amanda Waller and Hive Queen, it's so much more of a disappointment. But if I'm ignoring the Monsieur Mala, this book is still fine on its own, and that's getting it the 7. Teen Titans number 24, written by Tony Bedard, art by Ian Churchill. So before anything, big spoilers. This takes place after the rebirth comic of Detective Comics number 940, which I have here. I'll give you a second if you haven't and you don't care, so be it. But like, it is a big spoiler. In that issue, Tim Drake, quote unquote, dies. And this issue came out after that. So we open this up with this, and it's basically just memories. The Teen Titans are going around and they're sharing memories of Tim, and they're having a little wake, and that's all this issue is it's just, what do we do? So we open up with Bunker back at the point where the Teen Titans were based out of a yacht. Bunker and Beast Boy were just messing around in the water, and then Robin comes up and just like, hey, Miguel, can I talk to you? And they go inside, and he's like, oh god, did I screw something up? It's like, no. I got invited to an alumni event at my old high school. I've never quite been hip or with it. I was hoping to make a good impression, and I was hoping that like you could help me pick out an outfit that makes me not look like a dork. And Miguel's like, oh, what? Because I'm gay? Like, that's it? You think they're like, oh, all gay guys just know how to dress like super well or whatever like that? And Robin's like, no, look, give editorial a few more years and I'll be by. Like, it'll happen. And Miguel's like, dude, don't worry about it. I'm just messing around with you. Yeah, sure, I'll help you out. So they go down to a thrift store or something like that. I don't know, a boutique shop, and horrible outfits, absolutely dreadful. To which Red Robin's like, are you still messing with me? And he's like, yeah, I'll get you normal outfits, whatever. And as he's describing this, he's like, I'd never seen him like this. He was this open. He was whatever. It humanized him. It was something that I had never really seen from him before. And as they're exiting the building, turns out that it's actually a pride parade going on. And Tim is just feeling so open, so willing to intertwine. He ends up being in the parade and like basically makes friends with everyone there. And he's like, I was so happy to see him be able to just let loose like that. And we go back to the wake, and we see everyone's like, why didn't you tell us that story before? And it's like, I don't know, it felt kind of personal. It was just something between us. It wasn't like a hero thing. It was just like two bros sort of thing. And we see as everyone else is there, I can never remember her name, Tanya, Power Girl. She's like, okay, well, you know, we said that we would keep this upbeat. This isn't meant to be this sad thing. This is a celebration of life. So I'll tell my favorite story. Back when we were at Star Labs that were blown up on Governor's Island, me and Tim were examining some of the tech that was left over. I was so new to the team, I didn't know what to say to him. And then he cracks this corny joke of a neutron walks into a bar and asks how much for a beer. And the bartender says no charge. And she's like, that's horrible. That's a horrible joke. So it's like, well, you know, it's a physics joke. I figured if anyone could appreciate it, be you. And they basically just bond over the idea that, not like, yes, she has powers or whatever like that, but prior to that, she was an engineer, and he's happy to have somebody who can help run diagnostics on this sort of stuff and someone that's around like that. So as they're doing that, she's like, oh yeah, you know, you would love my boss, the original Power Girl, Karen Starr, all that. And she's just about to go off on like this rant about like, I don't know if I can live up in her shadow and all this stuff. But she stops herself and she's like, oh yeah, this guy was trained under Batman. Like that amount of shadow is unbearable. So that made me feel okay about my whole Power Girl thing. And we cut over to Raven, and Raven's like, mine, just after I joined the team, and I got saved from becoming Trigons, whatever, I was being all emo in my room. Tim stepped in and was just like, hey, I know you said you want to be alone, but I don't think you should be. And she's like, get out of my room. And he's like, look, I see what's going on here. I know you feel like you're rotten to the core. And she's like, you can't even begin to understand what I feel. And he's like, try me. And she unleashes a spell, teleports them both to Azarath. They look at the hellscape going on. And she's like, this is what I was meant to be, what I was meant to make Earth become. How can you trust me? How can you let me live among you? How can you count me as your friend? And Tim's like, look, I get it. Let it out of your system. Do what you got to do. I'm not going anywhere. And eventually, like, transports him back, saying, like, look, I'm sorry. I've got a lot on my mind. It's like, look, I don't know what it's like to be Trigon's daughter. Yeah, fair. But I do know a lot about growing up with scary father figures and stuff like that. So, I mean, like, look, you want to talk about messed up lineages or whatnot. The Robin after me was named Damian. I thought he was a real prick. I think he's a time bomb, but Batman saw something in him. And as such, I allowed him to, and Damian got something out of it that, like, I don't think he even saw within himself. And that's what I'm seeing in you, is that you have that spark of good in you, even if you don't see it in yourself. And then Beast Boy, I guess they didn't want to give a moment to, where it's literally just, yeah, Tim Drake's the best Robin. Like, Nightwing, he's awesome, he's cool, whatever, but he feels like he has the weight of the world on his shoulders. Red Hood, we don't even need to talk about that. And Damian's a prick. So, yeah, you know, I hope that if I ever do have to meet Damian for whatever reason, I can have that same sort of openness that Tim does. I'll try to keep that in mind. And then, as they're saying, just like, yeah, you know, out of all the Robins, I think Tim's the one I'd want to be stuck with the most if I was like on a desert island. And we go over to Cassie, and Cassie's like, I've been looking at pictures of him all day. I want to stop, but I just can't. We had so many good times. And we see hers is some point recently, they were picking up groceries for the team. And as they walk outside, Cassie's basically like, hey, a couple issues back, you kissed me. And then, like, nothing ever came of it. Like, you didn't do anything. What was that about? Like, why did you kiss me in the first place? And he's like, look, that happened right before all that business with Trigon and all that other stuff. I think we were all acting a little bit weird back then. I just wasn't myself that night, okay? And she's like, well, are you yourself now? And before anything else can happen, there was an explosion. They see fire trucks heading to a coal processing plant across town. And it's like, well, drop the groceries. We're going to have to go take care of that. So they fly over to it. Firefighters are like, we have no idea how many people are inside. It's crazy. It's whatever. Red Robin's got some like scanning goggles. He's like, 4 on that floor, 8 on the floor below. We got it. And so they jump in. And Cassie's like, you know, Batman uses his voice to intimidate. He uses it to be scary and like this threat or whatever. But Tim, he walked in, he took charge, he was focused and confident, and he knew what to do. And because he was all of those things, like, I fell for Superboy before as like a self-destructive thing. I saw him as like the bad boy. But the reason that I was into Tim was because he like just made me feel like I could be better than myself. He made me take risks and knew that I would succeed and made me better. And you know, I now I know that the whole reason that he didn't kiss me or didn't like try to kiss me again after that is because he was dating that spoiler girl. And good God, like how is she feeling after all this? And then you read the friggin' issue, not well. But he's, you know, everyone's tearing up at that point, and it's like, well, our whole keeping upbeat thing isn't working out so well, so what do we do now? And Raven's like, to broaden the question, what does the team do now? Like, do we move forward together, or are the Teen Titans done for? And everyone's got their own opinions of what's going on. It's like, well, I think Tim would want us to stay together and all that, but Tim was the whole reason we started this. I think we should all agree at the very least that we should be using our powers the way Tim wanted to, which is helping other people, helping kids who have their meta abilities, like honor him by doing that. And it's like, yeah, none of us possesses wisdom. I don't think we can keep the team together without him, but we should be doing that. And one by one, they just say like, yeah, Raven's got a mini series coming up. She's going to go spend some time with family in San Francisco, human family. Beast Boy and Bunker are going to crash together and go to Hollywood. Bunker's going to try to maybe Beast Boy's going to try to maybe get his acting career back on track. Power Girl and Wonder Girl are the only ones left over. And it's like, well, I guess that's that. I mean, can't believe he's gone. It doesn't even seem real now. And the final page we get is as they're talking to each other about like, you know, it's not the Teen Titans without Robin in charge. We cut to the Bat Cave where there is a tube with the Red Robin outfit in it, and Damian standing there next to it looking up going, all right. So for anyone who didn't know, in Rebirth we got a Teen Titans led by Damian that I think had Kid Flash, Beast Boy, Raven, and Starfire on it. So take that for what you will. Here's the thing. It's a solid issue. I think it's a good issue on its own. I think it does a good job of tying into whatever continuity was going on at that point. Like, all that, fine and good. I'm not sure how I feel about it as the capper to the series. Like, it makes sense that the Teen Titans doesn't continue past that point, and I'm happy that we had a thing with, like, the team coming together. But I think I would have liked it a little bit more if, like, instead of it being a walk down memory lane of like everything we did of like Red Robin moments, instead having it be like one last adventure and remembering that, and like having this be bouncing between what is going on in the current day and then this one last adventure that we didn't see. It didn't even need to be anything big. Like, again, my favorite thing recently was the Monster Mala and the Brain stuff. Like, that was great. You can do these smaller scale things and make it work, but I don't know. As we wrapped up this, it felt less like an end to this series and more of, well, we just need to bridge the gap into the new Teen Titans series. We have to explain how we got from A to B and like how they reacted to Tim and all that. We need to just cover their bases instead of it being the end of this series. So I still think it's good. I still think I'm going to say 7.5 overall. Because everything I want is just like wish fulfillment. It's things that I would want to see. But looking at the series as it is on its own, it's still good. It's still a fine enough issue. So 7.5, and that is Teen Titans. Earth 2 Society number 17, written by Dan Abnett, art by Bruno Redondo. So last issue, everything got erased. The whole world was destroyed? Question mark? Fury opened up the casket, and then reality warping happened. So this issue opens somewhere, and we see a white, not quite void. It's a city, but like the city is ghostly and white and is not like fleshed out at all. And we see Jay Garrick's Flash is running up and down the streets just yelling out, "Hello? Anyone? Please let someone be here." And as he's going up and down the streets, he's freaking out. He's like, I don't even know what happened. I was unconscious when all the stuff at the end happened. Where am I? What's going on? And finally, he reaches a crossroads and he sees Fury. And Fury has cast aside like all of her stuff, all of her like gear, and she's just sitting down broken in the middle of the street. And he's like, what happened? What's going on? She's like, I did this. I made all this happen. I opened the casket. I risked everything, and I lost, and I destroyed the world, and it's all gone. And Flash is like, well, no, there's some like ghost buildings or whatever. It's like, yeah, ghost. This is all the remains of Earth 2, and it's all been erased, and I've ruined everything. And you see like mascara is just like coming down her eyes. Like she's just sobbing. Meanwhile, somewhere else, there's a little speech bubble that pops up, a computerized one that says cohesion expected in 87 minutes. Stand by. And Red Tornado and Power Girl are both there. And Red Tornado's like, do you hear that? You hear your little voice say something about cohesion? It sounded electronic. And she's like, I don't hear anything. And it's like, cohesion expected in 86 minutes. She's like, there it is again. And Power Girl's like, I don't hear anything except, oh, hey, check it out. Hawk Girl's here. So in comes Kendra. And she's like, oh my God, I've been zooming around for hours. I'm so happy to see you. What the hell's been going on? And it's like, oh, we don't know. You're the first one that we've seen either. Like, this is crazy. So Tornado's like, hey, look, yeah, I hear a voice. We all see that there are these buildings around us. It's a thing. And as Tornado is talking to Kendra, like saying the electronic voice and saying what it's saying, cohesion and all that stuff, Kara's going over and she's looking at the buildings and she's like, this looks like a window, but I can't see through it. And like, this is a building. Does this skyline look familiar to any of you? And they're like, no, not really. But then as they think about it more and take more of a look, it's like, wait a minute, this is Metropolis. And Hawkeye was like, you mean Neotropolis, right? Because Metropolis was on the world that was destroyed. But Red Tornado's like, no, this looks like Metropolis. And they're like, how is this possible? And it's like, well, I mean, I don't know. It's extrapolating from my data memory. Like, maybe this is an outline of old Metropolis. And it's like, okay, well, why isn't it solid? Why is it just an outline? And it's like, I don't know. Fury said something about opening the casket having to do with memories and stuff like that. It's mystical. Maybe this is like, she thought that she could reincarnate it from memories, but like, it's only half worked or something like that. And then Hawkgirl's like, but would that mean that our world, Telos, Earth 2, doesn't that mean that was destroyed? And then the voice speaks again and it says, extrinsic life forms registered, containment of or elimination required, please stand by. And Tornado's like, the voice said something about elimination. I'm not a fan of that. And they both look over at Power Girl, and standing behind one of the ghost walls is this Slender Man-ass looking Sandman. And they're just like, Kara, look out. And it reaches through the window, grabs her, and brings her into a room, a fully fleshed out room with things and stuff. And Kara zaps him. We see there are a few more Sandmen who pop up saying like, oh, elimination detail required, extra supplemental agents or whatever. And she's like, who are you? What do you want? Where are we? And one of them fires off a shot at Kara, sends her blasted back through the window the other way. And Tornado and Kendra are like, are you okay? What just happened there? It's like, oh, it was some kind of weapon. And as Kendra's looking in, the window's already healed up. There's nothing on the other side. She's like, what is happening here? So Kara reveals they were men. It was a real room. It was solid. It was complete. And there were men who looked like Sandman. They looked like Dodds. So what is that all about? But then all of a sudden Jay Garrick shows up and just like, oh, hey, we heard a shot and we followed it over here. You good? Everything's all right? And like, he's freaking out. He's just like, I mean, I you know, it sucks that we're here. I don't wish you were here, but I'm happy that you're here. And it's like, wait a minute, hold on. You said we. Who else is here? And then Fury comes walking in, and both Tornado and Kendra are like, Fury, hey, you're here. Like, did you do this? And she's like, I didn't mean to. Like, it was either that or Ultra Human. I got to do it, and that wouldn't have been okay. And Kara comes up, and she's pissed. She's like, "Oh, so what? You thought you'd do it first, and you destroyed our whole world in the process." And Fury's like holding back tears poorly. She's like, "I don't know what went wrong. It should have worked, but this place is just an echo. Like, it's not real." And Kara's like, "How could you be so reckless?" And then Tornado starts putting together some stuff and was just like, look, Earth 2 is all we had. It was a shell, it was a remnant, but like, it was all we had, and we were holding on by our fingertips. And after the first world end, everyone who lived went to that second world, and now you're saying that one is gone too, that those hundreds of thousands of people just gone, like, even though they managed to survive the destruction of the previous planet. Innocent people who looked to us to protect them. And Fury's just like, what I did was inexcusable. I will live with this guilt for the rest of my life, and I don't know what more to say. And she's like, well, yeah, destroying a world seems to be running in the family here since you're from Apocalypse. And she's like, okay, well, hold on, that's a step too far. I disavowed that whole life. It's like, yeah, well, guess what? This place is haunted. There's Ghost Sandman behind the walls. And we see that, again, the robot voice speaks out. Red Tornado's like, there it is again. And it's saying elimination required, supplemental upgrade lethal force provision. And all of a sudden, they are surrounded. You just see in this city, there's just Sandmen everywhere. And it's like, well, here they come. They'll start leaping out. They all start shooting at them. The fight starts up. And Flash is like, why do they all look like Dodds? What's going on? But Fury's just standing still, just like, death is all I deserve. I've ruined everything. And it's like, okay, well, the rest of us don't deserve that, so you need to fight for our sakes. And she's like, fine, fair enough. And so she just starts throwing like punches, and Sandmen go flying like crazy. So at that point, laser beams, I guess, attack one of the Sandmen, and we see a voice offside saying like, oh, it occurs to me that these hostiles have to be coming from somewhere. So what, y'all just gonna stand there gawking? And we see Valzad is flying overhead, Sandman in arms, and specifically he's regained the Superman crest. He's back to that again. So that's the issue. It's fine. It's, I don't know. It's big. It's meta in a way. I'm curious to see where this all comes down to, because obviously we have the countdown timer. It's like 85 minutes or whatever it was at. Yeah, no, I'm just curious to see what exactly this is, because obviously this isn't your standard reality warping. This can't just be a thing of like, oh, we're changing the world, but this does not go, because what's the computer voice? Like, that's a good mystery. We're setting that up. We're saying, okay, something is in charge of this. Who are these Sandmen? Why are they acting essentially as like antibodies to whatever this new world is? Yeah, I know. I'm into it. I'm down for all this. And then adding a little bit of characterization to Fury, of forcing her to do something she didn't want to do to begin with, and then having everyone be pissed at her for doing it. Like, it adds some depth. I'm curious to see how that shakes out. So, collectively, I'm curious to see who all survived. Like, is it going to be all of our named characters, or are they going to be like, no, like, you know, Huntress didn't make it or something like that? And then I'm still not convinced that this isn't going to be a thing where all of it gets undone. Like, we're just going to go back to like, here's where we were right after Green Lantern put his ring into the thing, and we're just going to say that that's where we're at. I'll say a 7.5. It's got a lot of potential, and I'm hoping it's going to keep on going up, because I was at like 8s before this, but I just need to see where it's going, because it can go literally, they're pretty much at a blank page. They can go anywhere they want with this, and I just need to see where. So yeah, keep going. Earth 2 Society number 18, written by Dan Abnett, art by Bruno Redondo. So last issue, I mean, going back to the issue beforehand, everything got wiped. Everything was just gone. We're now in this weird echo world where it might be Metropolis, but like totally blank. And we followed around last issue, not Huntress, Power Girl, Fury, Jay Garrick, Red Tornado. I'm blanking on the last one, but a group of people. And then this one opens up with Batman, his son John, and Helena, who have shown up elsewhere, and they've just been wandering the streets, and he's just like, Dad, I don't like this place, it's really messed up. And Batman's like, me neither, but you need to call me Batman when I'm on the suit. And Helena's like, are you serious? There's no one else around here. Who's going to be listening? It's like, we don't know that, and as long as I'm in the suit, I need to be Batman. And it's like, are you kidding me right now? So all of a sudden John hears something, and he hears the same voice that Red Tornado was able to hear in the previous issue, which is cohesion imminent, extrinsic life forms, blah, 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 need elimination. So it's like, all right, I heard elimination. That doesn't sound good. And then all of a sudden from the skies descend a bunch of the Sandman creatures that showed up in the last issue, and fight starts breaking out. So at one point, Batman's like, John, get behind me, stay safe. And John's like, why? And he just starts throwing fire out of his hands. And Batman's like, oh, right, I forgot that was a thing. So they continue to start fighting against it. Like, why do these guys all look like Sandman? Is this like a security drill? And Huntress is like, that sounds stupid. I'm not down with that. One of them gets hands on Helena, to which John comes in and just delivers like a massive punch. And is like, get your hands off my Aunt Helena. And then after the fight ends, Batman helps Helena up, just be like, "You good, Aunt Helena?" And she's like, "Yeah, fine, thanks." So yeah, at that point, John was like, "Hey, hope that you're okay with me coming in and helping you, but also I think I should have a code name like my dad." And he's just like, "I don't want to be Fire Pattern anymore. That was my slave name." And he's like, "Right, well, we'll think about that, but let's try to figure out where the hell we are to begin with." So we go down to the other one. Hawk Girl, that was a character I couldn't remember. And Val Zod is also there. So Red Tornado, previously the timer was up at like 85 minutes. Now it's down to 15. And it's just like, okay, I can hear that voice and it's still counting down. We need to deal with that. So they're asking Val Zod how he got here, and it's just like, I suspect the same way that all of you. Like, the Pandora casket showed us up here, and Flash is like, by the way, Fury's a little bit upset about the Pandora thing. Try not to mention it. Val Zod's like, right, cool. Hey, Fury! And Chase is like, what the hell, man? And it's just like, look, you took control to stop Ultra Humanite. And she's like, yeah, and I destroyed the whole world. Do you want to get up on me on it? And it's like, no, I don't think you did. Look at me. And she like looks at him and she's like, I'm wearing this S now. I didn't put this on. Whatever you did, put this S on me. Also, your headgear, your helmet, is different from when we left. You changed that yourself. What's that all about? And everyone else is like, yeah, what are you getting at, man? He's like, I don't know, but like, the casket was supposed to remake the world. I think that we have been remade in subtle ways, and maybe the rest of the world is also changing. Maybe something's going on. So the Sandman freaks, the things that came in, they've all disappeared. Val Zod uses X-ray vision and says Power Girl and Red Tornado should do the same. And when they look inside the buildings, they see like there are rooms, there are things inside, and it's got like full architecture. It's just not fully fleshed out. It's not just a shell. There's something else. So at that point, Val Zod's like, look, I'm starting to get a theory. I think that this place is real. It's here, but it's out of phase. Like we're slightly misaligned on a radio station. Like it's just slightly not within us yet. We can, like, building a new reality, it probably isn't something that happens in a split second. It's something that needs to like form. It needs to get its form around us. And so we're just kind of waiting around until existence catches up. And so at that point, Fury's like, well, then we find whatever these Sandman creatures are, and we see what's in charge of all this. And she walks over and just punches a wall, and it just fully collapses, and inside they see something. But we cut back over to the Bat group, and John's like, I think I just heard a wall smashing. We should probably go deal with that. So they start making their way down. It once again says extrinsic forces need to be taken care of, and a Sandman is watching them. However, we see that the wall of Fury punched down, and inside is a fully furnished bedroom. And like the walls that she knocked down have rebar in them and other such things. And it's like, this is real. This is reality. And Val Zod saying, okay, I think that Fury broke the barrier between limbo and the real world. And she's like, see, I didn't destroy everything. Everything's fine. This is real. Everything's totally cool. But then Red Tornado hears the time warning again. Now we're down to the final 2 minutes, and that the cohesion must not be disrupted. Elimination maximum ordered. So Red Tornado's like, guys, I think we may have gotten a little bit too much attention. And they look around, and it's just hordes of Sandmen are coming after them. So big fight scene breaks out. Everyone's holding their own as best they can. The countdown's still continuing. And she's just like, look, we got 30 seconds. We're done. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. I hope to see everyone on the other side. So everything starts swirling. Everything starts going black. Same thing's happening for the Bat family. And it just says cohesion imminent, cohesion imminent, cohesion imminent. Until finally it goes completely black. And then boom, we're in Metropolis. And not just Metropolis. We're in like 1950s retrofuturism kind of Metropolis with like blimps flying around, and like there's projection screens or whatever, but also everyone's walking around wearing fedoras and holding briefcases. And the Bat family's the one we come into first, and it says cohesion achieved, reality is configured. And they're like, oh my god, we're in Metropolis. And as they're standing there, someone shouts out from a nearby alleyway and says, hey, you people in the weird costumes, follow me if you want to live through the next hour. And as we cut over, we see it is a pulp hero looking version of Steel. So Commander Steel or Sergeant Steel, whatever his name is. Yeah. What? It's not a. Here's the thing. I think it's a fine enough issue. I think that I appreciate the idea of like reality needing to catch up. It's not as easy as like just, putting the souls of Amazons into people's bodies like it was previously used for before. This is a whole new thing. I don't think it was explained as well as it could have been. Maybe we'll still get more. Maybe this is a thing where like, we're not sticking around in this reality. Maybe we're going to get like, oh, this was all still part of a vision or something like that. But if we are sticking around in this and that's all the explanation we get for the previous bit, I don't feel like I got it. Maybe that's just my lack of understanding certain aspects of it, but it still feels like I was waiting for another shoe to drop. I was still waiting for this idea of, yeah, this is all the theory that we have, but also this. Because, again, who was doing the countdown? Like, why is there a thing of like, was it like a god? Is it just Sandman represents God's security force? Maybe, but I don't know. It seems like I'm still missing something. But overall, like the art's great. I love the stylism of it. So I gotta say, it's still like a 7.5. It's still a good issue by far. It's just something's keeping it from getting up into that 8 range for me. And I just want a little bit more clarification as to what's going on, because that's kind of what's always been holding this book back, is when they don't fully explain what they want to do. And because this world is so different from Earth Prime, I can't just make inferences. I can't just assume some certain things. So yeah, 7.5. We'll see what goes up next. Earth 2 Society, number 19, written by Dan Abnett, art by Bruno Redondo and Vicente Cifuentes. So last issue, the white void that everyone was chilling in just suddenly, boop, now it's Metropolis, and it's like 1950s looking Metropolis. So we see there's a guy barking down the street, a news thing saying like Daily Planet. Well, he says, new planet, get the new Daily Planet. And it's like, har, 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 yeah, new planet, we get you. We see Flash is hiding around a corner. Everyone here is dressed like smart 50s, except for our guys who are dressed as superheroes. So he runs in and he grabs not only a newspaper, but a crap ton of clothes off a bunch of mannequins. And he makes his way back to whatever Metropolis' Central Park is, where all the other heroes, at least Power Girl, Tornado, Hawk Girl, Fury, and Val Zod are waiting, and just like, oh, Flash, what took you so long? He's like, sorry, I had to stop to check the sizes on all the things. Like, dude, we're kidding. You were gone for like 10 seconds. He's like, oh, I also grabbed the newspaper so we can like figure out what's going on in the world. So they figure out they need to get change of clothes so they can blend in. However, both Red Tornado and Hawk Girl are like, that's not really going to work for us. What with the whole we don't look anything goddamn like humans thing. And it's like, all right, fair enough. But as Lois is looking through the Daily Planet paper, it's like, yeah, this is Metropolis. This is this. Like, how did this even just happen? She's asking Val Zod, and he's like, I think we're just finally in phase. Like, we can see it, and it can see us, and we're all good. We're all figured out with where it needs to be. And they're basically asking, okay, but like, what's the differences? This is Metropolis, but like, is this the world that we left? Is this pre-World's End? And they look around, it's like, there's no sign of like Darkseid's invasion or anything like that. So if it is any of that stuff, it must be before any of that as well. And they basically call out that the casket works from memories and subconscious stuff. So it's entirely possible that this world is not any real world that was made beforehand. This is an idealized form that comes from like what they wanted to happen and what kind of world they would have liked to see. So Val Zod's like, well, here's the thing. Those Sandman entity things tried to kill us. They are somehow in control of this reality in a fundamental way that they could see us, and they didn't want us here. So we need to figure out what that's all about. And he gets into his practically Clark Kent disguise as he puts on glasses. Meanwhile, Red Tornado's like, guys, the newspaper is full of like regular news. Like, there are no wonders here. There's no criminals. Like, yeah, there's crimes, but there's no like super criminals or anything like that. Like, this place is like a utopia. It's like totally normal. And it's just like, oh, well, we've had so many issues on our Earth too of like wonders being a problem. Maybe one of our subconsciouses just edited out wonders. Maybe we're no longer a thing anymore. And it's like, well, whatever it seems to be, we are here now, and we need to figure out who's keeping this world under control. So let me go over in the last issue. Obviously, the back group was grabbed by who appears to be Sergeant Steele, and he basically is like, wonders, huh? You've been theorized to exist, but we've never actually seen one before. I'm Sergeant Steele, last member of the Americommando program, and I know it's a dumb name, but I didn't make it up. So they're like, okay, you're a super soldier. Why are we crawling through the sewers and like deep underground here if you are this like American hero thing? He's like, oh, well, you see, we're safe down here. We've got shields. They're not going to be able to see us. And it's like, yeah, okay, that's not creepy at all. So apparently he's already been talking about some stuff, so Batman's just saying back, like, okay, you're working against Central Control. Start explaining. He's like, well, I want your guys' names first. Who are you? He's like, I'm Batman, this is Huntress, and that's the Boy Wonder. He's like, Dad, I don't want to be called the Boy Wonder. It's like, shut up, that's your name now. So he's like, look, I've never heard of you guys. I have no idea why I ever should have. But cool, you're welcome, whatever. And he's like, okay, well, you seemed not surprised that we showed up when you called us out of traffic up top. And he's just like, yeah, I have a scanner. I was looking out for you guys because this technology is stolen from Central Control. They have a much more powerful version. And when they started talking about, what's the words they were looking for? Extrinsics. Like, I made sure that I got there first and managed to scoop you guys up. And John's like, what's an extrinsic? And it's like, shush, we're not talking about that right now. This is a whole thing. Like, what's going on? Like with you. And I mean, long story short, they get back to the extrinsic things, which basically saying entities or energies from parallel dimensions. It's always been theoretical, but Central Control has long since been looking for them. That's why the entire Americommando thing was set up. All this stuff is fighting against the idea of extrinsics showing up, and the Sandmen are just the latest fighting force on that. And it's like, okay, why are they considered a threat? Oh, it's because Central Control says they would be a threat. Like, they would threaten the world order and all that. And Batman's like, okay, can we circle back to the Central Control? Like, what actually is that? It's like, don't you know anything? He's like, no, assume I don't. So he's like, yeah, Central Control runs the country, probably the entire world, and the Sandman sleeper forces are what the police force essentially is. So then we cut to Central Control. And we see the Sandmen who are just full-on NSAing it, keeping an eye on everybody, and there is one person who's dressed in suspiciously Lex Luthor-looking armor, purple and greens, who's commanding them, and they basically say, okay, we've got a lock, 9 individuals came through. There's a group of 3 and a group of 6. The group of 3 are being shielded somewhere, we don't know where they went. The group of 6 are just standing in the middle of a park, and they think they're putting on disguises, but like, we can sense them, they're there. And the thing's just like, okay, so should we use the weapon? Is that what's going on? And the main guy's just like, no, the weapon's not ready. I'm still working on that, but we must take them out. Like, this world is barely a few hours old, but everyone believes that the world has existed forever who's been inside of it. I don't want anyone who's going to damage my order. Get me Dodds. And we see all the other Sandmen are kind of generic looking. This one guy steps out wearing the trench coat and a different type of mask. And he's like, I'm already here. We know where they are. We can go get them. But I want to be clear that these wonders have powers that might be useful to us. Maybe we should try to like talk to them. And then immediately he starts getting like force choked. Dodds is starting to collapse. And the main bad guy is like, nope, we're not doing that. There are no wonders on this world. Your Sandmen are the only ones that I allow. And don't you dare make me regret that by questioning my authority. And Dodds is like, sorry, yeah, no, they're dead. No problem. Got it. So we cut back to the conversation between Steele and the rest of the Bat family. And he basically says, we've got a movement. It's called the Movement. And we're trying to take down Central Control because they got a weapon. And Hunter's like, let me guess, it's called the Weapon. He's like, yeah, you're good at this. So, yeah, basically, they don't know what the weapon does, but they do know it's a final solution sort of thing. If they don't stop it, it's going to be game over. And, like, they're never going to be able to shake control of Central Control. However, John starts feeling a voice. He's like, I can feel something going on. Like, it's they're searching for us. And Steele checks his readings, being like, oh, damn, they're, like, expanding their search thing, and it's like, we're shielded, but it's gonna break. Like, it's eventually gonna get through. How did the kid know that if you don't have any familiarity with our tech? And immediately he starts getting suspicious of John and the rest of them. He's like, I thought you guys were friendlies. What are you? How do you know all this stuff here? Helena disarms the gun off of him. Steele then throws a punch, and Batman takes a shot, seemingly to the chest. We then go back over to the people in the park. They finally got their costumes on, all their disguises. Red Tornado and Kendra are just standing in the background. And it's like, okay, well, whatever this world is, it's got its own history, it's got its own stuff going on, its own sense of continuity. So we just have to lay low, not draw any attention to ourselves. And then a portal opens up and Sandmen come out saying like, "You there, you're all wonders." And they're like, "Well, we just got the disguises on. God damn it." So they do the ripping open of the stuff, and immediately the big fight breaks out. And finally we see one of the Sandmen goes up to the director and is like, "Director, Dodds reports he's in battle with the Sixth. He's engaged. He'll take them all out." And the director says, "Good." And then he turns around and we see it's Ultra Humanite. You thought he was dead. Nope. He says, "Good. No survivors. I got here first, and I'm not letting any wonders ruin my world." That's the issue. Yeah, I mean, I can believe Ultra Humanite. Like, this is a thing where it's like, okay, he arrived whatever, a decade before, maybe just minutes before, but like he arrived sometime before the rest of them, and that allowed him to reshape the world, but not like completely, you know? Like there is an idea that the Wonders and like Fury may have been able to do something about it. So I don't know. I'll be honest, I feel like this is the issue where I'm like, maybe we're not going to go back. Maybe this is a thing where like we are just going to adapt to this world, whatever's going on here, which, I mean, that's brutal. If this is a thing where like all the rest of the Earth 2 people are gone, so be it. Also, if Batman's dead, I doubt it. I mean, look, he gets shot once. You have to assume his chest is like carbon plated, gonna bounce right off, but still. Yeah, it's fine. It's still just, this entire issue just feels like a bunch of explaining. And especially the whole bit of like, oh, we have to get into these disguises and we have to like fit in, we can't be found. They cut back to that like 3 times, and then finally it's just like, well, the disguises were stupid, let's fight. It's funny for a moment, but then you realize like we've been spending a long time doing this. Maybe we could have spent it doing something else. So yeah, I'm gonna say just a 7 for this one. It's good. I don't know, we're coming to the end of this very quickly. We've only got 3 more issues, and I worry that it's going to feel very Deus Ex Machina, like very much of like, we're going to fight right up to the last minute, and then all of a sudden it's going to be like, the power of dreams can rewrite the world. And it's like, all right, well, maybe use the power of something else instead. Earth 2 Society number 20, written by Dan Abnett, art by Vicente Cifuentes. So last issue we had the big war start up. All these Sandmen started attacking our main group of heroes, and we found out Ultra Humanite was the one who was behind everything. So we cut into the main central part of Metropolis, not just out on the outskirts in the park, and we see that the Sandmen have brought the fight in, or at least they're following Val Zod, who has brought the fight into the streets, and the Sandmen have absolutely no problem firing off shots towards civilians, to which Val like lands on the car and he's like, "People of Metropolis, we mean you no harm," and then he takes a shot to the back, and it's like, yeah, all right, go in there, take him out. As they move in closer, Fury comes in, manages to throw some punches, gets rid of the Sandmen. And it's like, "Hey, Val Zod, you good?" And it's just like, "Yeah, I'm fine. It just knocked the wind out of me." And she's like, "Cool. Maybe we shouldn't have gone into the inner city, man. This seems like a bad idea." We then cut over to Hawkgirl, who is also taking shots of herself. She's telling civilians, like, "Get out of the way. This is dangerous. You need to go." And they're doing their best to move. Flash comes in, grabs hold of like a family, gets them off the street, and just like, "You make sure to stay safe." And they're like, "Get out of here, you freak!" And just like, "Oh, okay. Why do they hate us so much?" And Kendra's like, "I mean, they've never seen wonders before. We've already established this is a wonderless world, so yeah, they're probably just scared, whatever." And it's like, well, we don't have time for a PR stunt. So a bunch of Sandmen start attacking again. Flash picks up Kendra, tries to get them out of the way, but they just hit a wall. And it's like, God, there's so many of them. Let's thin out the herd a little bit. So Flash does his thing. Kendra's right behind him. We see Power Girl's also throwing tons of punches until Red Tornado comes up and just being like, "Kara, I'm going to try something. Hold on to a wall." And she's like, "What? Why am I supposed to hold on?" "Oh, God, no, you're doing this." And we see Lois just forms a massive tornado, swipes up a whole bunch of the Sandmen, gets a clear path for them to escape. To which she's like, "Ha, got him out of here." And Kara's like, "Great, cool. You are aware of the property damage you're causing here, right?" And she's like, oh God, I keep forgetting that this is a real place. This feels like a dream. I'm sorry. Oh God, these are real people." And Kara's like, "Yeah, as far as we know, yes. We should probably not destroy this place, you know? So they start trying to make their way out of the city. Red Tornado gets zapped in the neck, so Kara has to go down, grab her. She's now passed out, and it's just like, all right, well, we're just outrunning the guns now. We cut back over to Ultrahumanite, who's being filled in by one of the little Sandman drones, saying like, well, all of our forces are out in full force. We literally can't do anything else to police any other part of the world. And Ultrahumanite's like, what else needs policing? I run this place with an iron fist. This is literally the only thing that needs any concern at all right now. Yes, take them out. And it's like, oh, well, does that mean you want to use the weapon, sir? And he's like, no, I will decide when it is time to use the weapon. Patch me into Dodds. Get me the main Sandman. And he's like, hey, Ultrahumanite, what's up? And he's just like, oh, you do your damn job. And he's like, oh, yeah, doing my best. And he's like, oh, are you sassing me? He's like, nope, wouldn't dream of it, Ultrahumanite. And during all this, Dodds is fighting against Val-Zod. Val-Zod hears that. He's like, did you just say Ultrahumanite? But he gets so off guard that Dodds lands a solid shot in Val-Zod's chest. He starts charging up a kill shot in order to take him out permanently. And we skip away over to the Bat Family. So at the Bat Family, we left that with Steel shooting Dick in the chest. John gets all pissed off, holds up Steel by the throat, being like, you shot my dad. And Batman's like, I'm fine. I've got protection. We're fine. No problem. He was just scared and confused. Don't hold that against him. And he looks at Steel and he's like, we're not your enemy. We're here. And Steel's like, that's easy to say. And Batman's like, let us prove it. What's going on upstairs? I hear a whole lot of noise. And they look at the TV and see all of the Sandmen, literally all of them, are out and fight against the couple of Wonders, and they're like, hey, some of our friends made it. That's neat. And he's like, well, sorry that you know these people, because with all these Sandmen out, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a massacre. To which Batman's like, for which side? And he's like, you really think your guys can take on that many Sandmen? He's like, yes, I'm positive. But let's also focus on the idea that that's all of the Sandmen, right? Where is the weapon being held? Do you know where that is? And Steel's like, well, yeah, I know that. And he's like, cool, let's go take care of it. Right now, there's no security on that at all. And he's like, what? We can't. Do you know how long it would take me to get the movement up and running? I'm going to have to contact all these people and get them into a safe place and all that. Like, there's no way I could do it this quickly. And Batman's like, why did I ask about other people? No, I said we're going. We're not putting any civilians at risk. You lead us to central control. We're going to take out that weapon. And he's like, oh my God, you're serious? You want to do this? And she's like, yep, it's the only chance we're going to get. So they start making their way down the sewer system. Dodds is still charging up a shot. Fury comes in, punches him in the back, and just starts going ham. It's just like, you come here and you try to kill us. No hesitation. You try to slaughter us. I may have made this world, possibly, maybe, and I'm not willing to let that sacrifice be in vain. You will not be a part of this. And it doesn't say directly that she straight up murdered him. But the next panel is Dodds is down, director, and we are showing a 27% loss of Sandman forces, to which the Anti-Monitor's like, they were always good. They were always powerful. I never doubted that. They always managed to scrape by the skin of their teeth, and I hate them for it. If they want to come into my world and they want to try to instill themselves again, this world that I specifically have without Wonders, then we're going to go ahead and annihilate them. Get the weapon, disarm the safety locks, we're doing it. And we cut over to see what the weapon is, and it's Alan Scott, still curled up in the fetal position inside his little safety bubble, keeping him safe from Ultrahumanite's influence. So, cool. I mean, I was wondering how Alan Scott was going to make it through. I didn't think he was just off the table forever. So, when they said, I think last issue, they said 9 people made it through. I'm like, okay, well, that's everyone that we've seen accounted for. Where's Alan? So it's good to see that there is another person in here. That being said, I'm just now realizing that, like, the last arc, not even the Ultrahumanite stuff, but like the stuff before that, we had Our Man, we had Red Arrow. Well, Red Arrow's dead, but Our Man was around. Wildcat, like, what happened to them? Are they dead? Are they just, they never existed, I guess? I don't know. I'm up for it. Do I feel like we're building properly here? I don't know. What I've really liked about this series in the last arc and the arc before that is the idea that they were tackling such big ideas. They were doing like really big concepts of how do you run a society properly. And this feels more like No, this is just the finale. We're not doing a big idea. We're just doing a finale. We're doing the big battle. And I'm a little bit more let down by that. But maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe we'll turn it around. They'll make it some big moralistic message. I don't know. It doesn't feel like we're quite there. So, yeah, I'm going to say this one, it's still good. The art's still great. It's a 7, but it's just, I'm continuously hoping for more, I guess, is my biggest thing here. So hopefully we can deliver it. We got 2 issues left. Let's see it happen. Earth 2 Society number 21, written by Dan Abnett, art by Vicente Cifuentes. So last issue, Ultra Humanite is like, all right, too many of my Sandman have been taken out. I'm going to launch the weapon. And it turns out the weapon is Alan Scott, because of course it is. So we have Batman and the rest of the team charging towards Central Command. Steel's leading them, and it's like, well, there it is. It's the big building, but like no one's able to get close because of all the Sandmen. But the Sandmen aren't here because they're all focused on the B team. So at that point, Steel's like, oh, okay, so all we got to do is, oh, no, geez, he released the weapon. And Batman's like, you're kidding me, that's the weapon? And we see Alan Scott's just hovering above the building, just all powered up and looking pissed. So down on the ground, we see Fury has managed to get the crowd of people down there. And it's just like, everyone, we are heroes. We're good people. We are here to protect you and free you from this hellscape and these weird Sandmen things. Don't worry about them. We'll totally beat them back. And then Alan comes in and just punches her in the stomach, and Flash is like, oh God, oh no, and everyone else is like, Jesus, oh, this is horrible. Alan's back, not him, anyone but him. And so Val gets in just like, hey, Alan, it's me, it's your buddy Val, you gotta stop this. Ooh, and he takes a punch to the face, and everyone else is like, Jesus, all right, pile on, Al, that's all we could do. So we see back at the Central Command, Ultra Humanite has to really maintain his focus. We see he's like stuttering. He's just like, I've kept him in hypno restraints for a long time, and that's what's allowing me to control him, but like he's still pushing back. So I'm just going to need absolute focus, and then I'll be able to take it down. I'm mentally prepared for all sorts of tricks. There's no way that Alan's going to be able to break through on his own as long as I stay totally focused. And then Batman and crew bust in through the roof like, guess what, bitch, we're here. So Steel fights against the one Sandman guy that's left over there, and Ultra Humanite's like, look, when I said I need to be totally focused, I do have a little bit of wiggle room, and you guys are pathetic. You're not even like superpowered ones, so yeah, no problem. And he just starts swatting them away. Batman and Steel do land a few punches, but he just picks them up just like, you guys should have sent Valzad. This is pathetic. And he just throws them away, like not even concerned. Meanwhile, back out on the battlefield, Alan is just completely wrecking shop. He's attacking all the Wonders. Hawkgirl gets right up in his face and just pulls the trigger numerous times. No phasing him, just totally set. He's firing off, I'm going to say heat vision, but, you know, it's a construct. It's a Green Lantern construct. He ends up trapping Kendra and Tornado in chains and then slams them together at high speeds. I will say the art makes it look like they're doing like a fusion. Like they're slammed together so hard that like they become Red Hawk Girl or Hawk Tornado, but no, they just go unconscious. And so all that's left awake and alive is Kara, and she's like, all right, it's just you and me then, Alan, let's go. I hope you're in there realizing that you're fighting your friends, and maybe you can pull your punches, maybe. And Alan just starts swinging, and she's like, guess not, okay. So we see John, Fire Pattern is of course trying to use his powers on Ultra Humanite, and Ultra Humanite's just like, you're such a disappointment. I thought the world of you. You were such a cool kid, and here you are beating up your dad. I hate you. So he swats away John. John goes into a thing. Helena's like, no, damn you, that's my kind of nephew. So they get into like a 3-second long fight before Ultra Humanite's like, you are a fine specimen, but you're still just human, and I'm so much more. And he Hulk slams her into the ground. It's like, all right, I think we're done. Everyone here is unconscious. We go back over to the Alan fight, and we see the fight's continuing on until eventually Alan just conjures up a Green Lantern box around Kara and starts shrinking it down, smaller and smaller. Meanwhile, Batman gets back up, and he's like, you know, there was a brave man who stood with us without question. He was my friend, my mentor, and my son. You will pay. And Ultra Humanite's like, what are you even? And then Batman comes in and just Boom, you will pay. He starts throwing punches, and he's like, I will not stop. You can kill me, and I still will not stop, ever. And he keeps on punching, keeps on laying hits. It manages to break Ultra Humanite's concentration for just a second, and that's enough to let Alan break free of the control. The Green Lantern construct breaks before Kara's squished inside, and he's like, Kara, where am I? What's going on? We see Ultra Humanite manages to stop the flurry of punches from Batman, throws one solid one right into his jaw, and then another one like uppercutting into his spine, and there's a big scrunch noise, and Batman's just a pile of bones on the floor, and he's like, there, I killed you, you stopped. Look at me. So at that point, he's like, damn, I lost concentration. All right, no problem. I'll just make a reconnection with Green Lantern. And before he even has a chance to think it, Green Lantern's in the room. He's just like, nope, not enough time. And like, we don't get to see what happened. All we see is Green Lantern standing over Ultra Humanite's corpse as like his entire chest cavity has been removed. And Alan just goes, there, it's over. Huntress gets up, sees Dick laying on the ground, and goes, Batman, Dick, you good? And he's not waking up. And the final panel is just Huntress holding the seemingly dead body of Dick Grayson. Batman had to die in the crisis. We said that like 3 issues ago, that's how it had to go. Earth 2 just runs through Batman. Like, it's just nonstop. I mean, yeah, I assume next issue is going to be the epilogue. I assume it's just going to be like and where are they now? Well, what did we do? How did we move on? Or something like that. I will say it feels like we're staying in this world, and that's insane to me. Like, they spent so long saying, like, all those people on Earth 2, all those people on our planet that survived all of that stuff, they're gone. They're dead. Like, they never existed. That's insane to me. Like, sure, we've got this whole other world of people here that seem like normal people, but like, there's nothing left. That's crazy to me that we would have that and treat that as a win. Maybe we won't. Maybe the epilogue's going to be like, and we will never forget the fallen of like everyone who ever lived in the normal universe before we did a reality reset. Like, that's nuts. Killing Batman, yeah, it's whatever. Green Lantern, I will say, I feel like we overplayed the mind controlling of Green Lantern card. I know it only really was here in this specific arc, and it's just been Ultra Humanite, but the fact that he did it twice is just kind of like, could we not have done could we not have done like Val Zod? Could we not have done like something more interesting? Maybe Fury? I mean, her whole thing was like her guilt and all that. Maybe that could have been a thing. I don't know. Just felt weird that it was Alan twice, but you know, powers of a god, what have you. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm this particular issue, I feel, is fine. It's got some moments to it, very cinematic feeling moments, but I'm still at like a 7.5. I think I really need to see how the epilogue, how this final issue is going to cover it, because that's going to be the defining factor of like, how much do I think Earth 2, not even just like society, but Earth 2 as a concept really worked out. But I will, also society as well. So 7.5 here. Let's head into the finale. Earth 2 Society, number 22, written by Dan Abnett, art by Vicente Cifuentes, the finale of the entire book. And yeah, it's an epilogue. It takes place 6 months after all the Ultra Humanite stuff, and we don't change the world back. We don't have the potential to. We're stuck in this weird alternate proto-1950s kind of feeling world, aka when the JSA actually took place in. So we get Power Girl. She's buzzing around the world. She's like, oh, good morning, America. Good morning, world. It's a wonderful, wonderful day. Sometimes, I think, and then all of a sudden she gets a call that interrupts her monologue saying that there is a robbery in progress. So she immediately zips over to it. But Steel is already on the case. He takes out the robbers and he's like, oh, yeah, I got it. So Power Girl flies on. Just like, oh, sometimes I think how lucky we are to live in a world. And I'm just going to say this up front. This entire thing is just kind of one long monologue until like the very last pages, where it's just saying things worked out. Everything's cool, but I will do some actual basics here. So we see one of the robbers is getting away in a car. So she gives chase to that. She's like, yeah, it's nice to be able to work besides our friends, stand firm in the face of danger. She like just stops the car by standing in front of it. Protect our society, and for that society to see us as a boon and not a menace. So she's dragging the robbers off as all like the standbys are waving. And we see the other heroes doing things. Green Lantern saving a cat from a tree. Val-Zod is talking down a jumper from a roof. Fury's fighting a killer robot, because I guess that's still a problem. And it's like, yeah, we take all the problems, no matter how small or big or private, and we fight them all down. And then we get like a history lesson of Earth. You know, we haven't always been so lucky. Earth 2 existed, and then it exploded, and then a couple of us escaped, and then convergence happened, and then we lived on this world where there are monsters and societal uproads. And like, you know, it just kept on moving from bad to bad to bad to bad to worse to bad. And we slowly withered into dust until eventually a miracle happened where, on the brink of extinction, we rebirthed our world. It turned into a whole new ideal version where everything was great. And this is now our Earth 2, which the other one was Earth 2, but don't tell them that. This is our do-over. And this time we're going to make sure that we do it right. We're looking after it for real this time. We see Flash is running by. He gets an alert that there's a meta crime at the power company. So he runs in, makes quick work of them. We see Lois, still Red Tornado, is working at the Daily Planet, and she's typing up all the superhero columns saying like, oh, Flash foils a power plant raid, all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, we can be who we really are. We don't have to hide our gifts. We have no shame, anything like that. We see Hawkgirl's out. She's flying around with eagles, and it's like, and it's not because we're superior or arrogant. It's because we love freedom, and being free gives everyone freedom. We cut to Green Lantern stopping a runaway cable car, and Power Girl coming in to save some civilians that would have been crushed. And it's like, this is the freedom of life, safety, second chances, happily ever afters. Then we cut over to Gotham, which still looks like Gotham, mind you. It's dark and dingy and whatever else. And we see that some people dressed up as Scarecrow are stealing something. And in jumps Batman and Robin. Now, for anyone who didn't hear at the end of the last issue, Dick Grayson Batman is dead. He straight up was like, his spine eviscerated. So I don't know what the hell this is, but we pop in with Batman and Robin jumping around. And after they take out the Scarecrow gang, turns out that this is actually Helena. She's given up the Huntress mantle and has now taken up the mantle of Batman, specifically Batman. But we'll get back to that. So we see a little redheaded boy, possibly this world's Jimmy Olsen, and goes, extra, extra, Batman stops the Scarecrow gang. And we see Val-Zod's reading it as there's a meeting of all the people. And Alan does pull out a picture of his boyfriend from all the way back in issue 1 of like Earth 2. And he's looking at it happily. And as Val arrives, everyone sits around the big round table and says like, all right, well, we're all here now, so let's get this together. And Power Girl's like, we really need to do this more than once per week. It's a thing. And then Batman enters, Helena, and says, Oracle has been keeping us all on our toes. And I didn't realize this in my first read through, but yeah, they're all getting alerts of like, this crime is happening. Somebody's keeping track of that, but we don't know who yet. So Helena comes in, she demasks, and Val's like, hey, Helena, I can't help but notice you haven't changed the name from Batman. And she's like, why should I? Batman is my title. It belonged to my father, his father as well, and Dick Grayson. So I think Batman should stay as Batman. What would you rather I change it to something? You think I can't be a Batman? You think I got to be a Bat chick or what? A Bat woman? Is that what you're saying? And Val's like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. By all means, continue being Batman. It's like, right, okay. Anyway, continuing on. Lex Luthor's doing some crazy stuff. I guess there's a Lex Luthor in this world, and Lois is like, well, I'm going to, stick it to him. I'm going to see what's going on. I'm writing a story that's going to put him in prison. And if he manages to sneak out of it, well, he's going to have to reap the whirlwind, if you know what I'm saying. Everyone's like, oh, Red Tornado with the jokes. And then, I don't know who invited her, but Fury's here. And, she deserves to be here. But, like, everyone else is having fun. And then Fury, she looks all emo. She's, like, cupping her arms. She's like, could we maybe take a moment to think about all of those that we have lost and the worlds we have lost and our absent friends? And Val-Zod, we zoom in on his face and we see, like, the reflection of everybody on the JSA within his S saying, like, yes, of course. And let's also not forget everything we've gained. Let's count our blessings as well. And then a voice-off panel says, Oh, it's funny. I see everything, and as usual, you're started without me. And in comes goddamn Dick Grayson, who is now like fully paralyzed. Maybe he can move his arms, but we don't get to see it. And he is now Oracle. He's the one who's running all the crime stuff. And Val's like, oh, without you, we wouldn't be a world of wonders. You are truly our guiding light here. And he's like, oh, well, thanks, Val, but like, you can just call me Dick. I'm not Oracle. I'm off the clock. And he walks over to Robin, who of course is his son John, saying like, hey, how's your day been? He's like, oh, it's going great, thanks. And he congratulates Helena on another good day well done as Batman. And he's like, all right, let's go ahead and get started. I'm hearing news about a Leonard Snart, goes by the name Captain Cold. Flash, I think this one belongs to you. You can go ahead and take this one here. And we zoom out to show the whole world as the sun rises over it, saying, this is Earth 2, our do-over. It's a wonderful world, and it's staying that way. Happily ever after. The end. It's fine. It's good. I mean, if you want to... Okay, let me collect my thoughts for a minute here. Looking at the history of Earth 2, all the way back at the beginning of the book, it has been nothing but a misery fest, beginning to end. Every single time they get a success, it is immediately back with a, now it's ruined, and you're never going to have anything ever, and like, everyone you love is dying, and I appreciate that we can give a happy ending here at the end. Looking at it through the lens of it being the JSA, and then setting it in this weird, like, proto-golden age, like, we got newsboys standing out with the extra sort of thing. I appreciate that. It makes it feel like this was done with a vision of, okay, we're going to be setting up the JSA, but we're doing things slightly different. We're making it our own thing. I think it's done well. I appreciate the way that we got here. I will say it is still absolutely bananas to me that not only did they have the balls to say, yeah, Earth 2 was destroyed in Earth 2 World's End. Those people all died. Billions of people died, and we were left with these couple 100,000 survivors. Then they did convergence, they got a new world, and then they killed those people too. That's the part that gets me. The fact that it's like, yeah, we reset reality, and the only ones that survived were like these 9 people, and like just other randos that have managed to join us. Dr. Fate, dead. Hourman, dead. Wildcat, dead. All of them gone. Like, that's insane to me. But no, it's a nice enough story for what it is. Yeah, I guess my only thing is this book went so long after Rebirth started. It went for like a full year following. I don't feel like it needed to do that. I feel like you easily could have done like the Ultra Humanite thing. They reset the world. And then it's just is reset. We didn't have a whole nother 6 issues here of like, oh, there's a Sandman thing and we have to do this. Like, no, just have them have their perfect idyllic universe where everyone's happy all the time and everyone who died is back alive and yeah, fine. So it's fine for what it is for how long it was. It's just crazy to me that it went that long. So yeah, I'll give it the 8. I think this last issue is just a fun little, where are they now? Nothing wrong with that. Art's also good, no problems there. And the reveal that Dick Grayson survived, but is no longer Batman, passing the mantle on yet again. I'm down. I like it. So, yeah, overall, 8 for this. And Earth 2 finally ends. And we have not seen it in 10 years since. So whatever's going on there, hopefully it's worked out for him. Justice League of America number 9, written and art by Brian Hitch. So, last issue, Jesus. Everybody on Earth, I think, may have just been the local area, but I believe Earth, was freed from Rao's power, his influence, and also Superman died. Big air quotes on that one. This issue is about time travel, and it's confusing. So, I don't know the best way to try to label the Raos. I know there's ancient Rao, there's, I don't know, mid-times Rao, and then there's current Rao. Maybe I just say like current and future, whatever you want to call it. Regardless, we open up this where Rao is trying to use the stones in order to get his followers back. There are the Forever Stones, And then in the past, there are what Rao has is the life stones, I believe. And the stones interact in some way. But regardless, he tries using the forever stones to like do time stuff or whatever. Flash, along with the members of this Infinity Corporation or whatever it's called, are all inside. And they start running as a big power surge start happening. And Rao's like, oh, hey, there are other stones. I can bend time, and they're singing to my stones of life. And that seems to mean something. But Flash and the rest of the crew get caught up in all of the soldiers that were taken over by Rao. And Rao's like, okay, hold on, everyone. Let's just chill a minute. So then we go to Ancient Krypton, where there is Ancient Rao and more Future Rao. It's so confusing. And basically, Green Lantern's been taken prisoner. Ancient Rao is like, dude, you seem kind of like a dictator. And Future Rao's like, nah, man, I'm cool. I'm chill. Don't worry about it. But Green Lantern does not have access to his ring at this point, or rather, he's wearing it, but something Rao did. His own willpower is too strong, and it's now allowing him to escape. And Ancient Rao is basically like, look, I appreciate the fact that you are saying that you're doing all these nice things or whatever, as Future Rao's trying to like convince him like, this is really cool, you should try it out. Try taking off the life force of a bunch of people so that you can heal them and be their god or whatever. And Ancient Rao's like, I don't think so. This seems like a bad idea. So we then get Current Rao, God, who is the one, I guess, who is like unaware of Flash or whatever else. He is there with all of his followers, and he's like, oh, hey, I heard your stones were singing to my stones. Let me see your stones, please. And Flash is like, what, he's got stones as well? And it's like, okay, well, we'll show you ours if you can show us yours. And he's like, yeah, that's fair enough. So Vincent, one of the guys there, is like, look, these stones, they've never acted like this before. If he's got stones, we got to like at least try to figure out what's going on. These could be generational answers. So they lead them back to the Forever Stones, and he's like, oh, fantastic. And they ask some questions about where he got his stones. He says he found them on Krypton. They've been buried for millennia. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm from Krypton. And I guess I haven't considered it, but Flash has not been present for any of the stuff with Rao. So as Rao is showing up here, they're not aware of the fact that he is like totally super evil, and he's just trying to play nice. And he's just like, oh, yeah, I'm from Krypton. And Flash is like, oh, hey, Krypton. Yeah, cool. We got a guy there. And Rao is like, oh, yeah, well, tell me about this Krypton guy. What's he all about? So Ancient Rao brings Green Lantern some food, and he's like, look, this guy's been telling me all this stuff about like how I should join him. I'm not buying in. This guy sucks. I don't like the way he's doing this. I don't think I could possibly do it. But he has been transitioning my entire army into following him, so I kind of don't have any way to fight back against him. And Hal's just like, look, I've been trying to get in the ring. I'm trying to, but like something's pushing me back. And he's like, look, Other Rao has a will stronger than yours. It's supported by the lives of all the Kryptonians. There's only so much you can do. And Hal's like, well, we just have to hope he can make a mistake, because then I can hop in. So we then cut back over to Rao's Cathedral. As he's exiting, he's got the stones or whatever. He's like, cool, thank you for letting me have your stones and like see them. Now I'm going to convert you all to my religion. And Flash is like, wait a minute, I think you're a villain. And he tries to convert Vincent, but for some reason Vincent's able to fight back. And Rao's like, that's not a thing. That shouldn't be allowed. So at that point, Flash starts fighting against Rao. And because of where they're at, which again, I'm not entirely sure where, there's no yellow sun. So Rao doesn't have like any powers, and Barry's like, haha, gotcha. So they go back into the stones, and it's like, all right, we got to get back to where we're going. We need to escape. I think is this during the Ancient Rao parts? I don't know. He's like, look, we got to get back where we're going, and we got to go to Earth. And we see, I guess they do that, which allows for Current Rao to be like, oh, Earth. All right, I'll do that. So then Ancient Krypton, we see Future Rao is like, okay, we're going to take the fight to Earth, and we're going to send our religion, and we're going to just like raises the whole army. And as he is doing that, he is distracted enough that Hal is able to tap into his ring. So he's like, cool, I can do something. So we see what this basically comes down to he's using the Forever Stones or whatever and his powers in order to teleport ancient Krypton. We'll get back to that in a second. We cut back to Wonder Woman, who is trying to revive Superman, and she's been trying for a while. We see everyone's around, and it's like, oh my god, I can't believe this. Like, what's going on? And she's like desperately trying. Aquaman eventually has to step in and be like, Diana, it's been minutes. Like, it's too late. You got to stop. And she steps away, and then she realizes she has Zeus's thunderbolt, and she's like, no, I have to. She zaps him with the, like, all this electricity straight from a storm. Nothing. And Aquaman's like, I'm so sorry. And then Superman coughs, and he's like, did we get him? Did we beat Rao? And Diana's happy to see Superman, and just like, yeah, no, but seriously, did you do it? Did we stop him? And it's like, no, he ran away. It's like, well, we got to stop him. He's not going to stop. And then at that point, everyone hears a rumbling. There's a thing. They step outside. They look up in the sky, and Superman's like, I recognize that. That's ancient Krypton. Oh, crap. He just teleported Krypton straight up into our airspace. And then we cut over to Krypton, where we see Rao's like, there you go. I did it. I used the Forever Stones or the Life Stones or whatever the hell they are, and I've teleported ancient Krypton. So now all you Kryptonians now in the Yellow Sun, you will go down to that planet. You will convert everybody by force if you have to. And as they're about to jump down, as they're about to do it, we see Hal busts out of the building, and Ancient Rao's like, oh, hey, you suck. New Rao, I hate you. I'm never going to become you. And that guy there, I put all my faith in him because he's just one man willing to stand up against the storm. And that's the issue. Okay. Look, I think if I were reading this all in one go, I'd be able to be like, oh, okay, that's the Rao, that's the Rao, that's the Rao. But like, it has been months since the last issue of this book. Months. And it is so confusing to be like, where were we? Where was everyone at? This is so... There are 3 Raos. 2 of them look completely identical. And one of them is just wearing the slightly different outfit. And that's Ancient Rao. But like, by the time the book ends, I get where we're at. We're all on Earth. Everyone is there. Even Hal from Ancient Krypton got transported over. So he's zooming down to normal planet. Everyone's in the same place now, and there's a giant Kryptonian army about to storm the Earth. Fine, cool, good. I'm fine with it. But the story we took to get there was so complicated and so like, oh yeah, the Forever Stones and the Life Stones, but we don't see the Life Stones, but the Forever Stones do this, and then the Life Stones are like, stop. Just stop. Just say a wizard did it. I'm fine with that. So it's complicated, needlessly so. It's good looking, I'll give it that. The Superman coming back to life thing, like, of course he was going to, but whatever. I don't know. Part of me doesn't want to go up to a 7. Part of me wants to say like a 6.5. But like, the art is good, and I like where it leaves off. It's got a good pacing to it. It's just confusing if you're not reading it in trade. So, 7. I'm just perfectly flat 7, not even like a 0.01. It's okay, it's good even. It's just needlessly complicated. JLA number 10, written by Brian Hitch and Tony Bedard, art by Tom Derenick. Now, before I even get into the issue, this entire book has been Brian Hitch's book. Like, it is him. He's doing the writing and the art. The fact that issue number 10, the only way it was ever going to come out is if he basically just had the overarching plot, relegated that to Tony Bedard, who wrote the script, and then Tom Derenick did the art. Like, I appreciate just wanting to get the book out, but damn, that must feel bad. Right at the finish line of just like, I can't finish this book, someone else do it. So yeah, last issue, Ancient Krypton showed up in the sky. Rao's about to attack with an army of Kryptonians, and Green Lantern escaped. And escaping from Ancient Krypton, going down to normal Earth, he puts a shield around the entire Earth. A giant Green Lantern thing, and the Ring's like, you can't, this is too much, man. You can't. And he's like, shut up, keep doing it. So Kryptonians start attacking it. They're all weak. They're barely in the Yellow Sun yet, so they barely have any power. And Lantern's like, okay, here's what I found out. I was held prisoner on Krypton. It's an ancient Krypton. There's this group called the Dwalu. That's the followers of Rao. They're the ones pounding on the shield. And they were like, wait a minute, I thought we just stopped Rao from taking over the Earth. And it's like, well, he found some special stones that can make him time travel, and that's what's going on up there. And Hal starts getting weak because obviously the ring is taking a lot out of him. But Superman then stands up and he's like, all right, here's the battle plan. We got each other. That's good enough for me. And so they're just like, all right, well, here's the thing. We got to end this quick because once the Kryptonians start to power up from the yellow sun, we will be running out of time. Like right now, they are just dudes who can maybe kind of fly. In 10 minutes, they're going to be Supermen. So we got to deal with that. Batman and Cyborg, they check in with Silas Stone, who has been making some anti-Kryptonian measures in order to take out this fight. And he's like, yep, I got it all set. I'm launching to you now. It'll take like 30 seconds. But the fight's already began as Green Lantern's shield gives way. The Kryptonians start descending upon the city. And he's like, right, okay, few minutes, here we go. So Wonder Woman, Superman, and Hal all fly up. Aquaman and Flash stay on the ground ready to fight. And it's like, this is at least 250,000 Kryptonians. This is going to be a long day. We then see the group at the Infinity Corporation. Vincent and the other ones are like, well, didn't expect this when I signed up for this business, but so be it. If this be our last day, we do what we can. So Cyborg and Batman get their toys. They're just giant like mech drones that are ready to fight. They sink into the brains of them, so they just think it and it flies the way they want it to. But it also fires red solar radiation, and they used the blood from Superman in order to make an artificial kryptonite. So it's not going to kill them, but it will hurt them. It will take them down. And so they start flying in, and they're like, also, we only have 2 drones that we're piloting. Is that going to be enough? And it's like, oh, no, we're piloting 2 drones, but there's also like 100 other ones that are just flying around. So we're good. So we see the fights going on. Wonder Woman's using magic, takes out a bunch of them. Green Lantern's willpower's also taken out a bunch of them. It's like, great, cool, we're doing fine, but there's still a bit too many. They're coming down to the ground. And so Flash and Aquaman jump in. They start taking them out. We see Rao is up on the building being like, oh, man, this feels great. Can you feel the yellow sun building Ancient Rao? And Ancient Rao is like, but like, why? And he's like, don't worry about the why. You got the power. So he boasts him saying like, all right, why don't you try flying? Well, you know, it feels good. Get up there. Grow. Defy gravity yourself. Get past your own little barriers. And he does so. And it seems like, uh-oh, Ancient Rao is following in future Rao's footsteps. So I guess a few minutes have passed. Wonder Woman's magic is not working as well as it was before. Green Lantern's willpower is not doing as much. And Rao comes in being like, all right, go ahead, kill him. Do what you got to do. Take whatever you got to do. And we see the Kryptonian army, the Dawalu, are just falling out of the sky. They're landing in the streets. Aquaman's trying to do like damage protection, just saying, everyone clear the streets, get out of here. And they're like, but our God, Rao is back. Please, Rao, come down. Give us your blessings. Superman's like, okay, screw the army. We got to focus on Rao. We take him out and the power source also disappears. And Rao's like, I don't think you're going to be able to do that. So Batman and Cyborg land back down on the ground. Batman goes over to Vincent and he's like, look, your building has some sort of time travel ability, right? With the Forever Stones. If I can get you to the stones, can you regain control of them from Rao and like do something for me? He's like, what, you want to send me back into time, send back Krypton, like back through time? And just like, no, they're already off the planet. It's not going to send them back. I got something even bigger. And it's like, well, all right, I'll do what I can. So he tells Cyborg to open a boom tube to Krypton so that they all can run through and try to get to where the stones are being held. Aquaman just has a moment because he hasn't had a moment in this whole series where they're like, your gods have abandoned you, man. And he's like, my god is Poseidon and this is his trident. If I got his trident, you know what that means? That means I'm God now. Check this out. And then he does a tidal wave that just washes away a bunch of the Kryptonians. So everyone starts making their way over to Krypton in terms of Batman and the Infinity Corps and all that. And as they arrive on Krypton, Alexis, one of the humans, is like collapses, and there's like, oh yeah, sorry, forgot to warn you, Krypton has extra heavy gravity. But the other 2 humans move on just fine, and Batman's like, that's weird. We're gonna need to talk about that. But that's for later. So they start running their way over to the stones, and Cyborg and Batman try to grab them some time. We still don't know what the plan is. But anyway, Rao lands amongst the people along with Ancient Rao. And they're like, Rao, why did you leave us? You healed my sister. She's sick again. Please, give me blessings. I want blessings. And so he comes down. He's like, oh, don't worry. I'll bless all of you. And then Superman comes down being like, you son of a bitch. I'm going to beat the crap out of you. And all the people are like, oh, my God, Superman. And Rao's like, hey, no. It's cool. It's cool. Hey, Superman. Hey, come here. Just between you and me, like real quick right here. You messed it up, man. You failed. I'm going to kill you. There's no way you're going to be able to do this. Like, I will offer my hand in love, but like, if you mess me up, I will burn you to the ground. And that's what's going to happen. And Superman looks over at Ancient Rao and is just like, are you earlier version of him? And Ancient Rao's like, yeah. And he's like, you feel proud about this? Do you like this going on here? So we go back over to the stones and we see Vincent and all of them are over there and they're pleading with the stones, saying, hey, please do our plan. We really, really, really would like you to. And they glow bright. And Batman's like, cool. All right, I just got my arm blown off. Does it work? And we look up at the sky and we see that our yellow sun has now turned red. And Rao's like, I'm sorry, what? And Superman says, ho, this is the end for you, man. He basically says, like, what just happened? And Batman gets on the Justice League, like, comms. And he's like, Rao, we took the time travel potential of the Infinity Court building and we put it on the sun. And we fast forwarded the sun until it became a red giant. So you ain't got no powers no more. And Rao's like, you son of a bitch. You think this matters? Like, I'm still connected to my army. And I'll just drain all of them of their powers, and then I'll be able to, like, kick your asses. Like, I'll kill every single last one of you. And he specifically looks at Superman just being like, and you had all this power, and you were doing nice things with it. You're an embarrassment to Krypton, man. You are the last person that could stop me. And Ancient Rao, who's been chilling in the background, picks up a spear from one of the downed Dwalu and goes, yeah, you're right. And he cuts off Future Rao's head. And Superman's like, no, why did you do that? Murder is bad. And he's like, somebody had to, and technically he's me. So is it really murder? And Superman's like, why? And he's like, look, there are worse things than murder, such as becoming him. I'm never going to let that happen. I'm going to take our world back home. We're going back into the past. And I'm just going to die when it's my time. I'm not going to worry about all this stuff here. Maybe it'll cause a paradox. I don't know. But, like, that's just what it is. So they go down to the planet and it's just like, hey, Vincent, this entire thing began because you had a vision with these Forever Stones that you saw Superman dying. But he didn't die, and the world didn't end. So what's that all about? And Vincent's like, I don't know. I mean, maybe this was what the Stones wanted all along. Maybe they showed me whatever in order to build us towards something, build up something big. But Superman did die. Like, that happened. We saw that happen. And then when that happened, when we just aged the sun just now, the stone showed me another future, which is that Superman's actually really definitely gonna die soon. And then we're going to have a new awakening, a rebirth, perhaps. And then, like, everyone just, like, they're hugging each other and they look sad. I don't know why they look sad. Rao was murdered and Superman and Wonder Woman are hugging each other. And I feel like Wonder Woman would be like, yes! That's the issue. I don't know, man. It got messy. This whole book has been messy. It's big. I'll give it that. That's the one thing about this book that I can definitely say is that it's big. It feels grand in scale. The downside of that is you can't have delays. Like, at a certain point, I just lost interest in the book with how heavily delayed it was and how much, like, it felt like we were just doing other things for a while. I couldn't bring myself to care. There are aspects that I like. There are aspects that are good about it. But overall, I think this book kind of just crumpled under its own weight. Like, with the delays, with the fact that Brian Hitch could not finish up the final issue here, which the stand-ins, Tom Derenick and Tony Bedard, they did great. Like, I'm not saying that this is a particularly bad issue. I just don't think that, like, what it was building towards here, it just didn't work out. And it's disappointing, but it's just the way this one happened to go. So, yeah, I don't want to judge this issue too harshly for the series as a whole failing, but, like, I think I have to say this one's like a 6.5. Like, for all the buildup, for everything else, the fact that they're like, we time traveled the sun to make it a red giant, like that doesn't feel big enough for me. That doesn't feel like interesting enough. So, yeah, not great, but it was at least an interesting read the whole way through. Justice League number 51, written by Dan Abnett, art by Paul Pelletier. So, it's a flashback story. It is Dick Grayson's first meeting with the Justice League as Robin. I kind of want to say this is like a little bit of a tie-in to like Titans, the Rebirth story, but I don't know. We'll get there. So we open up with 5 years ago. It's the Darkseid stuff, and Superman punches him, and they shove him through a boom tube and close it on Darkseid, and everything's cool, whatever. Robin is talking about this, saying like, oh, and they saved the world, and they did all this stuff. And then there's this like menacing voice that's narrating as well, saying, oh, there they are. They're so bold and bright and delicious. I'm hungry. But we cut to 6 months later, and we see the Justice League is like, Batman, why the hell did you bring a child up here? Like, we've got a serious crisis going on right now, and what are you doing? He's like, oh, well, Robin can handle himself in a crisis. He's like, yeah, hi. He said I could ride along and that it would be a good experience for me. And everyone's like, is he your son? Is he a sidekick? Like, what the hell is going on here? And Batman's like, shut up, everyone. Just let's talk about it. What's the crisis going on? So Cyborg walks over and says, look, in Indiana, it was a warm summer's day. It turned freezing. Somewhere over Denver, it immediately started like burning up like crazy. And then in Albuquerque, it starts raining fish. And they look at Aquaman, and he's like, don't look at that. I don't know what's going on. Batman calls that this thing called Fortean phenomena, which is just strange weather. And Flash is like, I don't see how this is a crisis. Can we just pass this off to the Justice League Dark? Like, I don't see how this is really us. To which Hal's like, if you see a guy in a trench coat, don't fall asleep around him. I'm promising you guys you don't want to do that. But it's like, well, this upgraded to a crisis when Superman in Metropolis 5 minutes ago is now fighting against these weird-ass mechanical wolf things. So the whole Justice League immediately boom tubes down. Batman's like, Robin, just keep behind me. And they get in. Green Lantern's like, no problem. I could just control it. Like, I'll contain them with Green Lantern stuff. But they just slip right through the Green Lantern stuff. And it's like, okay, that's a problem. So more and more, they're trying to like use their powers and do all the fancy stuff to take out these wolves. And Batman comes in and just throws solid punches. He's like, brute force is what we need to work here, guys. Nothing else seems to be working. So they start punching as best they can. Robin goes over and talks to Cyborg. Hey, you okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm cool. I'm fine. Thanks. More wolves start coming in. Robin ends up throwing the little R Robin Rang at one of the wolves, and it just ka-chunks off its skull. And one woman's like, it's pretty neat. Can I see that for a second? She throws it, and it just like severs its throat. Like, it just goes all the way through him. So at that point, Cyborg's doing some analysis, saying like, these things may have been designed originally, but like they've been bred. This is organic growth. And Green Lantern's still trying to pen them in, still trying to do stuff. It's just not working. So it's like, all right, well, if we got to punch him, we got to go old school, so be it. However, all of a sudden, Mammoth shows up. Who, like, you know, he's this big hulking brute guy. Maybe it's Goliath, I could be wrong. But regardless, he shows up and he's like, where am I? Who are you? And it's like, what do you mean, who are you? Who are you? And then he just punches Flash into the ground. Superman's like, well, we've got a second threat. And then Superman gets punched away as well. Robin turns to Batman like, is he part of like this? Like, is this all connected? He's like, we don't know, but we just got to deal with it. So they tell Robin, look, this has gotten a bit too dangerous for you. You need to take a step back, head off into the background. And he's like, oh, okay. But he looks up on the roof and he sees a figure watching all this. He's like, wait a minute, who's that guy? So he jumps up onto the roof and he comes across a Kaluan, like Brainiac's race, and is like, you identify yourself. And the guy just turns and fires off some energy bolts at Robin. He's like, I don't want to fight. I want an answer. But the Kaluan ends up smacking Robin down into the ground, which Wonder Woman sees and is just like, hey, leave him alone. Knocks out the Kaluan. Robin gets knocked down. He's like, oh man, I just got my ass handed to me in front of the Justice League. And Cyborg's like, you get used to it, man. Like, when I first started, I was also just a kid with some fancy tech, and like these were these titans, these huge heroes, but I did my best and I earned my place and their respect, and that's all that you need to do as well. So if Batman trusts you, that's the whole reason he brought you in. He trusts you. That must make you really damn good. So ignore all that stuff, ignore all the put downs and all like why it has taken this long for you to come up here. What do you have that Batman thinks is worth bringing onto the team, that is worth having you up here to help out? And Hal comes in to also listen in, and Robin's like, well, we got 3 different threats, 3 different things that have shown up here. They don't seem connected. They're totally different like stuff, but they're all here. I would stop asking about what's connecting them, and more importantly, what is connecting here, like this location of Metropolis, what makes it special, but also where are they coming from, like from where? And then immediately Hal and Cyborg are like, oh, fair enough. So they start running scans with the rings and Cyborg's tech, and Cyborg calls down and says, hey, we got to trace on all 3 threats. They have bleed energy. They're coming from interdimensional crossings, which we then cut to the villain, the guy who had the text box saying he was so hungry before. He's watching the screen and he's like, space and time are damaged and I could crawl up to the shores of Earth Prime if I made my effort. But Hal and them are like, okay, well, we've cross-referenced everything else going on here. Robin managed to be the one that brought this up and managed to make it a thing. So Cyborg's doing a scan of the area, saying like, why Metropolis? And he realizes this is all tied back to fighting against Darkseid. When we shoved him through the boom tube and slammed the door shut, we effectively slammed the door too hard. And in that metaphor, we caused cracks in the drywall surrounding the door, which in this case is space-time. And like, theoretically, it shouldn't be that bad, but like, it's getting worse. Things are coming in, getting through, and it's exponentially growing worse. So Superman's like, so what? We caused this? This is the issue we caused? And it's like, look, Cyborg says, like, I'm the one who basically caused this. This is more of my own thing. And the villain's just like, oh, these God Slayers, they're so bright. They would nourish me for 1,000 years. So at this point, Wonder Woman's still fighting the Kalun. The Kalun's just like, wait, hold on, you guys caused this? And she's like, wait, hold on, you could talk? And he's like, I mean, I've been analyzing your language. It's very stupid, but like, yes, I'm able to talk to you now. So Wonder Woman's like, hey, everyone, threat number 3, he's cool now. He's not going to be a threat. And he's like, yeah, if like Darkseid is known as a destroyer on Kolu. My name is Braun Walks. I'm a scientist, and we were analyzing the stress fractures. We thought there was going to be an invasion, but if you guys caused this, then like, okay, yeah, no worries. I'll help you fight against it. And just like, cool, can you fix them? And he's like, if I could, I would have done it from my side. So no, not entirely sure. So Wonder Woman relays all the information that's coming from Braun Walks, all that sort of stuff. They're just like, okay, what are the wolves? And it's like, well, the wolves are, according to Kalun, called Schrodinger hounds. They're interspatial scavengers who hide in the corners of space-time. And the Mammoth guy is probably from our Earth, and he just traveled through time. He doesn't know what's going on here, but regardless, we can just knock him out. So at that point, Cyborg's like, okay, for whatever reason, most likely the easiest way to deal with this is that we just need to do another slamming of the door is the easiest way to describe it. Like, if I open up another boom tube and slam it again, it should effectively seal up all the fractures that have been made. So they open up a boom tube. It's absolutely massive, like the universe shudders, and the guy who's doing the evil is like, oh damn, they're like really strong. I don't think I can take them. They're a bit much for me right now. I'm gonna have to hold off on this one. And then they slam the boom tube shut, and all the stress fractures are closed, and everyone just disappears back to their own stuff. So Hal's just like, yeah, no problem. It's just another Tuesday. To which Aquaman's just like, Robin, this was not another Tuesday. This was actually really, really big for us, and you did some really cool stuff. So great job. Superman goes up, gives him a handshake. He's like, it's good to meet you, Robin. You did great. Wonder Woman says the same stuff to him. And then Cyborg's giving the pep talk saying, like, look, once you get over the first night nerves, it's going to be great. Like, you're going to be fantastic. So Batman walks up to him, and Robin's just like, that was terrifying, and I was absolutely outclassed. Why did you bring me along? And he's like, Cyborg is the youngest of our group, but, like, we're all going to keep aging. Like, the Justice League needs to be around, and we're all going to age out of it. And some of us may even die. You are going to be in the Justice League one day, and I want you to get used to that idea. And Dick's like, you want me? Like, I don't even have any powers. He's like, yeah, well, if I can be a viable team member, so can you. And he's like, you think I'm really going to be a member one day? He's like, no, I don't think you're going to be a member. I think you're going to lead the Justice League. And the narration on the back says, like, I first have to make my prey something more viable. I can't take on the Justice League. It has to be something smaller, something that will allow me to get at these god-slaying titans from the inside. I'll attack the child, Robin. And it says, to be continued in Titans Rebirth #1. I don't know who the hell the villain is. I genuinely have no idea. I know the first villain of Titans Rebirth is Abracadabra. I don't know if that's who this is. It seems weird. Maybe this is tied into the Titans Hunt stuff. Maybe this is supposed to be Mr. Twister saying, like, oh, I will attack him and, like, the younger Titans in order to then jump up to that, which possible, but I don't know. It's kept in blackness. It doesn't look like Mr. Twister, so beats me. Regardless, solid issue. I like the fact that they give Robin that little thing to work with. As for the bleed stuff, I mean, good to call back to the old stuff and, like, retcon it a little bit to make it work, because I don't think enough has been done with that 5-year gap. The idea of, like, they fought Darkseid, and then the beginning of the New 52. It's like, there's a whole period you could have fun with in there. So, yeah, I'm going to say, I'll say an 8. I think it's good. I think it's great even. Art-wise, it's great. Everything's going well for it. So, yeah, we'll see whatever happens in Titans Rebirth for whoever chooses to read that. Justice League number 52, written by Dan Jurgens, art by Tom Grummett. So, for anyone who doesn't know, Dan Jurgens is the one who took over the Action Comics run in Rebirth, and this is absolutely just a lead into that. Like, I'm pretty sure this is included in the Action Comics trade. So, the backstory, Superman died, final days of Superman, all that stuff. Turns out that Superman's cape was essentially left to the Daily Planet, and we see that a little shrine has been built at the Daily Planet to show it off. However, it isn't officially opening until tomorrow, but Lex Luthor has shown up and he's just trying to sneak a peek at it. Now, the security guard's telling him he needs to move along, do whatever, and Lex is like, I'm sorry, do you not know who I am? Like, exactly what happened here involving Lex? And that's where Perry White walks in and be like, Clark didn't have a family. We all know Clark was Superman. He didn't have a family. And so it was left with us. And I basically raised him as long as he worked here. I nurtured him. I taught him. He was like a son to me. And so we're paying tribute to him and all the good things he did. And Lex is like looking on. He's not forlorn, but he's not being a dick about it either. And as he's standing there looking at it, a voice from the back says, oh, hey, you're back. And Lex is like, yes, so I am, Diana. Apparently a lot happened while I was gone. And we see the whole Justice League is now here. And Diana's like, you are the one who, after Darkseid War, decided to stay on Apokolips. Don't know what that was all about, but now you're wearing Superman's shield because he's wearing the blue and red mech suit with the Superman logo on it. And he's like, look, it was given to me. It was a gift. I didn't want to turn that down. And when I took it, Superman was very much alive. So it's not like I was trying to cash in on his death or anything like that. But either way, I still don't know how he died. Does anybody care to explain that? And Wonder Woman's like, he was weakened and there was a doppelganger who had his powers after that. And Batman's like, after that, long story short, he died. We don't need to explain anymore. And Lex is like, well, that leaves Metropolis without a champion. How upsetting. And Wonder Woman turns to Batman and be like, should we tell him about the other Superman that's running around? And Batman's like, nah, this'll be funnier. So we see Lex flies up to the top of the Daily Planet. He notices all the flags are held at half-mast, and he's like, presidential proclamation honoring someone who didn't even come from this world. He's going to be loved more in death than he ever was in life. And we see his armor opens up, and it turns out that this suit that he got from Apokolips, or whatever tech he got from there, is currently routed into the network of all the alarms in Metropolis. And he's like, this technology is fantastic. The mother box, which instead of going ping, instead goes Lex, it's integrated in my system. So the alarm turns out to be a robbery, just some random, I don't know, a gadget store or something like that being robbed. And as the people are trying to load up the van, we see the big crest light up, and he's like, oh, good luck. You guys are going to need it here. And he comes in and just punches this dude in the face with the mech suit, and he goes down. Immediately, he's on the ground. One other one opens up fire with a machine gun. He tanks the hits in the mech suit, and he like pulls up on the thing, yanks it out the guy's hands, hits him over the head with it, which leaves one more guy who says, hey, we got a lot of good weapons because we knew we might be fighting against someone strong. I got a bazooka. And he's just like, all right, well, you better not miss. So he fires the bazooka, ends up blowing up the truck right next to Lex, and he's like, ha, got him. No way you could survive that. And then Lex just comes out of the flames, is just like, you sure about that? And he holds the guy up, slams him down to the ground. We see that there is one more guy there who just has a little pistol on him. He sees everything that happened, and he's like, ah, damn. So he runs off down the street. Lex gives chase. He takes a hostage and holds the gun up to the woman's head, and Lex is just dead-eyed. He's not caring at all about this. And as the guy's threatening he's going to pull the trigger on this hostage, he's like, you pull the trigger, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to walk up and I'm going to snap your neck. And I'm going to snap your neck in a way that's going to paralyze you for the rest of your life. And I'm guessing that you're the type who doesn't really have caring friends or family because you have done these petty crimes. So who's going to be there to care for you as you poop into a colostomy bag and you are just going to be sitting in your own filth as you slowly pass away? Like, that's what's going to happen to you moving forward here. And as this guy is like completely reconsidering his life, Lex just blasts him with a little energy blast from his hand, takes him out. The hostage is terrified and is like, for the love of God, please don't hurt me. And Lex, this entire time he's been narrating, basically saying like, I sometimes wonder if you're afraid of me, if that's why you tried to kill me. No, I'm sure there's another explanation. Maybe you were just brainwashed or something like that. It sounds like he's talking to Superman. It sounds like he's talking to the memory, the idea of Superman. And he's like, no, I know that because I know that you love me, that you always have understood who I am. You've always managed to pull me back when I get too far out of track. And he says that as the hostage is freaking out, and he realizes like, maybe I've gone too far. Maybe I need to be able to like pull this back a little bit. And he's like, I value you doing that for me because I realize that I need that sometimes. And we see he isn't actually talking to Superman. He's talking to his comatose sister, Lena, who, I think it was in the event right after Forever Evil, the like infection thing that was going, the Amazovirus, that she shot him and then was taken off the board. And just like, I have all this technology. I have all this stuff now. I'm using my mother box, and it still can't bring you back. And I don't know why that's happening, but it's a failure for me, and nothing is frustrating me more. So, you know, I now have all this power, all this stuff, and yet I'm completely unable to bring you back. It's so disheartening. And we see as he's leaving the hospital room, some scientists are like, oh, we're doing everything we can, like best doctors brought in from around the country, and we won't stop until we get her back. We'll do whatever it takes. And he just walks right past him, walks into the elevator, and takes the thing down. Cut to Daily Planet. They're opening up the box before anybody's able to see it. Perry presents Lex with the daily edition, tomorrow's edition that has just come up fresh off the printers. And top story is Lex Luthor buys the Daily Planet. And the whole reason he did this was so that he could get the cape. And Perry's like, I can't argue with you. You're my boss. But I need to tell you, Lex, this feels wrong. And Lex says, I didn't ask you. So he takes the cape. He walks outside. And he's like, look, I'm sure your eulogy will be great, just as you'll welcome his replacement. And he flies up to the top of the Daily Planet and says, I could have been the ruler of Apocalypse, ruler of worlds known and unknown, but Lena wouldn't approve of that, and I'm trying to be a better man. So he puts on Superman's cape and says, I'm hoping that when you wake up, you'll see someone that you can be proud of. And that will be your brother, no far as wide as Superman. To be continued in Action Comics, which it is. That is definitively a thing that happens. It's good. It is good. My only thing is that it's in Justice League. Like, this doesn't feel like Justice League number 52. This feels like Action Comics number 0. You know, this feels like a lead into that. I do appreciate the fact that, you know, Justice League 50 is the one that set Lex on Darkseid, or not on Darkseid, on Apocalypse. And this is the one that's bringing out saying like, oh, okay, here's what happened to him. Let's bring him back into the fold, do whatever. That's about the only link I can really find, but everything else, I don't know what I would have expected from a Justice League 52, especially considering Jeff Johns wouldn't have been on it. But I think that this is okay as far as it comes down to it. So in terms of a rating, art-wise, it's fantastic. Tom Grummett does a fantastic job. Pacing-wise, it's a little bit weird. It slows down very heavily for that robbery, but it's okay. 7.5. I think that's basically where I'm sitting at with this. It's good, not great, but it's definitely a good setup for the Action Comics run. Not that I think anyone shouldn't have been reading that. That was Dan Jurgens taking back over Action Comics was fantastic. So yeah, 7.5, and that is Justice League. And that's it. That is all the books that were published by DC Comics, not only for this little period of time after the Rebirth one-shot, but in total, that is all the books from the New 52. It has been over 4.5 years, 250 weeks that I've been doing this show. Assuming that this episode manages to get out on time, have not missed a single one. I am so grateful that I have been given the opportunity to do this, that there has been support along the way, that I have managed to connect with some people who actually do watch this show, and it's so great to hear their thoughts on it. I am completely unsure of like what to even do now. Like, I don't know. I went to 247 and I had an idea as to what I wanted to say because I had been thinking about it for so long. I had been thinking about this is going to be the Rebirth one shot. This is 10 years ago you started collecting, but I didn't actually think about what I was going to say when it hit the very end. Because it was always just this promise of there was going to be more. But 3 short weeks later, I'm here. I'm out of things to say. So, yeah. Thank you, whoever you are, specifically you, for listening, watching, however it is you got to this show. Whether this is the only thing you've ever watched me say, whether you've been with me for all 250 episodes, I am grateful. I am so happy that you have any sort of interest in this at all, because I genuinely thought I might have been the only one who would have given a damn about any of this. So it's nice to know that there is at least a little bit of a pocket or a community there. So yeah, I really don't have anything else I can really say here. I'd love to do my normal sign off and, talk about all the stuff that's coming next week. But for anyone who wants to continue on this journey, consult other people in the community. You can track me down. Any previous episode, there's links on screen and in the description, stuff like that. I'm happy to tell you what comes next. But we're going to have to do that independently, at the very least. So that'll do it for me. Thank you very much for watching, listening, however it is consume this show. Be sure to check out other things, other creators, things on this very channel that were posted, things from other channels. If you have an interest in comics, fan that flame. Pursue it. Do what you got to do. And I hope that whatever I do decide to come out with next, I'll be able to see you there as well. But once again, thank you so much. And always try to remember, if it ain't broke,